off the pace, like you can see. And this race featured a hot early pace, which ultimately collapsed, and he was able to capitalize on that with a big stretch run. And he was a maiden going into this race, and this set him up for what they believe would be a good 3-year-old campaign. But he's been a horse that's very fortunate, I believe. Every race that he's running, he's had fast early paces to run into, and he's been able to show some good finish into that. I don't know if he's going to get that same kind of setup here today.
Yeah, that's the question for a horse like him. As far back as he is, he needs the table to be set. It's something we'll discuss throughout the course of the afternoon, getting ready for the Jersey Derby. Twirling Point, who is going to be ridden by Frankie Dettori, the Italian megastar, Frankie Dettori. You'll hear from him a little bit later on in the broadcast. He'll be joining us on set for somebody who's never followed the sport. You've never heard of Frankie Dettori. Raj, how would you put his global popularity into context?
Oh, he's one of the most famous, if not the most popular jockey of all time. He's won major races across the 7 seas. He's won some of the biggest Grade 1 races in Europe and other places, and even in America as well. And he is just such a charismatic person. It's so easy to follow, so easy to like. In fact, he's my mom's favorite jockey.
More so than Raj. Raj's mom's favorite jockey. That pretty much puts it into context. And Frankie Dettori, this I don't know that I thought I'd ever see, riding at Penn National last night.
Yes, so I was at Aqueduct last week, and Frankie was like, where is Penn National? Never heard of this place. And he went there, and he had a great day, winning their 2 feature races back-to-back yesterday on the card. And now he shows up at Jersey today, open to add to that success.
For horse racing fans, while he's been a household name, this goes all the way back to the early 90s when he won his first Breeders' Cup event on Barathea, while Lure was looking for a 3-peat in the mile. Back then it was young jockey LaFranco Dettori. Now it's just Frankie. Just Frankie, that rare superstar athlete who's achieved the first name only legendary status, like Tiger, LeBron. In horse racing, it's Frankie. He's here today at Monmouth Park. You'll hear from him a little bit later on. Today's races brought to you by, not Frankie, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. It is all Monmouth all the time. Early pick 5 starts in the 1st. Jersey Shore 6 begins in the 7th. Programming note, coverage moves to FS1 at the top of the hour from 1 to 2. Back to FS2, 2 to 6:30. We're on like all night. No overtime for you, Raj. Sorry, you're a rookie. There's hazing. It happens. Still haven't signed up? Belmont Stakes next week. Do not miss out. Get involved. When you do so, use that promo code Belmont25. That $25 free bet. $200 deposit bonus just in time for the Belmont Stakes, but ain't track anywhere, anytime. Sign up. NYRABets.com for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match. This is where it's all going to go down. Saratoga Racecourse. Historic, first ever Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. You know it's important when you have on-site coverage and there's no racing happening there whatsoever. Acacia Clement, Richie Migliori standing by. Guys, welcome to the broadcast. What's the very latest with this developing field of 3-year-olds gearing up for the Belmont Stakes with the draw just 2 days away?
It's exciting, Lafitte. And maybe Raj is being hazed as the newbie on the show, but just want to let him know it doesn't stop. Richie and I were out at 5:30 this morning to watch Torpedo Anna and Mystic Dan train in preparation. And afterwards, Richie, it seems like about as much of a commitment at this point without watching how the horses come out of the works. It looks like we'll see Mystic Dan going to the Belmont Stakes and Torpedo Anna to the DK Horse Acorn.
Yeah, I mean, I love the way he worked, and listening to Kenny McPeak's, comments after the work, it feels like he's definitely pointing in that direction. I love his energy level. Great animation to his stride, great energy, really reaching over, did everything easily, but sometimes horses run as hard as Mystic Dan runs, and it tears them down. If anything, it's built him up, and I think he might even take a step forward.
Really traveling well over the track this morning as we take a look at the probables for this year's Belmont Stakes. Should Mystic Dan go? and Seize the Gray arriving in Saratoga today. It will be the first time since 2013 with Orb and Oxbow that the Kentucky Derby and Preakness winners will face off at the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, and it's good to have the Derby and Preakness winner match back up. We want to settle these championships on the racetrack, and we want to see horses compete against each other and maybe develop some rivalries, because rivalries seem to capture everybody's attention.
Speaking of Mystic Dan's work, here it is this morning with the ageless Danny Ramsey aboard, 74 years young for Kenny McPeek. He's on the outside in the white cap, and he's in company with Gould's Gold, who was just second in the Sir Martin Preakness weekend. And Kenny told me afterwards, I thought Gould's Gold was a little bit better than that. Mystic Dan just played with him.
I just love the mechanics of this horse's stride. It's an impeccable stride. He's not a very big horse, but he's an extremely well-balanced individual, and that's what makes him so effective in the afternoons. He has the ability to stop and start. He's not a horse that you have to make one run with. You can make 3 or 4 runs with him, and it helps the rider out immensely.
For some of those kind of smaller horses, they can be quite agile as well. A horse that you would not call small. There's definitely a lot of him. Sierra Leone, we saw him finishing 3rd in the Kentucky Derby. He also had a work this morning, the $2.3 million son of Gunrunner, looking sensational in company with regular work make domestic product.
Feels like this horse has gotten bigger and stronger since the Kentucky Derby. I love this work. I think every single horse we watched work this morning that are pointing towards races on Belmont Stakes weekend looked good. This was the work of the morning for me, Sierra Leone.
Still training with that cage bit or Houghton bit. You could kind of see it there in that shot. Chad Brown saying he's going to race in that, as we saw in the Derby, that lugging in a persistent kind of problem that we've seen from Sierra Leone.
Yeah, and you could see even in the still shots of the Kentucky Derby, Tyler Gaffalione was struggling to keep him straight, had a snaffle bit, which is a very mild bit, in his mouth, and basically pulled it all the way through his mouth. Now he's fitted with power steering, if you will, with a Houghton bit. We still don't know exactly how effective it's going to be, because every time he's worked with this bit, he's worked on the inside of rivals. And sometimes horses lug in because they want to get on top of their rivals, not so much that they just want to go left. There's a reasoning behind it. They're a herd animal, and sometimes they're just trying to bully their rivals.
Chad Brown telling me that he prefers to train inside of horses in Sierra Leone. Lafitte, we'll see where that horse does draw and what kind of trip he might get, but a lot of excitement and a lot more to come as far as Belmont Stakes is concerned.
4 words I never thought I'd say. Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. But here we are, and can't wait to get there as the countdown continues to the 156th Belmont Stakes. And we're just getting started here on America's Day at the Races. Horses in the paddock here at Monmouth Park. First of 12 coming your way. America's Day at the Races from the shore's greatest stretch. Live coverage continues on Fox Sports 2.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Maggie, hello, can you hear me?
Hey,
hello,
guys.
Hello.
Hey,
I hear
hello.
myself, by the way, on a serious delay.
Oh, man.
What?
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I do not hear myself. I had to give it that long of a pause because it was so delayed.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We got Sandcastle, as always, covered brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Sandcastle, Raj, they've respected it. You see, we asked everyone to stay away, not touch our artwork, and they've done so.
Yeah, what a beautiful job. I mean, it's such a cool thing to look at.
Don't get paid overtime for that either. A staple here at Monmouth Park, right when you walk in the gates. And then, of course, the racing about to get underway. First of 12, field for the opener, a $16,000 maiden claimer, all winless, all for sale. Mile and a 16th on a firm turf course. Number 6 is the current favorite. Transcendental. Take a look at him in the post parade, starting with American Day. Fernando Jara in the saddle won a stakes race last weekend.
Yeah, not much speed with this one. He's 0 for 23 maiden, looking for his first lifetime win.
Impulsive Spending, the New York bred.
Drops down from New York bred maiden 40 and now in for 16. Hasn't done much running yet, though.
Nicole's King, Blinkers, first start on grass, just his second career try.
Yeah, full makeover here. Gets blinkers, drops in class, and tries the turf.
Spectacular Luck, 7-race maiden.
Yeah, not much early speed. Will be looking to come from off the pace.
Different Flame at 5-1.
Trying the turf for the first time while stretching out in distance.
Transcendental, the favorite. Could be a big afternoon for the Augustin stable. And Jonathan Thomas.
Big drop in class and puts the blinkers on in a very logical spot.
Big scratch Little Nick, long shot side by side. Street Outlaw and Lock Barrel.
Yeah, the Street Outlaw tries late 6 for the first time. Lock Barrel tries turf for the first time after sprinting twice.
And 2 minutes apart to the outside, and Paco. Leading rider, Paco.
Paco Lopez on this one. This 0 for 12 maiden has a tough outside post and settles for minor awards very often with 4 second-place finishes.
See if he can graduate, break through today. Early pick 5 starts here. First race in 5 minutes. Just tuning in. Want to play the races? Don't have past performances? Equibase has you covered. Follow all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with Equibase past performances. Visit Naira.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. Favorite Transcendental revving his engines. And with that, we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale standing by. Trackside Maggie, not sure if the Monmouth faithful here today, they're more excited to see you or Frankie. What do you think?
Oh, they're hoping for a flying dismount, and I unfortunately wore my dress today, so they're not going to get that. No, I'm kidding. Of course, they're excited to see Frankie Dettori riding later on. For me, he's like the Mick Jagger of the racing world. Ageless, boundless energy, and he keeps saying he's going to retire, but yet he's still on tour, and the tour stops here at Monmouth today. Excited to see him as he'll be aboard a Jonathan Thomas trainee, but there is your current Jonathan Thomas trainee for Augustin Stable, and Jonathan joking with me, what do you asked me if I was shopping for my future off-track thoroughbred in this field. He said, mine's pretty slow. But against this field, sometimes it's all about who you're facing. And I do think a little less ground is preferable as he does drop out of that 1 3/8 try at Belmont at the Big A. He's a little bit smaller, handier, built downhill. He looks good against this field. I'm not necessarily saying you should try to beat him, but there are some interesting options in here, including several trying the turf for the first time. We'll check in with those, including number 3, Nicole's King. Now, there is not much turf pedigree to speak of, but you got to try something, I suppose. And this guy actually looks like a turf horse. You know, he's kind of bigger, the Empire Maker kind of showing through with his physicality and massive turf hoof to him, very slack pasterns, and furthermore, having the luxury of seeing this guy back in March in his debut. He was so green that day in the prelims. A much different animal, so much more professional as those shortcut cheater blinkers go on. And I do think that he might appreciate this surface change. Moving on to number 5, Different Flame. Always pay attention to what Kathleen O'Connell sends out here. And I often like when she switches one to the turf. And Flame Away, this one, Sire, is a good turf influence. The dam never won on it in 17 tries, but she did run decent figures. And there have been 2 winners of 5 foals to win on it to try it. Looks like he'll handle the turf. I'm not going to be surprised when this guy improves his game, but he is taking money at 5-1. As a bit of a wild card is number 9, Lock Barrel. Now, on the flip side, Union Rag's not the greatest turf influence, but the dam, she was a 2-time winner in France on the turf, and the second dam, a multiple group winner in France. Now, I don't know what side of the pedigree is coming through here. I suppose the bottom with the tappet being a gray, but he doesn't scream turf to me. He just looks kind of very much like that tappet kind of dirt horse. So we'll see what he does here, Lafitte. I'm not sold on it physically, but there's some pedigree to back up the argument.
Bloodlines say maybe, aesthetics perhaps otherwise, with Lock Barrel at 9-1 as they get set to cross over to the turf course. The first of these 12 races from Monmouth Park directly to his outside is the second choice in 2 minutes apart, and it's Paco Lopez. First off, what is Paco going to have to do from the 9 hole in order to put 2 minutes apart to be in a position to be effective?
Yeah, well, he has a tough outside post, which is going to put him in a position where he's probably going to lose some ground if he doesn't get over it to the rail. And this horse, there's no room for error with him. He needs to be able to save as much ground as possible and then tip out and make his run in the stretch. I think if Paco got his hands full here in order to do that from the 9 hole.
It's a serious assignment, Paco Lopez. This is day 8 of this Monmouth meet. You see the updated standings. And for Lopez, so he won 5 races last Saturday. 2 clear now of Jairo Rendon. You just don't see this very often, though. He was blanked on Sunday. He was blanked on Memorial Day. And we'll see if Paco Lopez can find a way to revisit the winner's circle after, that torrid afternoon, a little bit of a dry spell.
Yeah, it's easy to be result-oriented, right?
Because nobody's saying he's not riding
because
well.
Paco won 5 races. He was riding amazing. And in the next 2 days, he blanked out. However, one thing for certain throughout those 3 days, he rode great every day. It was just circumstantial why he didn't win any races on Sunday or Monday. Once he gets the horse, he's going to win a lot of races.
Lopez on 2 minutes apart, and you're going with the choice here. Raj and Transcendental, and we saw him after the post parade. He's nice and relaxed now, but really into the bridle and really revving his engines.
Yeah, I love that he's revving his engines because this race lacks a lot of early speed. I think the horses that are going to be up close early are going to have a very tactical advantage on the opponents, and Transcendental adds blinkers. Usually when they add blinkers to horses to get them a little more into the bridle, a little more focus, and hopefully get some more early speed. Like Maggie said, his trainer Jonathan Thomas thinks he's not that fast, so he's hoping the blinkers can give him more speed. All that put together, I think they're going to be aggressive with him coming out of the gate and put him into the race, which I think is going to give him such a huge edge. And he's been running against way better horses than this. I get he's no superstar, but it's about who you're running against. And he's in the right race today. He's head and shoulders above his competition.
George Strawbridge's Guston stable. Trainer Jonathan Thomas also have Twirling Point, the second choice in the Jersey Derby later this evening, to be ridden by Frankie Dettori. Last Monday, we were on the air and starting the broadcast, and the rain was sideways and the wind. Raj and I said, yeah, don't you miss riding on afternoons like this? She said, no, not really. These, I would imagine, a day like this, what you miss about Monmouth Park, just this picture-perfect afternoon on the Jersey Shore.
Yeah, this is a Jersey Shore that we come to love. Beautiful weather, great atmosphere. We got a nice breeze coming through here, and it just sets up for a great day of racing. 12 race card. It's amazing that to have that card with so many runners today, and there's a lot of excitement later on to get to see Frankie hopefully doing the flying dismount.
The flying dismount may have picked up on a square dance last night as he showed us in the lobby of the hotel. Some of the video he saw while visiting Penn National last night. Frankie Dettori on set, riding in the Jersey Derby, his first ride here at Monmouth Park since finishing 3rd behind English Channel in the 2007 Breeders' Cup Turf. All set for the first of 12 on Jersey Derby Saturday from Monmouth Park. Matt Dinneman standing by. It's post time.
Spectacular luck, post position 4. Two back, the gray Lock Barrel. Two minutes apart to the outside post. 12 races today. Good luck to you. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Monmouth Park. Lock Barrel leapt in the air at the start, is well out of it in the early stages. They come out of the chute. There's a line for the lead. Impulsive Spending has speed with Nicole's King, who comes out of the crowd to take a short lead. Different Flame moving forward, 2 minutes apart on the far outside alongside of him. And these two are now pretty much 1-2. 2 minutes apart on the outside of Different Flame, approaching the clubhouse turn. Lock Barrel has made a blitz to third, about a length off the lead after braking poorly, charging into the clubhouse turn. Transcendental is right behind him in fourth, gets to the two-path around the turn. Then comes Street Outlaw with Spectacular Luck, who's eased off the speed. American Day to the inside within 5 lengths of the lead. Nicole's King gets shuffled back to the second last spot, and Impulsive Spending is at the back of the pack, 8 lengths off the lead with 5 furlongs to go. Lock Barrel, the gray horse, was last out of the gate, and he's first with 5 furlongs to go. Lock Barrel on the rail, leads the way a length and a half. Transcendental runs in second, 2 minutes apart to the inside of him. A length and a half to American Day, getting outside into about the 3-path, but he's pinned in between horses. Street Outlaws outside of him at the rail. Different Flame has lost some position, 5 lengths off the pace, charging into the far turn run. Then comes Nicole's King. Spectacular Luck trying to produce a bid outside of rivals. He's within 6 lengths of the lead as they come to the top of the lane, and there goes Transcendental to the front, going by Lock Barrel at the top of the stretch. Transcendental, the one to beat as the favorite. On the outside, 2 minutes apart, is coming with his charge. These two, 1-2 with a furlong to go. Transcendental asked to finish, kicks away to a 2.5 length lead. 2 minutes apart, couldn't keep up with him. American Day into the second position now, but that's the best he'll do. Transcendental wins it over American Day. Third home, 2 minutes apart, and Different Flame was fourth in the opener.
Transcendental, favorite, delivers and graduates in the first. Here at Monmouth Park, top of the stretch, Vincent Chamano asked the question. Transcendental, Raj, has the right response.
Yeah, it was clear coming off the turn that Transcendental was full of run when he overtook the front runners approaching the stretch, and once Chaminade set him down, he just pulled away from his rivals.
Transcendental, you had mentioned the company he had been keeping and the horses he was facing today, and a very different result as a result.
He was amongst the right foes today, and he won impressively. He's found the right level, and sometimes that's all it takes. You know, he's been running against way better competition, and it put it all together today.
You referenced that sometimes we can be too results oriented, right? And for Paco Lopez, he didn't win this race, but the fact that he was able to put 2 minutes apart in the exact place he needed to be most effective, especially from that outside post.
I love the way Paco rode this horse. He didn't win. He rode the best race. He broke from the outside, got over into a slow pace with a horse that doesn't even have that much speed. He did everything he could in order to get the best place in, and he just couldn't do it.
6-1, 10-5-4, Transcendental, 8-5 favorite in the first at Monmouth Park. But of course, in 7 days, the Belmont Stakes is on Fox. The Triple Crown always concludes in New York. This year, just a different part of New York, upstate. History made last year. History will be made once again. The Belmont Stakes at Saratoga, only on Fox. And the field's starting to take shape. The draw will take place Monday night. We already know the Preakness winner, Seize the Gray, will be there. Mystic Dan, the Kentucky Derby winner, second in the Preakness Stakes, a big effort. And I also know that the runner-up, Sierra Leone, will be in the Belmont Stakes, revisiting the Kentucky Derby 4 weeks ago, Raj, at Churchill Downs. Mystic Dan, that perfect trip along the inside. Sierra Leone, meanwhile, forever young, essentially leaning on each other the length of the stretch.
Yeah, and what a great trip, like we talk about Mystic Dan getting rail skimming ride. And it's a polar opposite trip for Sierra Leone after having to go wide around the turn. Look, Mystic Dan won that day, but it's hard not to believe that Sierra Leone wasn't clearly best. If you swap trips, Sierra Leone probably wins by quite a clear margin.
And for the Belmont Stakes, Sierra Leone, a new jockey with Flavien Prat taking over. You heard from Acacia Mig earlier today with the cage bit and the power steering for Flavien Prat, the change in equipment. How much of a difference do you think that'll make?
Well, going by his workouts, he seems to be going straight in the morning, so it seems like he's on the up and up, and Flavien taking the bridle, I think, he's got a lot to like.
Yeah, and Sierra Leone, who skipped the Preakness, Mystic Dan did not. There he is trying to bid on what would essentially get a chance to bid on a Triple Crown, trying to chase Seize the Gray. Seize the Gray has other ideas, and they're not going to catch him.
Yeah, Seize the Gray is one of the horses that best benefits from the race, cutting back from 1.5 miles to 1.25 miles this year. I think he's the one with so much early speed that he can utilize that speed, whereas if he was going to go 1.5 miles, he'd have to try to ration it out a bit more. Now that it's a 10 furlongs, I think they're going to go with the same kind of tactics that they did winning the Preakness and just letting him bounce along out there. And if he doesn't get challenged early, he might be able to steal a show.
Works out nicely at Belmont Stakes at 1.25 miles for the Preakness winner, Seize the Gray. Results in race 1, Transcendental 520 with Vincent Chamonix aboard. If you want to see the second race, going to need to grab your remote. Coverage moving to Fox Sports 1 in moments. We'll see you there. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1 like now.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the NYRA circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit NYRA.com/NYbreds for more info.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
From the shore's greatest stretch, Monmouth Park in Oceanport, New Jersey. With everyone focused on the big race for 3-year-olds next week at Saratoga, there's an exciting race for 3-year-olds here today. How exciting? Exciting enough for trainer Chad Brown to send a promising prospect. Move to gold 2-1 morning line favorite in the Jersey Derby. Speaking of exciting, look who's back in Monmouth Park. For the first time in 17 years, Frankie Dettori, he'll pilot Twirling Point in the Jersey Derby, marking his first ride at Monmouth since finishing third behind English Channel in the 07 Breeders' Cup Turf. And at Saratoga, preparations continue. Belmont Stakes week from today, we'll be there. What about the Derby winner, Mystic Dan? He breezed this morning. Did trainer Kenny McPeak like what he saw? If so, he'll run in the Belmont Stakes. If not, he'll pass. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1. This is America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Almost 40 years ago, Spend a Buck, the 1985 Jersey Derby winner, despite, a decent ride by some guy named Pinkai. Picture perfect for Saturday in June on the Jersey Shore. Temperature in the high 70s, horses in the paddock for the second race. Stellar conditions for thoroughbred racing. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Real easy to get excited about everything taking place next week at Saratoga. It is, in fact, historic, a first ever Belmont Stakes at the Spa. But that's not for 7 days, and with no racing on the Naira circuit this week, this is where it's at, Monmouth Park. 12-race program on this Saturday afternoon, 1 down, 11 to go. And the main event is the Jersey Derby, race number 11. Again, on grass for 3-year-olds. Take a look at the field. Sophomores, mile on grass, $100,000 purse number 5, move to gold, 2-1. The morning line favorite. So I welcome in my co-host. He is a 4-time Breeders' Cup winning jockey, Rajiv Miraj. Rajiv, the word Derby always seems to garner a lot of attention, right? Kentucky Derby, also the biggest races around the country, right? Many of them derbies. This Jersey Derby, what makes this an important horse race?
Well, in its own right, the Jersey Derby is a real good race today, featuring the Chad Brown trainee, Move to Gold, and Twirling Point. But it's also a big stepping stone for the Belmont Derby, which is one of the most lucrative turf races on our racing calendar. If a horse was to win this race today very impressively, that would probably be the next logical step for them.
Trainer Chad Brown, you mentioned moved to gold, and part of the reason he is the favorite, his one win. He is lightly raced, just the 3 starts, but this victory in a stakes race, the award at Aqueduct, moved to gold. Look how far back he is entering the stretch, rounding the turn.
Yeah, this was a big closing kick he was at least 10 lengths from the leader. However, this was a fast early pace that kind of collapsed into him. When you see Chad Brown run a maiden into a stake race, a horse that's never won, and put them into a stake race, you know they have high expectations for him. And he sure delivered this day. If he can come with this same late run, and like he always does, he'll be a tough customer.
How much assistance does he need, though? How pace dependent is he? Deep closer needs a fast pace. On paper, will he have a fast pace to work with?
Well, he's been very fortunate. His 3 lifetime races have all been fast early paces that collapsed into him and kind of buttered up his form a bit. Today, he's not gonna have the same luxury, I don't think, based on the horses that are in here, that there's gonna be such a fast pace. So we'll be able to see what he's really made of today.
And we know what Frankie Dettori is made of. He is here at Monmouth Park. He is riding Twirling Point. Connections have already won 1 race this afternoon, Augustin Stable, Jonathan Thomas. But Twirling Point, that's on synthetic, Jeff Ruby Stakes, or the Rushaway. What happened at the start?
Well, you can clearly see when the gates opened, everyone broke forward, and except Twirling Point, he lunged upwards in the air and put himself behind the 8 ball. And why this was so significant for him is that he's a notorious for being a front runner. So he had to overcome some serious adversity after breaking like that. He's not accustomed to being behind horses. And for him to overcome that, split horses there when Frankie tipped him out, and still put in a very credible performance against some really good horses here. The horse ended up winning the race on the inside. Trickery won the American Derby on Kentucky Derby Day and was narrowly beaten yesterday in the Grade 3 Penn Mile. So he didn't do this as a fluke against bad horses. He overcome a lot of adversity and still ran a really good race.
Impressive effort in a losing cause. And Frankie Dettori rides today. First ride at Monmouth since 2007. The Italian phenom, Raj, an absolute megastar for someone who doesn't follow the sport, for someone who doesn't know who Frankie Dettori is. How would you describe how he's achieved this rock star status and his global popularity?
He's the most interesting jockey in the world. He's ridden races across the 7 seas, some of the biggest races for kings and queens. And he's a plane crash survivor and my mom's favorite jockey.
Wait. There's just something
even over me.
There is just something fundamentally wrong with that. Your mom's favorite jockey. Frankie Dettori back at Monmouth Park, and you see his mounts here and a big shot in the featured event, the Jersey Derby. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. The opener is in the books. It's wall-to-wall Monmouth. Jersey Shore 6 begins in the 7th. Late pick 5 in the 8th. Jersey Derby race 11. Programming here until 2 Eastern, then back to Fox Sports 2 for the rest of the broadcast. Haven't signed up just yet. This is the time to do so. Belmont Stakes next week. Get involved, sign up, and when you do so, use that promo code, the free $25 bet, the promo code, there it is, Belmont25. Any race, anytime, anywhere, NYRABets.com. Coming up next, this is always exciting, the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Freshman in race number 2. There's the field. It's a quick 4.5 furlong sprint. These are the babies. Very light in experience. The field is 7 and obliging. Wow, look at that. 2-1 on the morning line. 1-5 currently. Segue to Maggie Wolfendale standing by. Maggie, welcome to the broadcast. This is where we lean on you most. 2-year-olds in the 2nd at Monmouth Park. What are the kids showing you?
Well, the board is showing us, Lafitte, that obliging number 2 in here cannot lose. As she opened up at 1-9, she's drifted up slightly to 1-5 right now. But looking at her works, given the barn she's coming out of in Jorge Delgado's, he often does fire with his youngsters, with his juveniles. And this daughter of Munnings, he hits at 14%. She did sell for $120,000 at the OBS March sale. What I will say about this, she sold after working 10 flat. And having watched that workout, she was not asked for much at all. And she didn't look as though she was going that quick. But I didn't love her head carriage. I didn't love the way she got over the ground. Now, could it have just been the synthetic surface she didn't appreciate? Maybe. But on the flip side, looking at her here against her rivals today, she just looks very physically mature, and I love the way that she's put together. Not to mention, she does have quite a decent bottom side pedigree, too. The dam being half 2. Sire himself, and a very good juvenile, Impractical Joke, winner of the Champagne, amongst other 2-year-old graded stakes. So she's handling herself beautifully here. She's going to be tough to beat. But let's check in with the second choice. That's number 4, Nona's Girl, for Jorge Delgado as well. Nona's Girl is the daughter of McKinsey, and we'll see what these McKinseys want to do. This obviously is his freshman crop. He's only had 2 runners so far to hit the track. I get the impression, though, that they want more distance, and I just feel like 4.5 furlongs is going to be a little bit sharp for this filly, who's very tall, lanky, a bit unfurnished yet, but was very professional and comes in here fit. So I think this is just a jumping off point for her. Then Kent Sweezy, he'll also send out 2 in here, and I know that number 7, Lil Sweezy, is taking more money, but I like number 1, Apocalyptic. She sold for $50,000. She worked 10-1 at that sale, and I like the way she did it. I like the way she moved that day. She's nicely put together, really indicative of a sprinter frame in here, well muscled, defined. Lafitte, she's the price play that I would use underneath of obliging.
All of them not named obliging. A price here with obliging dominating 1-9. Apocalyptic there going in circles. Maggie liked what she saw. 31-1. Getting closer to the 2nd Monmouth Park. Getting closer to the 156 Belmont Stakes. Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. Yeah, you know, it's usually pretty important when you have on-site coverage and there's no racing taking place whatsoever. Acacia Clement, Richie Migliori standing by live at Saratoga. Guys, welcome to the broadcast. What is the very latest? A week out from the Belmont Stakes and the draw taking place Monday night.
There's a lot going on, Lafitte. It was a busy morning, particularly, Richie, on the Oklahoma training track, where we got a chance to see several Belmont Stakes contenders working this morning. Their final big preparations 1 week out, including the Kenny McPeak duo of Torpedo Anna and Mystic Dan. And it looks like after this morning, his mind pretty much made up.
Yeah, it sounds like he's pretty positive about Mystic Dan going on to the Belmont Stakes, and it's nice to see a horse compete in all 3 legs of this series. I think fans in general want to see these horses compete, and they latch onto them. I thought he was moving beautifully. His stride is impeccable. He just hits that perfect rhythm, and I think that speaks a lot to just how handy he is in the afternoons. He's gliding under the wire. I love his energy. I love his animation. I think this was a terrific work.
working in company with Gould's Gold, who just finished second in the Sir Barton Preakness weekend. And Kenny McPeak saying afterwards to me that I thought Gould's Gold was a little better than that. Mystic Dan just played with him, pulling away from his company in a strong gallop out. For a horse that has had a tough campaign, winning the Derby with a big effort, running a valiant second in the Preakness, that energy, the way that they're acting and how fresh they appear in the mornings with their training is such a big indication of how they're doing going into another big race.
And they go one of two directions, Acacia, off of hard races. Either they get torn down and they're tired and they kind of, suck up a little bit. They're a little bit thinner. He doesn't look like that at all. Yeah. I mean, his coat looks great. His energy level's great. And I thought as hard as he ran in the Kentucky Derby, winning by a nose, he would regress in the Preakness. I didn't see that regression. I think he ran his race. He just ran into a better horse on the day. I think he's coming into this in good order, and I think he can take a step forward even.
Mystic Dan, we were very impressed by his work this morning, training with the ageless Danny Ramsey aboard, 74 years young, who is such a talent, such a horseman as well, with the relationship that he has with Kenny McPeak's horses.
He's got such beautiful hands, and when we talk about riders with hands, it's just that perfect amount of pressure on the reins, that feel to a horse's mouth. Your reins are your brakes and your steering, and that extension to the bit, and with him, it's a seamless extension. His hands almost seem to meld into those reins, and he feels a horse's mouth so well.
It was a pleasure to get a chance to watch them train this morning. Lafitte, plenty of other action going on that we'll recap throughout the show and give you all the updates of what's coming up for Belmont Stakes.
The excitement builds. Sounds like Mystic Dan Belmont bound with no Triple Crown on the line. Raj, that's the best thing you can hope for is a Triple Crown grudge match. The Kentucky Derby winner taking on the Preakness winner, and bigger picture, what else is at stake in the Belmont Stakes that no Triple Crown is on the line?
Well, it's a big fight right now for the top 3-year-old prize to who the champion 3-year-olds. There's not much separating them, and whoever wins this Belmont Stakes is going to be the leader of the division.
Belmont Stakes next Saturday, and you can see it on Fox for the second year, on Fox for the first time at Saratoga Racecourse. Belmont Stakes only on Fox. Coverage begins at 4 Eastern. History made last year. Jenna Antonucci, first ever female trainer to capture a Triple Crown event. More history to be made in the Belmont Stakes. 7 days out. The draw on Monday. What a scene, what a party. Belmont Stakes at the Spa. Meantime, back at the Jersey Shore, and these 2-year-old fillies, starting with Apocalyptic and Maggie liking what she saw moments ago.
Yeah, it drops down in odds from 28-1 to 15-1, based on Maggie's touting, I guess.
Obliging, odds on.
Yeah, this one is expected favorite, showing some fast works for a tough barn.
Nona's Girl, it's 7-1 with Sammy Camacho.
Stablemate to Obliging, also taking a bit of money. Second choice on the wagering right now.
A lot of peeking at the tote board here with these first-time starters and who might be live. Lady River Lily, somewhat cold on the board. Then Tekka, an outsider at 38-1.
Yeah, this daughter of Improbable hasn't shown much on the workouts. Not much to go by here.
Little Sweezy, 10-1 for Ken Sweezy.
Yeah, Ken Sweezy, it's pretty strong numbers with 2-year-olds. One of his best suits.
Katerina Ristova at 21-1 to complete the field.
The only one in here with some experience, and sometimes that goes a long way, having that one race over the track and having that one lifetime race, having that experience. It's an advantage.
That much of a difference, the one race versus all of the debuting fillies, their first day on the job. And here at Monmouth Park today, you get a $10 bonus. Earn a $10 bonus just by playing with Naira Bets. Bet at least $100 on Monmouth for this $10 bonus. Win or lose, all you have to do is opt in at nairabets.com. Circling back to Obliging, and Paco Lopez still looking for that first win since last Saturday. With these young, inexperienced 2-year-old fillies, Raj, what might you be doing differently than you would otherwise? A horse that's raced several times as you take a look at the updated jockey standings, and Paco Lopez currently 2 clear of Jairo Rendon.
Well, the vast majority of horses that haven't raced, they haven't really encountered traffic in the traffic. They haven't been in tight between horses. They haven't had a lot of dirt kicked in their face. And you want to put them in the least adverse position as possible. And the best way to do that is if they're fast enough, you break and you go to the lead. especially if you're on the best horse. So what you'll see is most of the jockeys, if not all of them, will break and try to hustle out to ensure that they got a forward position where they're not facing a lot of kickback, and they're also not in tight. So it's either you go in front or you try to stay to the outside a little bit.
Paco Lopez, sensational Saturday program. A weekend ago, he won 5 races, has not won a race since. Maybe that's about to change. Rides obliging the favorite at 1-5. Maggie, then some others in here, and circling back to another filly that you were watching in the paddock. What are you noticing now in the warm-up from number 7, Lil Sweezy?
Just still pointing me on to the other Kent Sweezy trainee. As Lil Sweezy, she's more petite, she's a little bit more effeminate, doesn't look quite as fit and strong as her stablemate in here, Apocalyptic. And furthermore, in the warm-ups, she just kind of took a little while to get herself going. A little bit of greenness, a little bit of mechanics, though I will give Sammy Camacho credit that he took her away from the pony, which I appreciate. So kind of really getting things loosened up and getting her mind on the task. Now, as Raj pointed out, there's only one filly in here with experience. Now, number 8, Katerina Rostova, didn't do much running in her debut, and actually, she was supposed to run 2 weeks prior to that last start when she had a mishap at the gate and was a late scratch that day. So it's a good thing, and having talked to trainer Mira Shishakli, that she is the last one in today. She really feels that will help her, though. She is definitely going to have to improve from that first start, but she's been very professional shipping down here to Monmouth. When we talk about warm-ups, I can never read Paco Lopez as to what he's going to do. He kept obliging with the pony, so who knows, but she'll likely have speed. The one thing I will say about the other Jorge Delgado horse, known as Girl, the other Sammy Camacho, gets a little confusing around here. This one's the junior variety, really gave her a big warm-up. So maybe he's thinking what I'm thinking, that she will need more ground, or maybe she does have a little bit of speed, and he's hoping to get it out of her. But no doubt about it here, guys. Obliging is definitely the horse to beat, but I'm sticking with it that I definitely use number 1, Apocalyptic, underneath.
Apocalyptic at 13-1. Some of the fans here at Monmouth Park, you're here for a good time and a long time. This 12-race Saturday program. And all the seasons, all the years that you spent riding here on the Jersey Shore, Raj, and summer, late spring afternoons and picture-perfect conditions, really part of what makes Monmouth Park Monmouth Park. Yeah, Monmouth Park is such a charming track, and it's a great family-oriented environment. So much to do here. As you see the fans standing there by the rails, that's where they have the barbecue areas as well. So you could take a family day picnic and barbecue right at the racetrack. It's one of the coolest features about this track that I really enjoyed. I don't know how cool chalk players are feeling in this very moment, seeing Obliging acting up at the starting gate, but not entirely unpredictable considering the lack of experience for all but one of these fillies. This is the first time they've done this in the afternoon, their first day on the job. There's going to be mistakes. Yeah, and the gate, coming out of the gate, is one of the most crucial aspects of a 2-year-old race, because if you don't break well, you might be faced to overcome some adversity, which these horses haven't faced before in their life. And watching Obliging going up to the gate and doing a little bit of a zigzag going in makes me feel like her mind might not be all on racing. And she has to stand there longer than most. Yeah, being that she drew on the inside, one of the inside posts. She has to wait for the other ones to load. So let's watch her in the gate and see if she keeps her composure. Believe that was known as Girl, just to the outside of Obliging, acting up a bit. See how it all unfolds. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. These 2-year-old fillies sprinting 4.5 furlongs at Monmouth. All eyes on number 2, Obliging. Matt Ditterman standing by.
Here's Katerina Rostova. We're ready to go. And they're off. Lady River Lily was off very slowly. The favorite Obliging had no problems coming out of the gate. Apocalyptic a little bit quicker in the early stages. Obliging keeping tabs on her going into the far turn run. Tekka runs in the third position, a gap of 5 to Little Sweezy, known as Girl inside of her. Katerina Rostova second to last, and Lady River Lily has been outrun today as they round the far turn. Obliging, the 1-9 favorite on debut, sticks ahead lead on Apocalyptic, who's left behind in second now as Obliging is asked to go by Paco Lopez and opens up a length and a half coming off the turn. Obliging going comfortably on the lead, has shaken 2 lengths clear. Tekka takes the second position, but this is just a workout for Obliging. Paco Lopez sitting chilly here aboard this filly by Munnings, and she will win on debut by about 4 with plenty left in the tank. Obliging comfortably. Tekka second. Apocalyptic holds off Katerina Rostova for the third spot.
1-9, doesn't get any shorter, and she performs accordingly. Obliging breezes in her debut.
Yeah, got off to a good start. Actually was outsped a little bit by Apocalyptic on the inside, but Paco just kept his composure, sat second, and when he called on her, she really delivered according to her expectations. And a pretty good runner-up finish from the number 6 Tekka by Young Stallion Improbable. One to watch out for.
Not just second to Obliging, but well clear of everyone else.
Yeah, and kept on running. Sometimes some of these 2-year-olds gets discouraged when the one in front of them starts pulling away from them. But to see Tekka maintain her, her run all the way to the end, she'll probably be super tough next time. And for Maggie's pick, Apocalyptic ran amazing, showed a lot of speed. I think this is a turf pedigree filly. I like the Cara Princess. They run good on the grass out of a more than ready mare. Maggie's onto something. This filly can run, and I think when she touches the grass, she'll be able to sustain that speed quite a bit more.
Runs third at 16-1. Tekka completing the exact at 49-1. And by Improbable, a terrific racehorse, a late stallion, the sire of a first-time starter. Tekka, a big effort, but no match for the 1-9 favorite. Obliging, first win for Paco since last Saturday, and favorites in the first 2 of 12 at Monmouth Park. The 11th of 12 will be the Jersey Derby, and Chad Brown has the favorite in that Jersey Derby. Move to Gold, the deep closer, might have the favorite in the Belmont Stakes next week. Sierra Leone, second in the Kentucky Derby, just needs to run straight. You'll see him next Saturday in the Belmont.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Hey there, race fans. This is your Fox Weather Risk of Weather Impact Report for America's Day at the Races. I'm Steve Benner. Let's take a look at your forecast. First, let's start with Monmouth Park forecast. The feature race, of course, is the Jersey Derby, and that post time is at 5:38 p.m. Eastern. And you'll notice even leading up to the race, we got plenty of sunshine in store on Saturday with temperatures flirting with the lower 80s. And by the time the race gets underway, we're going to have those temperatures holding steady, 80s and lower or upper 70s. Now, let's move on to next week, talk about the Belmont Stakes. They're going to be running next Saturday, but this time they're going to actually be at the Saratoga race course. Let's take an early look at the forecast for Saratoga Springs, New York, and you'll see temperatures going to be into the mid-70s Saturday. But there's going to be rain. It's going to dampen the track there. And then notice how the temperatures drop in the evening time into the upper 50s. This is going to be on June 8th. So a reminder, we're a ways out. A lot can change. But anytime that you need a forecast before you head out to the track, you can check us out on foxweather.tv. We're always on and we're always free.
Don't you put that evil on us, Steve. Don't you put that evil on us. Don't want to hear anything about rain a week from today at Saratoga. That's the extended forecast. We're hoping for an afternoon just like this today here in Oceanport. Obliging the winner, Paco Lopez, standing by with Maggie in the winner's circle.
The easiest of winners here in Paco. She broke well, as one would assume. But, I mean, you could even give her a pat as she came to the wire. Her ears were flipping back and forth. She was much the best.
Yeah, it's much better, that filly. She's ready. Georgia, she make it ready, that filly. Always she make it ready for the baby first time. And I believe that filly, she very quickly in the gate. Very well. After that, she very second. Be confident. Late pole, I let her go. She galloped out very good. I think today is the best filly in the race.
Absolutely. Do you think that, I mean, given the way she ran, that further is going to be better for her a bit?
I think pretty sure, yes. Georgia, he know he trying for sure. I think he's good at feeling, and then she go longer.
Oh, wow. Well, we just got the Saratoga forecast. You're going to be up there Thursday and Friday. You're looking forward to Belmont Stakes Racing Festival up there at the spa?
Yeah, for sure. I hope I see you next week over there. I hope it's not raining. I see in the weather a little bad all the time over there, but I hope no.
He did not give us good news. Paco, thank you so much, and congrats here.
Thank you so much.
All right, Paco Lopez. I feel like he could be like, as you guys were saying, just Paco, kind of like Madonna. He's that big here at the shore.
LeBron, Tiger, late Kobe, Frankie here today. Paco. Just Paco. Obliging in the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, a filly with a future.
Yeah, definitely a filly with a future. The hype was real. She won convincingly. A little suspect about the group that she beat. There wasn't too many other tough competition. So the next time she runs is going to give us a true indicator of really where she belongs. But I think it's probably going to be in a stake race somewhere.
Easy win today. The wagering public keyed in on her. Odds on 1-9, and delivers does Obliging race number 2. That's favorites in the first 2 races. Let's see if the favorite can do the same in the third. Right now it's looking at roses. Scratch numbers 3 and 6. And a $5,000 claiming event. Back to the main track, mile and a 16th. Raj, you didn't do anything wrong, but we have to say goodbye, my friend.
Yeah, I picked 2 winners. It's a good way to go on the break.
Well, like 1-9. Next time we need something a little better than 1-9. At least Maggie gave us a horse that ran third at like 16-1.
Yeah, good combination. Good pick, Maggie.
Raj, stepping aside. Jonathan Kinchin on site. He'll be on set as our coverage continues from Monmouth Park. And of course, looking ahead to the Belmont Stakes, where it's not going to rain, not going to happen. Don't put that evil on us. And a new rider for Sierra Leone. Flavien Prat takes over for Chad Brown. Can he get Sierra Leone to run straight? Can he get him to the Belmont Stakes winner's circle at Saratoga?
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming, weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
Zandon's poetry in motion. Big horse, but light on his feet. And he's always showed up and been consistent and been right there with some of the top horses in training. In the Bluegrass Stakes, he showed his determination and his raw ability.
It's over. Zandon wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
I feel breeders will be really blown away by what a striking, outstanding looking horse he is.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeds, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
Skewer becomes obvious.
Sierra Leone is a dangerous closer, just 2 noses away from being undefeated. While he arguably ran the best race in the Kentucky Derby, traveling 23 feet further than the winner, he also has a problem of bearing in. Just ask Forever Young in that Derby stretch stool. Will trainer Chad Brown address that issue with an equipment adjustment? If he can correct that issue and run straight, Sierra Leone just might be best in the Belmont.
And Sierra Leone will, in fact, be getting an equipment change for the Belmont Stakes, a change in bit, Richie, going from what's called a loose ring snaffle to a cage bit or a Houghton bit. For those not familiar, talk a little bit about the difference between these types of bits and the control that it provides a rider.
You know, the snaffle, which he's been outfitted with so far his entire career, is a much softer, kinder bit in a horse's mouth. It's also a bit that could actually be pulled through a horse's mouth, which we saw in the Kentucky Derby when he was trying to lug in, and Tyler Gaffalione was struggling with him. The bit that he's outfitted with now, a Houghton bit or a cage bit, is designed completely different, and there's a bar that fits underneath the jaw, and it doesn't allow the bit to move all the way through his mouth. It gives the rider more control because it plays on the sensitive areas of horse's mouth that will actually make him more pliable, and he'll have to be able to kind of work with the rider more. Now, we haven't seen him work outside of horses with it, but it looks like it's having a desired effect up to this point. I think he should be undefeated. I think he was the best horse in the Rempson. He was lugging in. It cost him that day. He was lugging in Kentucky Derby. It cost him this day, that day as well. I do believe with the change in equipment, think of it as power steering. It's just going to give the rider more control.
And also, in contrast to a snaffle bit, a Houghton bit does not bend in the middle. A straight bar through the horse's mouth, which you'll be able to see as he's on the inside in the blinkers. A horse that does tend to kind of bear down with his head low as well in the way that he runs, and kind of that lugging in as we saw, working in company with his usual workmate Domestic Product. But Chad telling me that they actually tried that bit on him in the winter, and he was resentful of it. Now, his last couple works, he's been training with it now. An older horse, has a little bit more seasoning, and he's been a little bit kinder in his response to it.
He's such a talented individual, and like I said, I think he's cost himself in his 2 defeats. He's the complete opposite type of horse than Mystic Dan. He's a big, heavy horse, runs with his head down, and he's a relentless kind of stride. He puts, think about a fullback or a halfback, right? Fullback puts his head down and plows through the line. Halfback makes little moves. That's Mystic Dan, where this guy is more of that fullback, kind of personality as well as physicality. He just kind of runs through things.
The agility of a smaller horse like a Mystic Dan versus the substance of Sierra Leone. And you can see it in that horse flesh. $2.3 million son of incredible sire, Gun Runner. And so far, Sierra Leone proving his worth on the racetrack. track. We'll see what he can do and what kind of trip he will get. Chad Brown also saying that he prefers to train inside of horses. Does he get that kind of trip running inside of horses at the Belmont?
Well, that's the thing. The kind of horse he is, he's not a horse that you can stop and start, unlike Mystic Dan, who has the ability to make multiple moves. He seems like a horse, once you get him going, you've got to keep him going. And that lends itself to getting wide trips because the rider knows he doesn't want to get in a position where he has to steady and he's not going to be able to regain that momentum. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, you know, the thing about morning training, it's much like, let's say, sparring and boxing. Yeah. You're learning things. You're figuring things out. You know, it's for fitness, but it's also that mental aspect of it and trying to figure horses out. And much like sparring, you want to see every situation that you may encounter in the actual event itself. You know, so the fact that he's always been inside, I just think it'll be interesting to see how effective the same bit is when he is outside of horses, and most likely with his style, he'll wind up outside at some stage.
Sierra Leone, fascinating Belmont contender, given his running style and given that equipment change that he's going to have for the Belmont Stakes. But waiting in the wings, arriving today in Saratoga, the Preakness winner sees the gray, looking to seize the Belmont Stakes. He went wire to wire in the Preakness for the coach, Dwayne Lucas. Does he have another big one potentially coming up in the Belmont?
Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1. America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Like my handiwork?
That's
You
looks
like that?
impossible.
You didn't know. You had no idea. That was like a side hustle of mine.
I get when you say you're going hiking in California, that's what you're doing,
Building
right?
Sandcastles.
Yeah.
He's Jonathan Kinchin. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We have 2 races down, 10 to go here at Monmouth Park. Also with an eye on the extended forecast that we fingers crossed we have a day just like this up at Saratoga for the Belmont Stakes. Probables looking like that. We've been revisiting the Kentucky Derby and several of the key contenders. A couple of weeks ago, the Middle Jewel of the Triple Crown at Pimlico Racecourse and Seize the Gray. Didn't run in the Kentucky Derby. He ran Kentucky Derby Day. He won a race on the undercard, the Pat Day Mile. So he steps up for D. Wayne Lucas into the Preakness, and with Mystic Dan right at his hip, JK, Seize the Gray, digs deep and finds more.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know what to make of this. Seize the Gray got a nice, comfortable lead. Did Mystic Dan just not run by him, or did Seize the Gray hold him off? I think it's probably somewhere in between. I think that if you look back at these two horses' previous performances, Seize the Gray got a pretty nice setup in the Pat Day Mile. Mystic Dan, I thought, got a really nice trip. I understand he was close to the pace. I think both of those horses were advantageous in their trips to win their Triple Crown races.
My racehorse, the micro shares, like thousands of owners. You can see Jaime Torres there, how fired up he is. His Triple Crown debut, and he wins the Preakness Stakes, and does so for D. Wayne Lucas, 88 years old, his 7th visit to that cupola. What a moment, what a story.
It's a great extreme, right? You have the young Jaime Torres getting his first, and then you have D. Wayne Lucas, who's been doing it at a high level for such a long time. The longevity of D. Wayne Lucas's career is something like I don't think we've seen very often in any sport, let alone racing. So it was definitely a fun event 2 weeks after the Derby.
Lucas won his first Preakness, I believe, before Cal Ripken Jr., staying with the Baltimore theme, ever made his major league debut. Baseball's Iron Man, right? Ripken's been retired for decades, and here's Wayne Lucas still doing it at the highest level, an 8-time Preakness winner, and now looking for another Belmont Stakes on Saturday with Seize the Gray. One final Seize the Gray question as we get ready for a post-parade race 3, Monmouth Park. The distance change works out nicely for him, does it? Not the traditional 1.5 miles of the Belmont Stakes, but 1.25 miles instead.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think 1.25 miles, 1.25 miles, 1.5 miles, 1.5 miles, 3/16, they're all far. You know?
I was hearing voices.
I was just saying they're all far.
I wasn't ignoring
those distances all far.
But I would think I was still
definitely helps.
Easier for him, I would think, if he's going to try and use his speed and wire the field. Again, that's next Saturday. This is here and now. There's a ponyless anything passable.
Yeah, ponyless. You don't see that very often in this country.
Not too often. Contender here, Durkin's Call, Sammy Camacho.
Durkin's Call. This horse is dropping in class. Speaking of calls, congratulations to Frank Miramati, who's going to be calling the big race.
Voice of the Belmont Stakes, Frank Miramati for the first time. Coco Shell at 7-1, then wandering west towards the outside, second in his last pair.
Yeah, this horse makes a lot of sense towards the outside. Has some tactical speed, should try to stay close. But while we're on this Frank Miramati thing, I just got to remind the first time I ever came to Monmouth, he got pizza delivered to my hotel room. He just didn't want me to go down the wrong path.
That sounds like Frank. Terrific track announcer, even a better person, and the new voice of the Belmont Stakes. 2 minutes out to this third race at Monmouth Park. We welcome Paul LaDuca to the broadcast. Paulie, it's been a chalky start to the day. Favorites delivering in the first 2 races. Will that trend continue?
You know what? It might continue in here because the one horse in here, looking at Roses, is going to have a big shot in here for Paco Lopez. When you look at this horse's form and you go back maybe a year ago, this horse literally lays over the field, had run some numbers that would absolutely crush this group. Now, is he going the wrong way now at age 8? Are you willing to take 6-5 in a kind of shortish field in here? And if you look at his other races before the turf race, his last race, they were backing up a little bit, although he had legit trouble. And he's probably going to be very tough to beat in here at 7-5. Now, the 2 horse in here, King of Hollywood, Fernando Jara, I thought made a really good appearance on the racetrack. Carlos David actually was given instructions, listen, we need to get to the front end, try to control this race. And if you look at King of Hollywood, whenever he's kind of clear, getting to that far turn with no pressure, he usually goes on with it. So he could be dangerous. And I was thinking there's not a lot of pace in there. Then I was talking to Wayne Potts, and you know, he has the 5 and the 8 in here. Now, the 5 in here is a horse that is 0 for 17 the last 2 years, and that's Durkin's Call. He said he was going to send Durkin's Call forward to set up for the outside horse, the 8 in here, who ran a really good race last time out, Wandering West. So I don't know what to think about that, Lafitte, but sending the shorter odds as maybe the rabbit for your other horse. Listen, the one's going to be tough to beat in here, but Fernando Jara is very good on the front end, and I think the 2 can control this race. So I'll take a slight little shot with the 2 in here.
At 7-2, Paulie, with King of Hollywood. Fernando Jara in the saddle. Another look at Durkin's Call. At 7-2, the 8-year-old gelding. He's a warrior, 66th lifetime start. He's won 6 of them. This was 2 starts back, Jake. Hey, late April at Aqueduct at the $10,000 claiming level. And Durkin's Call, you can see him here. Anything impassable in this one as well. And Durkin's Call, he's going to loom into contention. He's going to be right there, losing some ground on the turn in the end, just not able to get by.
Yeah, I mean, you nailed it, Lafitte. This horse comes from off the pace, and that situation makes him pace dependent, and he needs them to run a little bit in front of him. I'm fearful here today that's the same issue he's going to kind of run into, is he doesn't really have a lot of pace to close into. Now, he is dropping into a significantly easier spot, so will that kind of help him get home? I still worry that he just doesn't have that turn of foot to put himself in a position early.
Disappointing outcome considering what it looked like, how things were going to unfold for Durkin's Call with about 1/8 of a mile to the wire.
Well, you look at his past performances, there's a bunch of thirds, seconds, fourths, seconds, thirds. Now, look, I don't think that he's like one of those kind of bridesmaids types where he just always wants to run second. I don't think that's who he is. I think that if you give him an opportunity, he'll show his determination. There's only so much the horse can do, right? He can't sprout wings and fly. Shout out Trevor Denman while we're on this call situation. But he needs pace in front of him, and he's just not going to get that here today, I don't think.
How many track announcers can we weave in before post time of this third at Monmouth Park? Looking at Roses, looking at the favorite at 7-5 here, a 13-time winner, and the colt you wound up with on top, gelding, I should say.
Yeah, now this is a horse that doesn't have a lot of speed either, but he has had speed in the past, and he has a rider in Paco Lopez who, watching these races at Monmouth, seems to always make the right decisions in terms of pace. I feel like he's kind of like running pace circles around the rest of the group. And from the inside, if Paco can kind of send away from there to try to hold some position, I don't project this horse is going to be on the lead. If they can stay connected with Looking at Roses, I think Looking at Roses will get the job done here.
7-5, now 3-2. Paco looking to go back-to-back. Look inside the starting gate, ready to rock and roll for this third race from Monmouth Park on this Jersey Derby Saturday. Matt Dinnerman. So a third track announcer we weaved in. This one was a natural segue here. Matt Dinnerman with the call. Third race live from Monmouth Park on Fox Sports 1.
Durkin's Call to post position number 5. Coco Shell will be second to last. And Wandering West to the outside post. Waiting for Coco Shell to take his spot. And to the outside, Wandering West. Here's Wandering West going in. We're ready to go. And they're off. Good break from King of Hollywood, who strides to the front. Coco Shell takes the second position. Wandering West on the outside, easing off the speed. He's third in the early stages. Looking at Roses down on the rail, and the green and white charging into the turn. Durkin's Call is second to last. Anything Passable is the early trailer around the clubhouse turn. King of Hollywood making play on the lead where he likes to be in front, and leads by a length from Coco Shell, who's moving up to apply some pressure now, 3/4 of a length behind. Looking at Roses down on the inside. Durkin's Call getting off the rail. He's a little bit eager, tugging pretty hard here, moving up level third with Looking at Roses approaching the backstretch run. Wandering West, fifth. He's on the outside, parked 4 wide, and he's 2.5 lengths off the lead down the backstretch. Another length and a half to Anything Passable as a tightly clumped up field heads down the backstretch. King of Hollywood setting the pace, and the pace is slow. Leads by a little more than a half length here. Looking at Roses, tips outside into the 2 path, and the favorite is now pressing that front runner with a half mile to go. Durkin's Call claiming joining third. Anything Passable gets closer fourth on the rail as Coco Shell drops out of it, calls it a day. Wandering West in fifth. Now he joined fourth, trying to move forward clearly into the fourth position. He's sent along 3 wide, and he's 3 lengths behind as they round the far turn. King of Hollywood doing it nicely on the lead and puts a length and a half on Looking at Roses, who's shaken up now in the second position. Wandering West claims third, drifts wide off the turn. King of Hollywood, it's his race to lose. He's opened up the lead to 2.5. Looking at Roses, finding more in second, tries to corral the front runner with a furlong to go. King of Hollywood Looking at Roses, trying to reel him in. King of Hollywood's still there. King of Hollywood's gonna do it. King of Hollywood all the way. Photo for second. Wandering West in the middle of the track was involved in the photo with Looking at Roses, and Coco Shell re-rallied to snatch fourth.
King of Hollywood holds off the favorite. Well done, Polly. Zeroing in on the winner here, King of Hollywood, in the third at Monmouth Park. How do you do it, JK?
Well, he did it. Look, he found a way to get to the front. I think when you have these types, you want to hit the lead as fast as possible. Sometimes you can discourage some of the other horses. There's no offense to our $5,000 and $10,000 friends, but that's kind of why they are in that arena. Is they just don't have that same grit, that same gut, that same fight. Very similar to that guy at the rec center that could shoot threes, but he never really worked that hard. He didn't make it to the NBA. Very similar here. I will say this. I was wrong about the outcome. I was right about the ride on the one. Paco was aggressive to put him in the race.
Chalk players were not right about Fierceness in the Kentucky Derby, trained by Todd Pletcher. The winner at Monmouth, you just saw by Palace Malice. Pletcher trained Palace Malice. He won the Belmont Stakes. Fierceness will not have that opportunity. The Florida Derby winner, Kentucky Derby favorite, will not race in the Belmont Stakes. Todd Pletcher indicating he just needs more time to recover after the Kentucky Derby. His weight has been a little bit light, but he's very pleased with how he is galloping, and we look forward to seeing Fierceness right here at Monmouth Park for the Haskell in July. Acacia and Richie at Saratoga. Guys, all right, so Fierceness out for Todd Pletcher, though still well represented in terms of volume of 156 Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, Levine, it's nice to be Todd Pletcher when you have a deep bench. Still could potentially have 3 lining up in the Belmont Stakes starting gate. We saw all of them work this morning, Richie. Mindframe and Protective working in company in the 7:30. First after the break slot. Mindframe outside with the red sleeves. A lightly raced horse, still undefeated, but a world of talent and a horse that actually outworked Fierceness last week.
Yeah, and you got to understand, this is just a slow half a mile. All the heavy lifting's been done, all the serious training. You just want to keep a horse where you have them at this moment. So this is what we call a maintenance move. You can see they're just kind of picking it up through the stretch. They went off very slowly. In hand, nice gallop out. Todd's horses always give you those big gallop outs. This is a very talented colt.
Protective, who was third in the Wood Memorial, and the Peter Pan. Now, there is Antiquarian, the horse that won the Peter Pan with the big white face outside. He worked in company with the filly BU, who's always been a good workhorse. And same kind of thing, Todd telling me very much a maintenance work today, though he had a very strong gallop out pulling away from his company.
Yeah, we've seen this pattern with Todd's horses in the past too, right? They have their penultimate work is their really serious work, and then they have that easy maintenance move. Out of the Todd Pletcher workers this morning, Antiquarian is the one that won me over. I like what I saw. He also has more seasoning than Mindframe. Mindframe's very talented, but he's really getting into the deep end of the pool here, and maybe he's good enough to do it, but I like horses that have a little more seasoning. Antiquarian kind of fits that bill.
By Preservationist, who won the Woodward right here at Saratoga, and Lafitte Antiquarian took my heart when he showed off his Jolly Ball with me last week.
He crushed that Jolly Ball, deflated that Jolly Ball did Antiquarian. Monmouth Park here, King of Hollywood. Well done, Polly. $9 for your would-be $2 investment over Wandering West and Looking at Roses. 2-8-1 in the third race here at Monmouth Park. That is going to wrap up our coverage on Fox Sports 1. We're going to be moving back to Fox Sports 2. I don't think you're moving anywhere, right? You have to, not a 20-minute shift. You have to do a little bit more this afternoon. We're here all day, so we'll look forward to seeing you on Fox Sports 2 as America's Day at the Races continues. And here at Monmouth Park, we still have so much activity. And the fans here, looking forward to all of it for the 12-race program here at Monmouth Park. Jersey Derby, a little bit Later on, 3-year-olds on grass, the Belmont Stakes next week, 3-year-olds on dirt as the Triple Crown winds down for the very first time at Saratoga Racecourse. Yes, it will be a packed house, and who will take home the August Belmont Trophy? We'll find out next Saturday on Fox.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness. At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win. Hey, 650,000.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Gunrunner is the sire of 11 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gun Pilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknife, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, Track Record Setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and Classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. That bar is quiet right now, but in just 1 week from today, we're going to be seeing not an empty spot in the whole area as we are 1 week out from the Belmont Stakes. Acacia Kamad alongside Richard Migliori. We're back with you on FS2, continuing. And Richie, we're up here in Saratoga and getting a chance to see just how exciting it is and the anticipation building. You can't even find a parking spot downtown.
I actually went to town. I was going to get you something from Mrs. London's. I could not find a parking spot, so I had to abandon that plan. I'll plan better tomorrow.
What a considerate co-host I have. Knows my sweet tooth as well. But we were out early this morning getting a chance to get an up-close look at a lot of the contenders for the Belmont Stakes. But it is, of course, a different year this year with the construction going on at Belmont Park. Of course, we all love the tradition of what the Belmont Stakes does hold and beautiful Belmont Park. But looking ahead to the future of New York racing, and so while that's taking place, we do have the benefit of being able to use Saratoga. So this year, actually for the 7th time in history, going to be run at 1.25 miles because of the configuration of the racetrack.
Yeah, the Belmont's been run at 5 different distances at 5 different tracks in the past. The first several runnings were at Morris Park up in the Bronx. So, yes, it's a change, but guess what? What a nice substitute, huh?
Right?
Saratoga.
And here's where the 1.25 mile start will be. It'll be the same position where the starting gate is for the Travers that takes place, obviously, the Midsummer Derby up here in Saratoga, be about like the 8th pole. Behind the finish line for starting that. 1.125 miles is 1 lap around Saratoga Racecourse. So with that configuration, that's where the starting gate will be positioned. So it'll be the same distance as the Derby. Yes, it is a little bit different, but certainly is still going to be a test for plenty of these horses. And the Triple Crown Series, all of the prep races that these horses have gone through, those that have run in other Triple Crown races, finishing in a race like this with this series is still a challenge.
All 3 races of the Triple Crown are important events on their own. They're standalone events to begin with. We put so much importance on a horse trying to sweep all three that it helps the horse's resume greatly as a stallion going forward, maybe for 3-year-old championship honors, to win an American Classic. And this year, it's looking more and more like Mystic Dan's going to come back into the Belmont. He's your Derby winner. He's going to face Seize the Gray, your Preakness winner. Rivalries is what captures people's attention, and I really think we have a budding rivalry going on.
And I love that. It's great to see, and we're looking forward to potentially seeing the Derby and Preakness winner in the Belmont together for the first time since Orban Oxbow did just that in 2013.
Yeah, and what did they have in common? Wayne Lucas trained Oxbow. He trains Seize the Gray, your Preakness winner in both instances.
He certainly knows how to do it, Wayne Lucas does. But not just on Saturday. Thursday is the day that will kick off the excitement here in New York to start Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, highlighted by the Belmont Gold Cup. We'll have plenty of excitement as Friday picks up with those big Grade 1 races.
Yeah, so we've got our appetizer, then we've got our second course leading to the main course, which is Saturday.
And this is, of course, the Belmont Stakes highlighted on the program. Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Betts, the Hillendale Met Mile, shaping up to be a great race as well. And don't forget about dessert, by the way, on Sunday. We hope you stick around for all of the New York bred races that we will have an opportunity to see as well.
What a great dessert. A lot of local flavor. And a lot of these horses are bred within a very close proximity to Saratoga Racecourse. As a matter of fact, funny side, the only Kentucky Derby winning New York bred in history was born just a few mere miles from here, McMahon of McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Plenty of history around this area, and as far as the New York breds are concerned as well. But trainer Kenny McPeak with the Derby winner Mystic Dan, as we mentioned, working this morning. He also worked his Kentucky Oaks winner, quite a shed row over there. Torpedo Anna working this morning out on the track, and she, it looks like, will be pointing to Friday's feature with the DK horse Acorn as her next goal. And he said, honestly, if it was any other year, I really would run her in the Belmont Stakes. But of course, he does have Mystic Dan, who's doing very well.
Well, nice to have the luxury of having a top-notch colt that can compete in the Belmont, and the leader in the clubhouse as far as the 3-year-old fillies go, Torpedo Anna, who I believe is every bit as good as these colts, if not better.
Yep, she is very talented. We got a chance to see her work this morning. She was one of the first horses out on the track. She's outside here working this morning around 5:30 under keen observation of Kenny McPeak, going 102 and change. And just, again, a maintenance type of work, but the way that he said she's coming into it and looking for a big race. And he said, not off the table for her to potentially try the boys in the future, but you have plenty of other good races like the Alabama and the Coaching Club American Oaks for fillies this summer.
She's such a serious filly. She just has this demeanor about her, like she just is all business. And she puts her head down and does her job. Again, this was a maintenance move. You could see she wasn't being asked for anything. As a matter of fact, she was being held up. I'm very, very taken with her. And I really believe that if she was to run against the boys, she would be the horse to beat.
Yeah, she has a lot of talent, but looks like we will get a chance to see her against the fillies on Friday in the DK horse Acorn. History to be made this year in the 156 Belmont Stakes on Saturday, June 8th. You can watch it live on Fox from Saratoga Racecourse. Love that overhead shot, and just goes to show the beautiful location of where we are. As we head on over to our crew at Monmouth Park, though, the 4th race coming up for the New Jersey breds. Maggie Wolfedale and Jonathan Kinchin with us. Guys, hope you're enjoying this beautiful Saturday afternoon.
Acacia, it's absolutely gorgeous here. We couldn't have picked a better weekend to come to the Jersey Shore, JK.
We pulled it off just in time to get me ready for the old outdoors when we get up to Saratoga next week.
Looked as though from that weather report we might be dealing with some elements, but that's okay. I mean, again, being in any type of weather at the spa is special.
Yeah, look, I mean, it happens, right? I've long decided I don't think about it until I'm placing a wager. There's nothing, you can't control it, you can't change it. I don't like wasting time handicapping for it. Just see what happens.
Except when you're a Acacia, you got to think about the shoe wear and your hair.
That is, well, I
would to think about your hair.
I would, but as long as I'm undercover, I'm safe.
Yes, exactly. Well, we still have quite a good card coming to you from the Jersey Shore. Let's take a look, JK, at the Jersey Derby. It is the feature. We're on the turf here, and I think a real wild card in this race, in this Jersey Derby, is Evening News. Now, for me, I thought he was going to be okay on the dirt. But is he just a horse that needs Lasix, or is he going to rebound getting back to the turf?
Well, you know, the thing about him is you see him running on synthetic right now, and there's that old adage that these, horses that handle synthetic can handle. I don't actually think that's true. I think horses that handle the synthetic could potentially more likely handle turf than horses that handle the dirt. When horses break their maiden for 50 and then end up in stakes races, they've only got a couple of wins, I'm always going to be a little skeptical.
I hear you. His races without Lasix are decidedly worse than his ones with it. We'll see what Jersey Joe Bravo can do in the irons with this Mike Pino trainee. But if you're playing along with us, like I said, there's still a lot of racing to come your way, including that Jersey Derby. As always, if you want to play today's races, make sure you do so with your Naira Bets account. New members can get that sign-up bonus, and there are the rest of the races. At Claiborne Farm brings them to you as you do that 20-cent Jersey Shore Pick 6 and the start of the 50-cent late Pick 5 coming up in race number 8. Yeah, third 12 races on the card here from Oceanport NJ. Like I said, if you want to play today's races, make sure you do so with your Naira Bets account. If you're not a member, sign up today. Always, you get that $200 deposit match bonus, but you also get the $25 free play in the Belmont. Use promo code Belmont25. Charlie Appleby, he has been so good in graded stakes on the turf in North America, especially on the Naira circuit. He's going to look for back-to-back editions of the Belmont Gold Cup as Siskiny will get the job done. I know that horse. That's not Siskiny. That is Tide of the Sea. He ran second. Coming up more on America's Day at the Races.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with an eighth of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as we have race number 4 for the J-Breds coming up next here at the Jersey Shore. 6 furlongs on the main track for the fillies and mares. And we do see 7 to 5 as your favorite. Bustin' Down Doors Possible Speed, but we kick things off with number 1, Bella Fast.
Yeah, 2 races back was outstanding, and then last time didn't pick up her feet at all. That's a concern.
Yeah, will she be faster today? She was in that maiden score. Number 2, toot your horn.
That was very funny. The debut race makes sense, but the 3 races since then don't.
Amazing Grace's Joy returns to the main track.
Yeah, this horse is my pick in here. I know she's a turf horse, but she's got speed. Her final figure on turf is faster than these. I'm going to go with her.
I like that with a little bit of a price. Is number 4 at 5 to 1 is Violet Smile.
Yeah, came in off of a short break since October. And didn't do much running. Hopefully can take another step forward here. There's the tote board suggests she might.
They've sent her in her last 2. I wonder if they get her a target. Busting Down Doors, your favorite, went by. Here's a long shot, Random Luck.
Yeah, has a little bit of early speed, but just has not been finishing her races.
Number 8, rounding out the field, is Kate's Cuban Kiss.
Yeah, that outside speed. Comparing her to the 3 horse that I'm going to pick, the turf horse, quote-unquote turf horse, she just doesn't have enough class to me to be able to beat the 3. That's why I ended up picking the 3.
More on this field in a moment, but as we teased before the break, Siskiny, he will be looking for his 2nd Belmont Gold Cup in a row, and this year it's a pretty cool addition, JK, kind of a win and you're in for the Belmont Gold Cup. 2, the Melbourne Cup will even bring in track announcer from down under, Matt Hill, as well as the Melbourne Cup trophy.
Yeah, the Melbourne Cup is coming to Saratoga. With the rest of us, it's flying first class. I'm gonna probably,
unlike us.
I'm probably going to ride the train. But yeah, it's really cool. And you talk about the international relevance of races across this globe, and the Melbourne Cup is definitely one of them. So to have an opportunity for Siskiny and whoever else wants to run well in the Belmont Gold Cup to get a kind of a free pass into that race is definitely really cool.
Siskiny just kind of toyed with this field last time. Last year, I should say, it was at Belmont. And to win a 2-mile race, JK, by 2 lengths, I think is very impressive on the turf.
Absolutely, and that's the thing I think when it comes to horses like this. I do think we've leveled the playing field to a certain extent in our turf races. I do not think we've leveled the playing field in our 2-mile turf races with Europe.
I mean, Charlie Appleby, looking at his stats on the NYRA circuit in graded stakes, he's 11 for 31, including a couple of grade 1s with Nation's Pride. Alfika, she won 2 on the NYRA circuit, but he just knows what kind of horse fits here. And he also seems to be able to tailor his training for these horses to look the part and to run the part when coming to the States.
Well, one of the things I noticed when looking at that, there's only a handful of grade 1s. 3 grade 1s out of that list. I think that's kind of what he's done. He kind of brings maybe like the second levels over here to compete in the grade 2, grade 3s, and maybe even the grade 1s. But he hasn't had as much success as you would think when you see his name.
Yeah, when you come into those grade 1s and possibly, taking a lot of our purse money with maybe his lesser horses.
Absolutely. But it's good to have him here. I think having the international interest is good. And look, it says a lot about our turf program that they find it necessary or at least worth it to come over here.
And we'll actually have Charlie Appleby up in Saratoga for this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, set to enter and run many over the weekend, as Siskiny will kick things off for him. But kicking things off for us, here is this 4th race for the New Jersey bred fillies and mares, 8 to 5 currently on Bustin' Down Doors, as she was beaten by like many of these by my 2 Sophias, who looks incredibly promising. Polly, you're always promising.
Oh, I appreciate it, Maggie. This is a really difficult race when you look at this race, to be honest with you. I mean, let's start with the 8 in here, Kate's Cuban Kiss. I thought she was good last time out. And when you see some of her other races, as we're going to see the replay, she was stuck mostly on the inside. And finally she got a little bit of an outside draw, and she was able to just kind of draw away. Now, that was her 4-year-old debut, and you wonder if she's getting better. And that's kind of the theme of this race, right? Because you have some horses in this race like the 3, which I respect for Jonathan, because I think that horse might be the speed of the speed. But she's also a 6-year-old mare running against 4-year-old fillies, and even the 1 who's a 3-year-old filly as well. But I thought this was actually a very good effort. She was able to hold on. Now, could she repeat that and maybe stalk from the outside? I do think the one, Bella Fast, who's had issues at the gate, can maybe challenge the 3 here early. The 3 could be the quick of the quick. We'll see what happens. But, you know, I just think this horse is going to be a little bit better. Ran a giant number as a 2-year-old, a 61 buyer, and it was a protected race. And I think this horse could maybe show some speed in the rail, from the rail. The problem that you have in this race, there's no horses in here that really passed horses. So like I said, I can agree with Jonathan that if the 3 gets to the front end, I think she's going to be ultra tough, whoever gets to the front end. But I'm also thinking that Paco Lopez aboard the 5 just knows how to figure these situations out, busting down doors. And I hate to give you 8-5, but I just think that this horse will sit in a good spot, has won from a tiny bit off the pace. And I just think that Paco might make the difference in this race, Maggie.
He has quite a bit on this card so far, Paulie, as they are making their way to the gate. JK, let's check in with number 3, though, Amazing Grace's Joy. She has spent her last 5 races on the turf. Now, the last time we saw her on the dirt, it didn't go particularly well. But is there enough dirt form to suggest that, yeah, she can get back in the swing of things?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, if you look at Timeform US, back when before she kind of had her little dirt start, she was running like 81, 85 on the turf. And so she didn't run very well on the dirt. But now she's running 97s. She's run back-to-back 97s. I just think she's doing better than she was. And do I think she's a dirt horse? No, I do not think she's a dirt horse. I just think she's a better horse than these horses, which is going to make her a dirt horse for like the next minute and 10 seconds.
That's what he's hoping for. And last time, she was coming off of a layoff, going 5.5, had the lead, and just looked as though she needed it. So do you think she'll be forward in here, coming out of the turf races?
I sure hope so. I mean, I think you want to put her in a position. What you definitely don't want to do with a horse that might be a turf horse on the dirt is put him in behind horses and let him eat dirt, because that's the first thing that they're not going to recognize. That doesn't happen to them on the grass.
Well, and as Paul said, it feels like whoever can get to the lead may end up your winner here as they are heading into line. A little reluctant with number 4, Violet Smile. She moves in, and we head up to Matt Dinnerman for your call of race 4 from Monmouth Park.
2 back, Random Luck. And then to the outside, Kate's Cuban Kiss. Random Luck goes in. Kate's Cuban Kiss to the outside post. We're ready to go. And they're off. Kate's Cuban Kiss, left in the air at the start, is at the back of the pack after that. Amazing Grace's Joy strides in front, busting down doors to the outside, applying the heat. Random Luck right off of them in third. Bella Fast to the inside. Violet Smile 5th now, 4 lengths off the lead, 1.5 lengths to Kate's Cuban Kiss, who's passing Toot Your Horn. Toot Your Horn at the back of the pack and being encouraged to get going now. In fact, when she was asked, past 2 runners to claim the 5th position, but is 7 lengths behind as they approach the 4-turn run. Amazing Grace's Joy into the turn, does it smartly on the lead, 3/4 of a length ahead, busting down doors, applying the pressure, still right there to match that front runner, and these 2 hook up with 5/16 to go. Violet Smile trying to creep in on the top pair is third, 1.5 lengths off the lead, sent along from there. Kate's Cuban Kiss, after breaking slowly, is going to take the outside route. It has not been a desirable trip for her, but she's trying hard on the grandstand side. Amazing Grace's Joy has come under siege and busting down doors, explodes to the lead, opens up 3 with about a 16th to go, and busting down doors is long gone. Busting down doors could have run through a wall today. She was ready to fire, and busting down doors won it by 5. Violet Smile was second. Kate's Cuban Kiss runs third in a better than looked effort. Amazing Grace's Joy flattened out to 4th.
Busting down doors with Paco Lopez, your meet's leading rider, with his 2nd on the card. A very easy winner, JK. She went down to 1-2 in the end.
Yeah, I made the lead with the horse. I picked the 3. But I want everyone to know that at no point did I think I was winning at that. When I saw the 5 as close as he was, as she was, breathing down her neck, it was a foregone conclusion at that point. Was traveling so well, so comfortable, and there's the difference between a horse that appreciates the dirt and one that doesn't. I just thought that maybe she was going to have a class edge, get loose on the front end. That didn't happen.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like when they come off the bridle, if they're more turf horses and on the dirt, then they just really kind of fall apart, and that's kind of what happened with getting the pressure from the heavy favorite the whole way around there, as it was 5-4, 8-3 here in the fourth race from Monmouth Park. Paco Lopez aboard for Michael Moore. This one coming in from Parks. Well, we look as though we're going to have the Derby winner / Preakness runner-up in Mystic Dan in this year's Belmont Stakes. He has participated in all 3 legs, or will have participated in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown. More on him and his good-looking breeze this morning after the break.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming, weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports, and busting down doors. She really didn't have to bust down many. She was much the best winner at 1-2 here in today's fourth race. Paco Lopez aboard for Michael Moore, and she stalked the pace early, JK. She had plenty left in the tank.
Yeah, if you're new to watching races, at the top of the stretch, you can see how comfortable Paco was. He wasn't asking very much. I always try to tell people to look at the hands of the riders to understand what's actually happening in the race. If the riders are using their hands a lot, asking a lot, encouraging a lot, it's something that needs to be taken into consideration. Paco was sitting very, very chilly. That's when I knew that my choice, the 3, was not in a good spot.
It's okay. There's plenty more races for you to catch one. Busting down doors, it returns $3 as your heavy favorite over Violet Smile and Kate's Cumin Kiss. The Jersey Breds will be on display yet again in today's 5th race, and a good year for Jersey Breds. You know, you think of Sea Streak, you think of Bookham Dano as well. Both of those horses very competitive and open company, but this one will be a mile on the turf for the maidens. As we mentioned before the break, Mystic Dan, this year's Kentucky Derby winner, he looked awfully good in his work this morning for ahead of this year's Belmont Stakes. And it looks as though in that workout, we were just watching it, JK, he looked full of energy, looked as though he's bounced out of that runner-up effort in the Preakness and Fine Fettle.
I think that's important. You know, let's keep in mind this is going to be his 3rd race in 5 weeks, so an energy level is something that you want to see from him. When it comes to all these very talented horses that find themselves in Grade 1 races like the Belmont Stakes, I expect them to all work well. It's the sensational works that kind of can move the needle for me. Look, I defer to people like you guys when it comes to this, but this was a good work for me that confirms that he is ready to run off of all those
Right,
races.
it confirms. It gives you, credence and a good feeling, if you will, that this horse is going to yet again bring his A game. And I really think he has brought his A game in the previous 2 legs of the Triple Crown. It's just that he got an excellent trip in the Derby, and in the Preakness, it's just that Seize the Grey got a more optimal trip for how the pace worked out that day.
Yeah, I don't want to knock the horse. I mean, he's a Kentucky Derby winner, and his A game was good enough to win a Kentucky Derby. I wonder if his A game is good enough to overcome adversity. And we saw that in the Preakness. He had a little bit of adversity with the fact that Seize the Grey kind of got to the front end and got a little bit comfortable and loose. I just worry that his A game, while I do believe, based on that work, he's going to show his A game, I wonder if it's enough to overcome if anything doesn't go his way.
Yeah, I agree with you. Is he the best of this generation? I think that is yet to be determined, but it'll be a great race with him included in it as he did work that 5/8 and 101.59 with Gould's Gold. But Kenny McPeak, he had lots of positive things to say about Mystic Dan ever since he arrived at the spa.
He's really thrived up here. This cooler weather, I think, has done him a lot of good, and he seems happy here. He's eating well here, done everything right. And we'll watch how he eats tonight, but he's eating really well up here, and I suspect he will again tonight. And if that happens, all systems go.
Obviously, it's a little bit of a different year this year with the Belmont up at Saratoga. If it was a 1.5 miles at Belmont, what do you think the thought process might have been with these horses?
Well, I think he could handle 1.5 miles without any trouble. He showed that on the gallop out this morning. Of course, we don't have to worry about that, but normally Big Sandy at downstate is a track that's a little bit questionable for some horses. It can be deep and heavy, but we don't have that problem here. And all accounts that I've asked is the main track's a little quicker than Oklahoma. So we had to work over Oklahoma today, which is a surface that I love training over and mostly stay over here with all my horses regularly. So this is a good year to be here. I think it's going to benefit us.
And what would be the ultimate goal this summer, you think, for a horse like Mystic Dan over the next couple of months?
I really didn't think I wanted to ship down to New Jersey for the Haskell because of the ship and him being here. And ultimately, I'd like to win another Travers and possibly bring him back in Pennsylvania Derby before the Breeders' Cup. So I think staying here all summer and fall will be ideal, and he seems to be a horse that'll handle all that.
Such great news coming from the Kenny McPeak barn. And yeah, we do see a lot of horses tend to kind of turn that leaf, turn that corner into the right way because of the weather up there. It's cooler in the mornings, and they just kind of thrive in that setting too. It's so bucolic.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, but that's good.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, that's
countryside.
Look, you just threw me off. It's very beautiful. I feel the same way, though. I like getting up there, too. It's a little bit cooler. Yeah. The city gets you excited, so me and Mystic Dan, we have a lot in common.
He's just got to work on his hair game. That's the only thing. He's a little lackluster in that. Get his four-top styled a little bit. But, JK, we have a great contest up at the Belmont Stakes. Talk a little bit about it. It's the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival Challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. These Belmont Stakes contests, it's a 2-day contest, Friday and Saturday. $5,000 buy-in. $3,500 of that will be your bankroll. $1,500 will go to the prize pool. There's cash prizes. There's 2 BCBC seats. The tricky part is registration closes at 5 p.m. on Thursday. So make sure that you get signed up early. It's a great opportunity. These contests are kind of like takeout reducers, in my opinion, because you have the prize money on top of it. So you can do things that you might not normally do. You can bet large amounts of money on big favorites. A friend of mine, Drew Coatney, won the Breeders' Cup betting challenge, betting like $100,000 on Flightline. While that might not seem that smart, he turned it into over $500,000.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's a free square if I've ever heard one. But you're very adept at those contests, so
yes, not the Nairo ones though, but the other ones.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, make sure you get signed up by Thursday to play in that Belmont Stakes Challenge, as we will check back in with Acacia and the crew and see what's new at Saratoga. Anybody say Jim Dandy Bar?
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry stall room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
The aptly named Seize the Gray pulled off the upset in the second jewel of racing's Triple Crown, giving the coach, trainer Dwayne Lucas, his 7th Preakness score. Jockey Jamie Torres took him to the lead and never looked back, going gate to wire to hold off Kentucky Derby winner Mystic Dan in the mud at Pimlico. This was the second straight 9-1 victory for Seize the Gray, who also won the Pat Day Mile on the Kentucky Derby undercard. This son of champion Arrogate is peaking at the right time. Will he continue to prove his doubters wrong and give his Hall of Fame trainer a 5th Belmont Stakes win?
That's right. For the ages legend that is Dwayne Lucas, getting yet another Preakness Stakes with Seize the Gray. And it kind of spoke volumes, JK, of the relationship that he has with young jockey Jamie Torres, in that he won the Pat Day Mile on Derby Day with him, and he keeps him aboard. And boy, did he execute a plan perfectly.
Yeah, and look, he won the Pat Day Mile from off the pace, and he won the Preakness, a classic race, a grade 1, one of the biggest races in this country, on the front end. And so to have the confidence to take a horse back in the Pat Day Mile, make that run, and when the pace fell apart, and to win the Pat Day Mile, and then to come back and make the lead when you had a Baffert horse drawn to your outside that everyone thought was going to go to the front, shows a lot of the calm and coolness of Jamie Torres and why he's earned the trust of Dwayne Lucas.
Little asterisks, jury's still out. Jaime, Jamie. I said, Jamie, I led you into that. We're supposed to go, Jaime.
Lafitte yelled Jaime. I defer when it comes.
And I will defer to Lafitte. So Jaime Torres, though he has allowed me to call him Jamie in interviews. But anyway, Jaime Torres from here on out, smiling as he should be, getting his first classic victory with Seize the Gray. Now, what do we do in a race like the Belmont, JK? We saw the probables. Is there going to be more pace presence in this third leg?
I challenge people to kind of look back at some of the old Triple Crown races, and I find there's always a pattern. If the Derby is fast, the pace is fast, the Preakness is slow, and then the Belmont is fast. They like rotate, they go in they go in order, and I think it's because people are trying to overcompensate. Think about it this year. The Derby was extremely fast, it fell apart, so no one wanted to go to the front this time. Seize the Gray walked the dog. I would predict, based on that the Belmont will be quick because they're not going to let Seize the Gray kind of crawl around there on the front end. So, look, I mean, you don't want to take away what worked best for him to win a mile and 3/16 Preakness on the front end, but I think he's going to have a little bit more company this time around.
Yeah, one would think so. But looking forward to Seize the Gray. He did have that last work down there at Churchill Downs, and I believe is shipping in Tuesday to Saratoga. So today's Saturday. So he will be shipping in today and arriving at the spa. So looking forward to him, and he's one that, has raced in not every leg of the Triple Crown, but at least the dates of the Triple Crown.
He's another horse coming in with 3 races in 5 weeks, and you want to take into consideration the same thing you want with Mystic Dan is where is his energy level going to be based on that. I don't have a problem with the spacing of these races. I understand that the modern day trainer likes to kind of build up and have that 5 to 6 weeks in between, but I've always found that horses that run back quickly typically run well. You look at the top 3 finishers in the Preakness. They all ran 2 weeks prior to that on Derby Day. And I'd expect that Mystic Dan or Seize the Gray will run well despite how much they've been running.
All right, looking forward to it. Obviously more to come on many of the contenders. We also have a stakes race here tomorrow, the Smart and Classy, as we'll first start by talking about the 5th here that just hit the track. And we'll begin with the Sparrow in a minute here, but this is a maiden special weight for the New Jersey breds going a mile on the turf course. And we did take out Jersey Greg, which allowed an AE and Giant James to draw into this field for Dan Ward, as he is taking some money at 5-1 there. Nobody has forgotten about him. You can always count on that sometimes.
You can always count on that happening, and I have been guilty of doing that as well, not turning that page and forgetting the 16-horse MTO. It feels like it's happened to me a million times in my life.
Well, 4-1, so very tepid favorite here on a horse trying the turf for the first time in Post Command and stretching out in Post Command is by Il Postino. The Dam, she was a turf winner, and 4 of the siblings have tried the turf with 2 winners, though they were both one for many's.
Yeah, but like you said, there at least some evidence there that this horse could move up on the turf. And the last race I thought was okay. And I've always felt like late running dirt types that have some turf pedigree, they kind of fit that mold a little bit better. That's the style that does well in grass races. Speedy dirt types, that doesn't always seem to work.
We'll kick things off here with Vesparo, who is a very logical contender, I thought, and 7-1 seems generous on him as of now.
I love horses that have a little bit of tactical speed that are drawn to the inside. I feel like they can work out awesome trips in the pocket and move in and out of spots when they have to.
As he's coming off of a layoff, and number 2 is that change in the karma.
Yeah, this horse has tried the turf 8, 9, 10, 11 times, 0 for 11.
3 is quicker than quick.
Yeah, hasn't really shown to be very quick in the previous races.
There is one that I thought was a little sneaky in TV Man.
Yeah, if you look at that race 2 back, I thought that race was actually okay as a 2-year-old, first run on the turf as a 3-year-old.
Ranunculus went by. There's number 7, JJ Valentin.
Yeah, one that's interesting with some speed. Doesn't have a lot of evidence in terms of the pedigree for the turf, but I do think will be forward.
Legendary Thunder's lone turf start, I thought was pretty good.
This is where I ended up landing. That turf start back as a 2-year-old. This is the first time on the turf as a 3-year-old.
Gold Trust went by. He's trying the turf in his second start with a lot of pedigree. Number 10, your tepid favorite, Post Command.
Yeah, I mean, look, the money's coming in on this horse. You got to pay attention to that.
Number 11, Frankie G, another one trying the turf for the first time.
Yeah, drawn a little bit outside, but does have a little bit of tactical speed to try to work out a trip.
First start for the Dan Ward barn, drawing in is Giant James.
This horse has some back numbers that can win this race if they can make a little bit of an improvement off of the last race.
All right, the feature on tomorrow's card here from the Jersey Shore is for the New Jersey breds going a mile on the main track. It's a smart and classy as we have a field of 6 going postward 2-1 on the outside runner riding pretty, and 9-5 on number 1 Beach Days.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's an interesting race. It's a small field, but to me, there's a lot of horses that can be interesting. We'll start with Mia's Crusade and Bel Pensiero. Look, Mia has lost both times in a mile. Bel Pensiero has won at a mile. So when I look at this race, although last time this race was at 6 furlongs, they both ran pretty well in here. So the deciding factor for me is, well, how are they going to run going a little bit longer? The Smart and Classy's at a mile. So to me, it's the 3 tomorrow, not in this race. The 3 Bel Pensiero, who's the one that I believe is going to appreciate the added distance.
That's the big question. It feels like a lot of these are more confirmed sprinting types. And, I mean, maybe you even give a little look at Riding Pretty, who I think, you know, she's run some fast races, most of which on the turf or the synthetic, but some out-of-town races against open company on the main track have been good. Here's last year's edition with Mia's Crusade, Riding Pretty, of course. In this one, she would just be denied here by Beach Days in the end.
Yeah, and Beach Days shows up here tomorrow as well. And a horse that ran well last time, got, depending on what figures you look at, got lifetime best, but I thought got an absolutely perfect setup last time. And that's a little bit of a concern. I have a hard time betting horses after perfect setups. I feel like they're going to be bet because they ran well. And how can you try to predict if they're going to get that nice of a trip again?
And I always feel like in these state bred races, when you're dealing with a smaller foal crop and you know, just smaller fields, and they have to face each other, they all take turns beating each other.
Exactly. Unless you get those one special ones that can pop up every now and then, they can kind of beat up on everybody, and it just doesn't seem like one of those is in here. So I'm going to try to look for something a little bit more interesting than Beach Days, who I would predict would be the favorite.
And usually those, they're running against open company in the end. As we check back in with this race, for more on it, we go to Paulie.
Well, I'm going to start with the outside horse in here, Giant James, and this is the horse I drew in. You guys were talking about. I'll tell you what, he's named Giant James for a reason. He is a big drink of water. And I'm wondering if the outside post will help him, you know. When you look at the rest of this field, you have so many horses in here that are stretching out. Well, this was just one good race going long last year on August 22nd. You know, his other races, it got rain off going long, but he'd run a good race here, hit the lead at the top of the stretch, and just got run down with Sammy Camacho. Now, Isaac Castile will be in the irons today, and I just think that this horse looked the best out of the lot, to be honest with you. And I know the horse draws in and you're getting a square price and you get the 13 hole, which is not ideal, but I do think this horse at 5-1 is good value. The other horses they're betting in here. Post Command for Chuck Spina, a horse that's never tried the turf at all, but, you know, this horse has had gait issues. I was talking to Chuck actually in the paddock, and he's like, listen, we got to get this horse out of the gate. She's got a ton of talent, or he's got a ton of talent, but he can't make the same mistakes doing some for the first time, going long, all that. And that has to do with a lot of these other colts in here, and the 9 Gold Trust. Joe Bravo gave this horse a really vigorous warm-up, which means he was getting this horse away from the pony. I would think Joe's going to try to steal this. I would think he's going to try to at least get to the front end. But there's just so much other pace in here. And JK, I like Legendary Thunder. I'm with you. He kind of had a little hiccup in the paddock. He was getting a little squirrely with his pony, but he settled down a little bit for, we'll call him Jaime Torres for Rory Houston. I think this is the other one that might be better than the other Rory Houston runner in here. So I landed on the 13 to draw in here, Giant James, and you'll be able to see him, Maggie. Don't worry.
I like it. Giant James, very much of a presence type of name in here, JK. But both you and Paulie giving some love to number 8, Legendary Thunder. I thought he could very well be one of the speeds in here as well. As we'll go back and take a look at his last turf start, which was going the 5/8 over at the Meadowlands. Summers Coming would come back and win an open company allowance race on the synthetic at Gulfstream, and his subsequent start. We also see Wild Jaime in this 1-2.
Lafitte's shaking his head no, like that doesn't count. Look, I like Legendary Thunder. It's when you have horses that can run, show some talent when they're 2, they go away for a little while, they come back as 3. I think sometimes people look at those figures as 2-year-olds and say, like, oh, not fast enough. But you have to add, if you're looking on a buyer scale, 10 to 12 points just in maturity alone. So if you do that with Legendary Thunder, and this horse appreciates the stretch out, man, I'm going to run off a stage to get involved at this 5-1.
I thought there were some sneaky horses in here, like the 5 TV Man, like the 6 Ranunculus, who have only had 1 turf start. Now, Ranunculus was faster from a speed figure standpoint, where he was wired by Just Comply in that race, going the 5/8 at Meadowlands. And TV Man, it's a slow figure, but as you said, it was as a 2-year-old, and he comes out of that same race with Legendary Thunder and Wild Jamie, and he was out the back early. And let's face it, if you're out the back early going 5/8, you're likely not getting close to the front end towards the end.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's screaming a horse that hopefully has grown up a little bit and can put himself in the race going a little bit longer.
But he was only beaten 3 3/4 of a length, and he was not asked a lot by Matty Rowland that day, and he was kind of lingering on his left lead. So he was running forward without being asked, without much intention. So that gave me confidence for him maybe stretching out does get Nick Juarez in the irons today.
Well, his first 4 starts of his career, he was 60-1 or more. He's 20-1 today.
We forgot to talk about number 9, Gold Trust, taking money at 9-2. He has a bit of pedigree as he's half to Golden Rocket, who won one of those New York Stallion Series races on the turf, is by Handsome Mike. They are making their way into line. Legendary Thunder for JK. Paulie going with Giant James off the AE list. And we go to Matt Dinnerman for the call of race 5 from Monmouth.
Frankie G goes in, and Giant James to the outside post to complete the lie. We're ready to go. And we're off. An eventful beginning. J.J. Valentine has natural early speed. Legendary Thunder a little bit quicker in the early stages. Here comes Frankie G on the outside to move level with the front runner. And it's Legendary Thunder in front, Frankie G to the outside. These two put about 3 lengths on J.J.'s Valentine. Settles off the pace in third with Gold Trust charging into the turn. Then comes Vesparo. He's racing in the 5th position in the early stages. Post Command is alongside of him. Giant James is 3 deep. A gap of 2.5 to Ranunculus. Well off the pace today. TV Man is third last, changing the karma quicker than quick. Those two trail together as they swing up the backstretch where the top 2 slow it down after setting the pace with a decent first quarter mile. In the second quarter, they try to get breathers here. On the outside, it's Frankie G. Legendary Thunder inside. They're pretty much together now with a half mile to go. There's a gap of 2 to J.J. Valentine right behind in third. Gold Trust to the outside. Vesparo running in the 5th position. 6 lengths off the pace, cornering into the forward turn. Giant James in the 3-path sent along with Post Command, who's also being asked to pick it up, but he's making his move now, Post Command, as they round the forward turn. The others have got to get going. Coming back to the lead here, Legendary Thunder in front. He's got a fresh challenge from Gold Trust on the outside. Gold Trust and Joe Bravo soar to the front. Legendary Thunder behind in second, attempts to re-rally. J.J. Valentine third, 2.5 behind in the final furlong. Gold Trust putting away Legendary Thunder with a 16th to go. J.J. Valentine still third, plotting in place, and Gold Trust gonna do it at 5-1. Gold Trust, first time turf, first time routing was the charm, defeating Legendary Thunder, J.J. Valentine and Post Command.
The pedigree play, who took all sorts of money getting to the turf in his second start, gets the win here. Legendary Thunder. JK having to settle for second after being pressured through a pretty quick opening quarter.
Yeah, this is one of those races that reminds me of one of the things I think you have to do as a horse player, which is not become too results-oriented. I feel like I was on the right horse with the 8 Legendary Thunder. I felt like I made some of the right decisions. If he doesn't get pressure from the 22-1 shot, he's likely a winner. So if they got in the gate again and did this all over again, I would still stick with the 8. But you're right, Mags, the 9 Gold Trust, who's taking some money. First time getting on the grass. Was a little bit of a hint. This horse took money on debut and didn't run well. Right. Comes back and takes money again. if the people continue to bet through a horse's bad performances, there's something under the hood we don't know about yet.
I mean, it's one of Andy Serling's greatest lines: where there's smoke, there's usually fire. And with Gold Trust, there certainly was, as he gets the win for Mike Deeney. Joe Bravo in the irons. Jersey Joe here on the Jersey Shore as we send it back up north to Acacia Clement and Richard Migliori as they have more on what we should expect from this year's Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga. Guys?
Maggie, the stars will all be there. We are so excited for it. And there was a big question as far as trainer Kenny McPeak's runners. He had quite the weekend in Louisville, winning both the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks. And Richie, we got a chance to see the Oaks victress Torpedo Anna work this morning. And after this work, Kenny pretty much confirming that she will go to the DK horse Acorn as opposed to taking on the boys in the Belmont Stakes.
You got to love this filly. She's just such a serious horse. Goes about her work in that serious demeanor. She stays in the bridle. You see, they don't want her to do too much. All the heavy lifting's done. And look how she stays in the bridle. She never relinquishes that steady hold and gallops out beautifully. I was almost hoping that she was going to run in the Belmont Stakes, because I do think she's every bit as good as the boys. And, you know, it would be interesting to see. Maybe we'll see it down the road.
She worked in company with Midnight Concerto, more of a turf horse, but Kenny's saying they just wanted somebody to be next to her, some company, keep her focused, keep herself fit, not do too much. And yes, she does ease past her company a little bit, but always exercise rider Danny Ramsey keeping her in hand to not do too much at this point.
Yeah, you know, once they're fit, you don't want to go over the top with them. They don't pay you to go fast in the morning. They pay you to go fast in the afternoon. I like her. I'm a big fan. I think it's going to be interesting to see going forward. And, you know, think about what Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez were able to do, winning the Oaks and the Derby, pulling off that double in the same year. Now, only the third jockey trainer duo to do it together.
Pretty incredible, and what a weekend, and could be a very big weekend for the barn next week with Torpedo Anna on Friday in the Acorn and Mystic Dan Saturday in the Belmont Stakes. Very exciting stuff, and she's a really talented filly. We'll have an opportunity to rematch as well with Just FYI, who finished second to her in the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, your 2-year-old filly champion who debuted right here in Saratoga last year, winning going 6 furlongs, which I don't believe it was her best go. It just kind of showed how much ability she had to win at a distance that she probably wasn't the most comfortable at.
It'll certainly be fun and exciting. We'll see how that Acorn does shape up. Back over at Monmouth, though, on the turf, proved to be the right move for winner number 9, Gold Trust, getting to the grass first time for Mike Deeney. Still a little bit of greenness in there as well. You could see him kind of flip back to that left lead late, but he definitely appreciated the surface switch and the stretch out.
Yeah, getting onto the turf, being by Handsome Mike, trained by Handsome Mike Deeney, who is also, by the way, the breeder of this horse. And, you know, this is a race restricted for Jersey breds. And I love when you see that the owner is the breeder as well, you know, because they've been involved with the whole process, deciding what mare to send to what stallion and raising the horse and naming the horse. I love to see a homebred get it done.
$12.60 winner Gold Trust with Joe Bravo went down to 5-1 there in the 5th for the New Jersey breds on the turf at Monmouth Park. In race 6, sprinting on the main track, starter allowance coming up next. And this one's for 3-year-olds and upward, and you definitely have some seasoned veterans in this group, some horses that have been around for a while, done it all, and done it all well.
These, to me, are the backbone of racing, horses that show up. I call them blue-collar horses, right? They bring their lunch pail, and they go to work.
And right now, 3-5 on Nay Dude by First Dude. I've always loved that name. 5-year-old finishing 3rd last time out at Parks. But we are just a few days away from kicking off the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival up here in Saratoga Springs, New York. This weekend, you can really feel the excitement downtown, picking up all the people at the rail this morning, watching Belmont Stakes contenders work, and the excitement starts on Thursday, highlighted by the Grade 2 Belmont Gold Cup.
This is such a true celebration of our sport, and what better place to have it than, to me, the mecca of thoroughbred racing, Saratoga, the Racing Museum and Hall of Fame right across the street. And even though we don't have a crowd here today, on this, we're here on the set, you can feel the energy that Saratoga emits.
You certainly can, and Thursday's card is drawn. You can go get your past performances, start studying up. Here's the field for the Belmont Gold Cup. Does also include an entry into the Melbourne Cup for the winner, which is pretty exciting as well. And I think a lot of it goes through Siskiny, winner of this race last year, Charlie Appleby, having won the Melbourne Cup before as well.
Yeah, and listen, they're so good, the Europeans, at identifying horses' best distances. And this horse is obviously a true stayer.
He won this race last year at Belmont Park, going the 2 miles over the Great Wizard by 2 lengths that day. And he was a very short price that afternoon, and he was just kind of the class coming in there. How do you look at his form this year versus last year, and how that could potentially set up Siskiny with William Buick aboard?
Well, you know, I just think you have to have faith in Charlie Appleby, right? He's not a guy who ships to America unless he is coming to play, right? They're not coming just for the trip. William Buick, now there's some tremendous riders in Europe right now. And to me, it's pretty amazing how they can adapt to American racing. For years, you'd get riders come from Europe, not as good. He is my favorite rider in Europe.
Excellent, yeah. He's an excellent jockey. He's been aboard this horse for most of his career as well. Got a chance to see Charlie's Godolphin Blue Army working on the turf this morning. And boy, is he loaded with some talent. We'll talk about loaded. Frankie Dettori will be joining the set this afternoon. He's riding at Monmouth Park today. Stay tuned for more from true racing legend after this.
Folsom from last to first in the Mat win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom has taken the front, and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a $12.50 post on weekends, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and 6-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Changing on the fly. This is America's Day at the Races. Welcome to our viewers on Valley SoCal San Diego. Picture perfect afternoon here at Monmouth Park in Oceanport, New Jersey. And we are joined by a megastar on set. And it ain't Rajiv Mirage. Frankie Dettori joining us on set.
Sorry, Raj, it's my moment.
It's your moment. You're the star for today, Frankie.
For 20 minutes.
For 20, yeah, he does have to ride in the 7th race. Welcome back to
Thank
Monmouth.
you.
It is your first time riding here since that 07 Breeders' Cup.
Yes.
It looks a little different than it did that
yes.
weekend.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. We were underwater that day. It's a shame for the sponsors and the people involved in racing and the crowd. But we got through it. It was hard work. It was very damp. And yes, completely different today. Beautiful day, no cloud in the sky. So yeah, big smile on my face.
You might have a big smile on your face after today's Jersey Derby. We'll get to today's mounts in a moment. What about last night? Penn National. What was that like?
Different. No, actually, they made me feel really welcome. They really tried. They had 2 big races yesterday, and I was lucky enough to win them both. As we watching here, First World War. I had a decent trip. He's kind of a horse that he has to go through the gears. But once
it looked like it took him a while to
yes.
get going. Like you're urging him, and
but
then.
That's why I took him out. Why? Because I knew I had to get him going early, and once he got into top gear, I knew that I would get there. And actually, I thought I won a little bit easier than actually the photographs said. The photograph said I won by a nose. I actually thought I must have won by half a head, but.
Did you see the horse on the inside? Sometimes.
I did. Yes.
Poolside with Slim. Also,
yes, nice filly. The trainer was gave me some great instruction. He told me to get a lead, and I had the box seat on the inside. I managed to have enough horse to push my way out, and she was very honest till the line. And again, I was lucky because another stride, maybe Umberto would have got me. But sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Yeah, we're watching the replay now.
Yeah, going into this race, it seemed like she won on the lead before.
Yeah, but the trainer kind of, he said to me, listen, she probably fed up of going to the front all the time. It's nice to have a target, and it worked picture perfect. And I did exactly what he told me to do, and she did the rest.
The reception last night at Penn National, or here today at Monmouth Park, as we have a chance to see you riding on a consistent basis here in the U.S. Like, what's that been like for you? What's this entire experience been like for you?
It's been different and good because, I spent the last 35 years, making a career out of this and trying to prove myself. As you know, I retired for a week last year, so it's all new to me. These new tracks, new people, and I got really united. I've got a lot to prove, of course, to myself, but I've got nothing to prove in the sense that I'm starting a career. I mean, I'm nearly finished, so I really enjoyed it, and I'm enjoying meeting different people, and the crowd has been amazing, and the owners, and yes, it's been good because it's been new.
3-time British Cup champion jockey, 15 Breeders' Cup wins, international superstar, winning at races all over the globe.
You're gonna make him blush.
What's missing for Frankie Dettori?
Well, especially obviously, I would have loved to win one of the Triple Crowns. I had the ride in the Kentucky Derby. Hopefully, if I stay healthy enough, I'll have another go next year. But it's lots things going on. Obviously, the Belmont weekend. Then Saratoga is coming up. I never actually had a full season in America, so I got so many really boxes to tick. And I'm not going to single one out, but it's lots of them.
So it sounds like you've conquered Europe and overseas, and you want to conquer America next.
Well, I want to give it a good go anyway. I didn't come here on holiday. I want to, make sure that I'm fully committed, and I'm trying to take every opportunity. As you know, today I'm here. Tomorrow I'm at Churchill Downs, so I'm not sitting on my backside and doing nothing. I'm spreading my wings everywhere, and I'm really enjoying it.
We've seen you spread your wings on several occasions, as Rajiv mentioned, the multiple wins on a Breeders' Cup stage, and I think for racing fans, one of the moments they look forward to most is the post-race celebration of any major significant victory. The flying dismount, where did it originate? How did Frankie Dettori, when did you first decide, how did this all come about?
Well, I did 4 winters in California in the late 80s. When your dad was there, and the Angel used to fly over the weekends to ride for Wayne Lucas, and we used to win most of the time. So he used to do the Angel Cordero jump, and I kind of stole it from him. What an imposter I am! and I took it to Europe, and it just took off. And people, look, it's a bit of fun. Racing should be fun. It's a sport. We love it, but we should do it with a smile on our face. And, people just enjoyed it. And sometimes I kind of slave on my own thing. If I don't do it, I get booed. And, it makes people smile. So that's good.
So he hijacked it from Angel.
I did.
How do you keep this energy over such a long course? I mean, there's a lot of ups and downs in horse racing, being a jockey. You seem to have that even keel, always positive attitude, that charisma.
But you should have, basically. The first thing and the first most important thing to be a jockey is the love of the horse. I've got that. To find the key from every horse is special because they're all different. And what's not to smile about? We are lucky. It's a very exciting sport. You get your up and downs, you get your bad falls, you have your bad days, but overall, winning kind of glasses over all the bad things, and that's why I'm doing it. And I'm lucky enough that I'm in a position now I'm doing it as a hobby because I'm 53, so he has much more left to achieve, so I'm enjoying it for that reason, Raj.
Can't let you go without asking about the Jersey Derby this
Yes.
afternoon. What do you make of your chances?
Well, we fluffed the start last time for some reason. He got a little bit impatient in there. So if he jumps on terms with them, it should be competitive. He's a hot little race, but I'm not without a shot.
Best of luck, Frankie.
Thank
Thanks
you.
so much for
Thank
taking
you,
the
Raj.
time. Don't leave me hanging here.
You can be the star now, Raj.
Yeah, I get my seat back.
He's upset because I took his limelight away for 10 minutes.
See? Megastar.
Love
Frankie
you all.
Dettori.
Thank you.
Joining us on set, he's headed down to the Jocks room, and he'll be at Saratoga next week as we get closer to the Belmont Stakes. Acacia and Richie standing by. Guys.
And getting a big hug and kiss to Rajiv and Lafitte. Frankie Dettori, the one and only. He's a lot of fun, Richie. Actually, when we were in Dubai, I came out on my balcony and I turned over, the track there at Maidan, and Frankie was right next door, and I said, "Hi." He said, "What are you doing here? What are you doing here?" I said, "Frankie's everywhere. He's riding it and enjoying it as well."
He is the Tasmanian devil.
Yes.
He comes in with this ball of energy. He wrecks the place, leaves everybody kind of gobsmacked. And then he heads on out. And Rajiv, he stole Rajiv's limelight. Well, I got Rajiv stealing my limelight, and then Frankie stealing his. I mean, I just got put third string on this thing. I will say this, and I said this to Frankie himself at Aqueduct. He was there at Aqueduct a little over a week ago.
Yeah.
No more flying dismounts. Nah. Let's see the landing.
Good one. That was a good one.
Yeah,
no.
But
he
you
didn't
see,
stick the landing.
he doesn't
there.
stick the landing because your knees.
So I remember being there for Nation's Pride. That was last year, and he said that there's a little dip in the pavers in the winner's circle at Aqueduct. And that was
he
the
blamed it
reason.
on the dip.
Yeah, that was the reason.
No, listen, he did 2 of them at Penn National last night, and I think it's fantastic that he's doing this and traveling around and riding in different places. And he's a delight for the fans because he's an international star. There's no doubt about that. But if you watch him land on one of those, it looked like me when I'm trying to get going in the morning. Oh, my knees, ouch, ouch. All jockeys have bad knees. It's just a matter of time when he catches up. So it hurts me to watch him, those landings off of those flying dismounts.
Richie's looking after your longevity, Frankie Dettori.
Absolutely.
Frankie Dettori. So great to have a chance to hear from him on the set at Monmouth and riding later in the Jersey Derby. The Belmont Stakes 1 week away, presented by Naira Bets here in Saratoga. Here's a look at the probables. We've talked about the horses based here in Saratoga prepping for the Belmont Stakes. There's still a couple that are at Churchill Downs and will be shipping in shortly. Take a look at the Wine Steward. Was shared today by trainer Mike Maker that as opposed to cutting back in the Woody Stevens, he will be stretching out to take on the group in the Belmont Stakes. He worked today at Churchill Downs, Richie, in 102 and 3.
And the big question is the 1.25 miles. Now, Mike Maker has just been an amazing trainer at getting horses to stay distances that you might not think they really want. So I'm not going to question his judgment here. The Wine Steward is as honest a horse as they come. He shows up and gives you an effort every time. In fact, he was your New York bred 2-year-old champion last year.
And pretty cool because he could wait on Sunday, run in a New York bred restricted race, but instead he is taking on the Belmont Stakes. Just goes once again to show the strength of the New York bred program.
Oh, absolutely. New York breds can win on an international stage or win at the grade 1 level all over the world. So it's really been fun to watch the evolution of the New York breds and the New York breeding program. At least since I was a kid, they've changed remarkably so.
A New York bred Belmont Stakes winner just a couple years ago with Tis the Law. Now, Honor Marie, a horse that turned a lot of heads going into the Kentucky Derby, also working this morning at Churchill Downs, went 4 furlongs in 48 and 2 for trainer Whit Beckman, and he had a rough trip in the Derby.
He really did. I think he took the worst of the first 3/16 to 1/4 mile into the Derby. A lot of body contact, and it's always hard to quantify how much that affects a horse, how much air it takes out of them, that body contact. Every horse reacts differently. I liken it to, think about you're setting off on a run, and the running mate punches you in the stomach as you step off. I mean, when horses bump, you're talking about 1,000-pound animals colliding. It can take the air out of one. Obviously, he'll have a new rider. Ben Curtis's rider did get hurt in a morning training accident. Florent Giroux, from what I understand, will ride Anna Marie.
Anna Marie, the wine steward at Churchill Downs, shipping in soon to Saratoga to come here and join the fleet that's prepping for the Belmont Stakes. We head back over to Monmouth, and it's a perfect transition. You go from Frankie Dettori to Jonathan Kinchin.
Yeah, it's just about the same. You know, we got the same skins on our walls, right? We've done about the same in racing. A lot of people get us confused when they see us out and about. But you're right. I appreciate that, Acacia. But the important thing is we're shipping up to Saratoga pretty soon, right? We keep talking about these horses. When are you shipping? I'm shipping up tomorrow.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm shipping up on Monday. Monday can't come fast enough.
I can't wait. I'm excited. We got race 6 here at Monmouth, and we have a post parade. So let's go ahead and hop in there. Raj, I'm going to start with the one here. This is also the horse that I'm going to pick, Nay Dude. I like this horse on the cutback, right? This horse has been running last 4 starts, going 6.5 furlongs now, cutting back to the 6. The pace figures suggest that the one Nay Dude with Paco Lopez should appreciate that cutback.
Yeah, it seems like he always runs good. Kind of settles for minor awards often. So at a short price, I'm going to be trying to beat him today with the number 7, Austin from Boston. But we'll get to that one shortly. After we show number 2, Crown Count Cristo, second last time for the $10,000 level after chasing the pace and just getting beat late.
The 3, Practical Coach, 2 races back, was third to the horse that you're going to pick, Austin from Boston.
Yeah, number 4, Mundo Mix, one that might put in a good impact at a big price here.
The 5 coming up next, Golden Wand, 2 races back down at Tampa. This horse was 1-2 that day and won. I like horses that win a little bit easier when they're 1-2.
Yeah, scratch the 6, charge the victory. The 7, my topic, Austin from Boston. I think you're getting a square price here at 6-1. A horse that 1-2 starts back on the lead, I expect him to just sit just off the pace.
Then the 8, Spotted Bull, drawn towards the outside, doesn't have a lot of speed. Raj, you haven't met Austin, my son, yet, but Austin lives in Austin. Austin from Austin, so I guess I can kind of root for you a little bit here. Not from Boston, but from Austin.
Well, it's halfway the namesake.
It's close. There's a funny movie about that back in the day where they got confused going from Austin to Boston. I'm sure Paul's seen it. Paul?
Yeah, I guess so. I like the analogy there, JK. But when we get to Nay Dude in here, the one horse in here, he's the one to beat, let's be honest. And then Paco Lopez is aboard. Now, when you the issue that you have in this race, now the 1 has had some gate issues in here. The 3 horse has had some gate issues in here. The 4 has had gate issues in here. The 7 and the 8 Spotted Bull almost breaks bad every time. So you look at the other 2 horses, the 2 and the 5. I think the 2, Crown Count Cristo, can just land in a really good spot. Now, I know that he's not a giant win type, but I think he can get to the rail. Now, the 1 Nay Dude he's kind of mixed a little bit. He kind of like, he's been a little bit better, but his last 2 starts, he's broken a little bit slow. But I still think he's the one to beat, and I just think the 2 can sit a very good trip. Now, the 5, Golden Wand, is one of those horses that was in the Juan Avila barn, left for 1 start, did not run well here at about 7-5, and ran 4th in a field of 5. And you're wondering, can this horse get back to that form? I don't see it. So at the end of the day, I will choose the 1 Nay Dude because I think, he is the one to beat. But I think the 2 long shots or second long shots, the 2 and the 8 are the horses that you might want to put underneath to get some value in here, JK.
Paulie, appreciate that. Rajiv, the 7, Austin from Boston, the horse that you like. Last time that he raced, or 2 races back, he raced against Practical Coach. He was on the inside. Now he's going to be able to be on the outside of Practical Coach. Do you think that helps him?
Hey, ultimately, that's what I like. I like the change of tactics of him being on the outside. Those dynamics put him in a spot where the jockey, Hernandez, is going to have the option to either press the pace early, but if it's going too fast, he can sit off of it a little bit because Austin from Boston can pass horses because 3 starts back, he came from 4th and passed them to win. And I think that the change of dynamics, putting him on the outside, kind of puts the ball in the court of his jockey Hernandez to be able to pick the spot that works best for him. He doesn't have to overcommit to being on the lead, where I think there could be a pace duel here, and he could just be able to capitalize on them.
Well, there's two things I know. One I just figured out, and one that I've known. I prefer outside speed. I like having a horse towards the outside. The other thing that I just figured out, sitting this close to you, is that your accent is so much cooler than mine.
I don't know, man. I try to bury the Jamaican accent, but certain words will probably I can't say it any other way.
Yeah, well, I don't have a Texas accent, which I'm thankful for, I think, but your accent is definitely cooler than mine. Someone without an accent, I don't think. So I don't think you can really have too much of an accent calling races. Matt Dinnerman with the call of Monmouth, race 6.
2 back. Austin from Boston. Spotted Bull to the outside post. Waiting for Spotted Bull to take his spot. He goes in. We're ready to go. And we're off. Dude broke outwards at the start, then ducked inwards at the back of the pack. There's a lineup for the lead. Golden Juan is there. Practical Coach sent hard to get forward position. Dude on the inside, passing runners. Look at this, still in a straight single file line, the first 4 or so. Mundo Mix coming out of the pack. He's got a head lead. Practical Coach to the inside. Golden Juan 3 deep right off of them, just a half length back. Austin from Boston 4 wide with a half mile to go. Dude off that quartet, getting off the fence, approaching the 4-turn run. He's a length and a tail ahead of Spotted Bull, and Crown Count Christo is at the back of the pack as they charge around the 4-turn. Mundo Mix out of the early leaders is given way. Practical Coach has come under pressure. Golden Juan trying to hang around with Austin from Boston. Dude has gotten the perfect setup. Here he comes on the far outside, circling the field at the top of the lane. Dude kicking on. Practical Coach is trying to re-rally on the inside. He reclaims the second position. Dude in front from Practical Coach in second. Spotted Bull makes his way into third. 2-horse battle with a 16th to go. Dude in the center of the track. He's got the lead, and now he's got the win. Dude wins it. Second home Practical Coach, then Spotted Bull, and Golden Juan was 4th.
Rajiv, you'd like to think that plan A for Paco Lopez was not that trip, not to break poorly, not to get bumped at the start, and not to circle horses, but plan B seemed to work out just fine.
Yeah, it actually ended up being favorable for him having a bad start because it forced him to have to sit off a hot pace that ended up being a meltdown. Maybe if he broke well and he was a part of that contested 5-prong duel, it might have softened him up for Practical Coach. In any event, he did overcome some adversity, and he won clear at the end.
Rajiv, in the stretch here, you'll notice that Paco's not really using the stick. He's just kind of shaking the reins at him. What do you think was going on in that situation?
Yeah, I think Paco knows that this horse, it doesn't win dog fights. So he wanted to keep him away from his opponent. So you could see him keeping him clearly off the rail and separated from Practical Coach. And he felt like the horse was running well enough that he did it without hitting him. And I think he had that in mind. This might be a horse that doesn't like the crop usage too much.
Well, Dude was a horse that I had mentioned was cutting back. He'd run 4 races at 6.5. Maybe that was what he needed to have just a little bit extra in the tank. I mean, they lined up across the track. You'd like to think that the 1 Dude, the 8 Spotted Bull, felt like they were sitting in a position to take advantage of that pace potentially falling apart.
Yeah, and sometimes when we see horses come from behind at short distances, we think that they want to go further, but that's not actually the case sometimes, because what happens is in these shorter sprint races, you have a more contested pace of horses dueling early, and they get softened up, and these what we call come from behind sprinters, horses that are optimally closing in short distance races, they're able to make one short run to the wire. And if they go at a longer distance, that run becomes, they flatten out. It just becomes evened out.
Well, Dude was 0 for 6 prior to this year, and he ended up working out a trip. Didn't look great at the beginning, but it looked good at the end.
in the Pilgrim Stakes. They come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Rajiv, the winner of the 6th was the one, Nay Dude, but it didn't look like it was going to be Nay Dude at the start of the race. Didn't break particularly clean.
Yeah, he overcame an adverse trip from the inside, but ended up falling into a good spot off the speed, and Paco steered him to the outside, and he really just finished it off today. Something that he hasn't been able to do all year. He's been close to winning, has four second place finishes from 6 starts. Cleared that hurdle today with this victory.
Yeah, look, I don't think it's always these horses when they have a lot of seconds that they're like hanger types that they don't want to win. I just think that sometimes they got to find the right spot, the right setup. I think the cutback helped and the pace to close into. Race 7 coming up here, a mile and a 16th on the turf. We've got maiden special weights, open company. And my eyes went to the 9 Wrigleyville for Glen Hill Farm. Famous Glen Hill Farm, some of my favorite silks in the game. If you didn't know this, they look like the VO5 bottle, the shampoo. Google that. You'll laugh a lot when you see it. But this horse stretching out for Jack Sisterson.
Yeah, he was also my top pick as well. I love this first race, sprinting on the turf. I feel like it gets to stretch out today with the experience under his belt. There's a lot of things to like. And I'm surprised he's being bet down as much as he is. It's actually a good sign when you see these horses get bet. But I think he might be a little better price at post time.
What would you do in a situation like this when you're stretching a horse out for the first time? Would you try to take it easy? Would you listen to the instructions, or do you just ride it like he wants to go a mile?
Well, at first you always listen to the instructions because the trainer is a bit better able to guide you on what he's seen with the horse and what to expect. But once you have that expectations, most of the time it's just basically executing and letting the horse dictate where he wants to be. Sometimes when you're riding a horse stretching out from a sprint to a route for the first time, they'll show a lot more speed because they came out of a race that they were asked to show speed. And you don't want to go from one extreme to the other. You don't want to go from speed to start grabbing them, because getting into that dogfight with a horse never is a good thing.
Yeah, I've never wrestled with a horse, but I would assume that I would likely lose.
No one wins. The horse doesn't win, the jockey doesn't win. Your arms get tired and they run out of gas.
Look, my arms get tired when I have to carry my wife's suitcase through the airport. I can only imagine trying to steer around 1,000-pound animal. We're also going to get a chance. We got to see Frankie here on set. Now we're going to get to see him on horseback on the 11 Timeless Elegance for Jonathan Thomas. And Frankie, back at the Jersey Shore, something tells me he's not going to have a hard time finding any good Italian food.
We want to see that flying dismount today.
Let's get it.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down, 2, 2, in the back, Patrick, 200,000, thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming, weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. When you fly into Albany Airport, make sure you stop at the Belmont Stakes selfie spot. I hear Rajiv is there all the time, getting the best lighting, so you can ask him for tips.
I wouldn't doubt it. He's very good with social media. I'm way ahead of me there. If I don't get help, I can't put anything out.
Luckily, we have a social media team helping us out with some things
Thank
for
goodness.
Belmont Stakes Week as well. But obviously, the excitement picking up the Belmont. But that's not all the action we have to look forward to today at Monmouth, the Jersey Derby. We'll take a look back at the 1999 Jersey Derby with Swamp. I think you recognize this one.
Yeah, this was a very good horse for John Kimmel. The Heilig Broats owned him. He was by Slough City Slough. He was a really good horse. I learned a hard lesson with him riding him at Gulfstream after he broke his maiden. He wanted to get going down the backstretch. He was a closing type, and I held him up. And he wound up sulking on me. I couldn't get him running till very late. So when I rode him back in the Everglades at Hialeah, when he started to want to march on, I let him march on, and he kept going. And the same with this day. What would be perceived as a middle move was more just how he wanted to do things his own way, and he had the capability of making a long extended run. He was really a pleasure to ride.
5-time winner winning that race, 1999 Jersey Derby by 3 1/4 lengths as the favorite. Doing with some style as well. Always love looking back like a lizard on a log for the big.
Thank you. But you know, when they're running, it's easy to flatten out and get low on one that's finishing. It's the ones that are stopping and their head gets up in your face, you have no place to hide.
Well, this year's Jersey Derby, here's a look at the field scratch of the 2. We'll get a chance to see the field go postward today. Competitive group as well. Twirling Point, Frankie Dettori, we heard from him earlier on the show, and he will be on this horse who actually knows quite well. He rode him in his last couple of starts, including a win 2-back on the turf at Santa Anita. This is last time when he was off slow in the rushaway.
Yeah, Frankie talked about it earlier when he was on set with the guys, that he just kind of bumbled the start a little bit. You could see he kind of lost his hind end, and he was saying he was a little anxious in there. When horses are anxious in the starting gate, they tend not to stand squarely, balanced. And you're talking about a 1,000-pound animal going from 0 to 35 miles an hour in a matter of strides. It's imperative that they're balanced out. I mean, the fact that he was able to find his stride, wove his way through the field, and finished as well as he did just speaks volumes to his quality. And he's already a proven commodity on the turf.
He is, as I mentioned, that win going wire to wire on the turf to back at Santa Anita. The other win came on the Tapeta up at Woodbine when he broke his maiden, but he's shown versatility on both surfaces as well. And there is Frankie Dettori with Jonathan Thomas as they will team up in the upcoming race here in the 7th.
Now, doesn't that look like that's the case? Most of the time, jockeys come to the paddock, and the trainer is giving them instructions. Didn't it seem like Frankie was giving Jonathan Thomas the instructions there? He was explaining to him, this is what I'm going to do. You can tell me what you want, but this is what I'm going to do.
I think when you've had a career like Frankie Dettori is, of course, he'll be aboard the 11 Timeless Elegance in this upcoming race for Jonathan Thomas. I think when you've had a career like Frankie Dettori, you kind of know what to expect on the racetrack.
You kind of know what to expect, and you've earned your right to do it your own way.
Well, Maggie is in the paddock with us, and Maggie, always fun to see a rider like Frankie Dettori on these big days.
And you could see all the heads here at the paddock rail kind of looking and turning as Frankie walked by. So I think we're all excited to see him here at Monmouth. And it's been quite a while, since 2007, since he's been here on the Jersey Shore. And his mount in here, Timeless Elegance, looks sensational. I mean, look back at her last turf effort, which was at Keeneland, finishing second behind Sagesta, who we saw take the Wonder again with an 87 buyer in impressive fashion. And Timeless Elegance was kind of getting to her. I think she was probably always second best that day, but I do think she is very formidable in this spot. As we'll check in with the horse stretching out here in her second start. That's number 9, Wrigleyville. Jonathan mentioned her lovely pedigree on this daughter of Into Mischief. The dam was a multiple graded stakes winner, anywhere from a mile to 12 furlongs on the turf. She debuted going the 5, and the fact that she was close enough to just be 2 lengths off of it at best, it says to me that she's going to be handy stretching out in distance to this mile and a 16th. But on top of that, she looks like a horse that wants to run long. She looks a lot like her dam. I remember Marketing Mix quite vividly. I mean, it's the same sort of makeup with those colors on and everything. So I think she's going to be very tough in this spot. As we'll also take a look at number 3, Catalyst, who's a first-time starter. Trevor McCarthy, I said, are you following me? We seem to end up in the same place quite often. But Catalyzed is a first-time starter. They paid the equivalent of $261,000 for her at the Arcana yearling sale. She's by Wooten Bassett. Obviously, that's good influence for the turf. The dam was a 2-time winner in France. I like what I'm seeing from her. Obviously, it's Chad Brown. They're always very professional, but she's well prepared too, and I like the way that she's put together. She looks strong. Sometimes, you know, these European-bred horses, they lack a little bit of conditioning. Not her. She looks ready to go, JK.
Thank you, Maggie. Rajiv, where are your eyes going in a race like this? I mean, I've talked a little bit about Wrigleyville. Who kind of caught your attention?
Yeah, well, I liked Wrigleyville as well, and Maggie kind of validated our thoughts on what we think about her. But also the Timeless Elegance is a legitimate contender. Her last race was forced off the turf, which is her preferred surface. And she still ran a credible race. Now she's switching back to the to the turf, where she had this great second-place finish here at Keeneland. And you can see, man, she was just crying out for room, because having to navigate through this wall of horses, Jose Ortiz trying to pick his spot, never really got to set her down until late. And by that time, the other filly there got the momentum, Sagesta, who actually came back and won next time out. So she didn't get beat by a slow poke here. She got beat by a really credible filly.
Absolutely. The 11 Timeless Elegance really was rolling late, and I think this is what you get with someone like Frankie Dettori as well. Like, you kind of have that take a deep breath. I know we drew the far outside, but leave it to the legend who's won every big grass race in this world. Let's leave it to him to try to work out a trip from the far outside.
Yeah, Frankie will definitely be able to work out a trip. I have a lot of confidence in him doing that. And also with 2 scratches to the inside, number 4 and number 6, it gives him that little extra room to fan inside. So I really think that this filly is going to have a major say in the outcome. There's also a lot of other horses, because Chad Brown, first time starters, And you know, and a Todd Pletcher filly trying to turf for the first time with number 5 on Moonlight Bay.
Yeah, the 3 catalyzed for Chad. When you see these Klarovich runners, you see these European bred types. You know they're likely Tattersall's horses that they've gone over and had so much success with, and they're always dangerous. A little bit chilly on the board, I would think, down here at Monmouth at 10-1. You know, 10-1 first-time starters for Chad Brown don't usually win at Saratoga, let alone a place like Monmouth. They usually take a little bit more money.
Yeah, if the torque board is saying what we think it is, it means that this one hasn't shown that as much as yet. But I would never overlook a Chad Brown first-time start on the turf.
We'll start with the 1. Gasparilla puts the blinkers on, also gets Lasix for the first time.
Yeah, number 2, Celestial Express, switches trainer, stretches out, tries a turf for the first time after a 4th place finish at Aqueduct last time.
I like those silks. I'm always a big fan of the polka dots. The 3 catalyzed that we already talked about for Chad Brown, first-time starter. Chad, 18% with first-time starters throughout his career.
On Moonlight Bay, the 5 is a Todd Pletcher trainee out of Take Charge Paula, trying the turf for the first time.
The 7, Colorful Lady for Todd Pletcher. You get Paco Lopez. I thought that race last time where Grayosh won was a pretty good race.
Number 8, Positive Carry, another Chad Brown trainee. 2nd last time at Belmont.
The 9, Wrigleyville, who was battling for favoritism. Those are those silks I was talking about. Google that. The VO5 bottle for the shampoo.
Number 10, Victoria's Dancer. 4th and off the turf for last time. Switches back to the turf today.
And the 11, Timeless Elegance with Frankie Dettori, the legend, and Jonathan Thomas. If this horse can run that race 2 back, I think could be extremely tough to beat from the far outside.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned that there's been a couple of scratches, so he's not actually going to break from the 11. He's going to be able to break a little bit closer to the inside, so hopefully Frankie should be able to work out a little bit of a trip. Acacia?
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out, JK. Great to see Frankie here. And as Raj mentioned, that race 2 back at Keeneland makes this filly a huge player in this spot. Of course, we talked about who she faced, Richie. But don't forget, you can play all of the action with Naira Bets. Sign up, get started just in time for the Belmont Stakes and get a free bet using promo code Belmont25 and up to a $200 deposit match bonus. We want to make sure that you're all set already. NairaBets.com or download the app today for more information. Chad Brown has a presence in here, though, as well as a Positive Carry, this filly by See the Moon, who was also purchased in Europe, but this one at an Arcana sale for a little over the U.S. equivalent of $200,000. A filly that has been knocking on the door, Richie. We take a look at her race last time out in New York, and the question with her is that she's been the favorite in her last 3 running well, just not quite able to get the job done.
No, she looped up, and it looked like she was going to get the job done this day, and then she was run down very late by another Chad Brown runner who actually had some trouble and came out and really finished. It is a little worrisome to me, though, that she's kind of coughed up some races that look like maybe she had won. And you start to wonder if she has that instinct, that winning instinct, if you will. When it gets down to crunch time, it's almost like she's a little too polite. No, after you.
Horses are herd animals as well. And JK, it's not often you see Chad Brown in a turf race at 5-1, but I guess Frankie Dettori does have some power as far as the odds are concerned as well.
Yeah, absolutely, Acacia. Frankie Dettori, but also the video that we watched that Rajiv talked over for Timeless Elegance down at Keeneland. That's significant trouble. That horse was not allowed to run the entire stretch. And like Rajiv pointed out, she came back, and the winner of that race came back and won at Aqueduct, I think, last week.
Yeah, and in addition to that, she owns the highest Beyer speed figure of anywhere. She ran an 81 Beyer speed figure in finishing second in that race. No horse in this race has crossed that threshold into the 80s, and that was with trouble. So if she steps forward, if she runs that same race again, she's going to take a whole lot of beating here.
Well, we can talk about him on paper as long as we want, but everyone wants to hear from Maggie to see how they look out on the track.
Well, thank you, JK. I appreciate that. I mean, how lucky are we? This is one gorgeous day here at Monmouth Park. Oh, yeah, all the fans here are just as lucky. But taking a look at number 5 in here on Moonlit Bay, I'm intrigued by this filly that Todd Pletcher sends out. He actually sends out 2 in here. On Moonlight Bay, she was entered for the turf in her last 2, though taken off and put on the Tapeta surface. Now, she's by Medaglia d'Oro. There isn't much pedigree on the bottom side to suggest turf. The dam was a multiple stakes winner and graded stakes winner in dirt sprints, but she's shown speed in both of those efforts. And if you want a horse that I think is going to be forward in here, it's going to be her. Like I said, number 9, Wrigleyville should have some forward placement too, but On Moonlight Bay also has the proverbial turf hoof. She looks like a turf horse to me, and one of the Medaglia d'Oros that isn't kind of long and spindly looking. There's some, muscle mass to her. There's a lot of power into this filly. So I think she's very intriguing finally getting to the turf. I know she was beaten at 1-2 last time out, but this is the right surface. Number 9, catching up with trainer Jack Sisterson. He did tell me that this filly working favorably with Viv Veuve, who ran decently in the Grade 2 Wonder again at Aqueduct last week. So she's just a maiden. She's only facing maiden company. So I think that's a positive sign for her. I know a lot of people liking her. She is 7-2. And then the second time starter, number 1, Gasparilla. She was beaten by the 2 Chad Brown horses. Positive Carry, the beaten favorite that day. And she broke forwardly, then she was kind of taken in hand to track 2 wide, and then she ran on a little bit while tiring late. And to me, with the blinkers going on, I think that was so imperative, because it looked as though when horses came to her, she kind of got a little bit lost out there, a little bit intimidated too by them. So the blinkers going on, I think, will help her, and obviously having a race under her belt, she's that much more fit. Acacia, do you have notes on Gasparilla? I can't remember who covered that race because it wasn't me.
Unfortunately, Maggie, it was not me either. Richie?
I thought she needed the race. I thought she loomed up like she was going to get it done, and she flattened out like a horse. Most of Shug's horses need a race. He doesn't, tighten them up so much the first time. They usually are works in progress and get better with a race or two. She gets a good inside draw. Now, you remember the configuration of the mile and a 16th out of the turf chute at Monmouth. You're essentially braking in the middle of a turn. And I really think that hurts the outside runners, and it definitely aids the inside runners.
And I will say, Gasparilla is a lovely place to travel. On the west coast of Florida, close to Tampa. Obviously, the Farish is very close to Gasparilla. And I was telling you, my family, we got to go last year. We had a whole pod of dolphins following us on the boat. It's so special.
Well, I liked Gasparilla to begin with because I really thought she would improve with the race under her belt and the addition of blinkers. And then he told me the story about Gasparilla. Like, when I saw Gasparilla, the Brooklyn upbringing me came out, I was thinking sarsaparilla.
Raj, help us out here.
Yeah, well, this Gasparilla here, when you see a Shug McGay filly work 47 flat out the gate in bullets, you better take notice, because he doesn't work them fast. I've worked horses for him in the past. He doesn't like them revved out in the mornings, so that would be a one that's doing it well within their scope. Adds blinkers, so that might have been a work with blinkers on, and Lasix. So there's a lot of angles to go with this one, so I could see where the intrigue is.
Yeah, lots of changes. You're drawn towards the inside, and showing that fast work lets me know that Gasparilla does have some tactical speed to be able to work out some sort of a trip from the inside. Ultimately, Raj, I'm going to land on the 9, Wrigleyville. Marketing Mix wanted to run all day. Glen Hill's entire pedigree situation from all their farm, all their whole family is horses that want to go long on the grass. It makes me feel like Wrigleyville definitely wants to go long.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I picked Wrigleyville as well.
With race 7 and the call, Matt Dinnerman.
We're ready to go. And we're off. Victoria's Dancer had to take up coming out of the gate, drops to the back. Wrigleyville has early dash, catalyzed from the inside, takes second. Wrigleyville is the leader coming out of the chute by about a length here. Timeless Elegance makes her way into second. Catalyzed taken back to third. And Colorful Lady fourth, just ahead of stablemate On Moonlight Bay approaching the clubhouse turn. Positive Carry in midfield, 2.5 clear of Victoria's Dancer with a Celestial Express to the inside. And Gasparilla will attempt to do her best running later. She's 10 lengths off the lead, and the lead is being held by Wrigleyville and Lane Lezzy. Wrigleyville, a length and a half in front of Timeless Elegance, who's a clear second on the tail tail of the leader approaching the backstretch run. Catalyze still in third. Colorful Lady joins her from the outside. A length and a half to another pair. Positive Carry on Moonlight Bay. They're side by side. They're 2 clear of Victoria's Dancer, who's a half length in front of Celestial Express. Gasparilla joins that rival. Get off the rail now, is 8 behind as they start to pack up just a little bit. Approaching the 4-turn run. Wrigleyville with the ears pricked up. Approaches the 4-turn. A length and a tail ahead. Timeless Elegance asked for a little more by Frankie Dettori, now second. Catalyze third. Colorful Lady to the outside as they sprint in the final 3 furlongs. Positive Carry in the 5th position. Attempts to reel in the front runners, is getting going. Positive Carry swings to the outside for the stretch drive. Wrigleyville off the turn is kicked away to a 3-length lead. Catalyze taking the 2nd spot. Timeless Elegance calls it a day. Positive Carry into 3rd. 16th to go. It's Wrigleyville in front by 2.5. Wrigleyville, just like her mother marketing mix, loved the route. Wrigleyville takes them the distance. Catalyze 2nd. Positive Carry 3rd. Victoria's Dancer 4th.
Number 9, Wrigleyville, taking them gate to wire in the 7th race. As you heard in Matt Dinnerman's call, like the pedigree suggested, stretching out in distance was a benefit for her. And Rajiv, with this filly, we also saw improved speed. That has to be so encouraging when you have one stretching out that breaks so sharply like that and puts you in such a good position to relax on the front end.
Yeah, and it was control speed. She showed that natural speed, but she was in a good rhythm. She wasn't overdoing it, and you could see Lane Luzzy, he did a perfect job just getting her to relax, getting her into a good rhythm, and controlling the race. Slowed down the second quarter of the race, and that's where the race was run. When we like to say, put him to sleep, walking the dog, this was a perfect example of it. It just had so much more left in the tank.
Chad Brown running 2-3 as the number 3 Catalyzed first-time starter with a big late run, along with Positive Carry, more experienced, Richie. But it's hard to chase down a horse like that. That's, like Raj said, puts them to sleep on the front end. You could see Frankie Dettori really trying on Timeless Elegance, who had no response.
You see, I think that's what Lane Luzzy did so well, right? Like Raj talked about, he slowed down the 2nd quarter. Now he's created his advantage. The 3rd quarter, he started picking it up. Now you've got to use your advantage. You've created it, now use it. And he took the 11 horse, Timeless Elegance, off the bridle because he picked up to 23 and change the 3rd quarter. That's the art of riding a front runner. Slow the pace down, create that advantage, and then use it at some point to pull everybody off the bridle and make them chase you. Lane executed it perfectly. Really nice ride from Trevor McCarthy on Catalyze, too. Saved all the ground. Just came up 2nd best the way the race ran with no pace.
Galloping back with her ears up, 7-1 shot winner, Wrigleyville. JK, you talked about the pedigree, and this Glen Hill Farm homebred certainly showed it, stretching out in distance.
Oh, absolutely. You mentioned Glen Hill Farm. Craig Bernick, a Chicago guy with a horse named Wrigleyville. Seems to make a lot of sense to me. A good horse. I'm sure you've been saving that name. You probably had that name reserved for quite some time and saved it for one of the good ones in the family. This daughter of marketing mix went to the front on the stretch out, first time going long, and advanced her position all the way around. There was some serious horses behind her chasing. Raj, I thought she was pretty impressive.
Yeah, and there's a lot more left in the tank. She was never threatened. And at the top of the stretch, when Lane Luzzy went for his crop to use it, it actually slipped out of his hand and he lost the crop. So she did this all on her own with very mild cueing.
Wrigleyville taking them gate to wire in race 7, Monmouth Park. Prices and more when we come back, and we'll continue our Belmont Stakes conversation. Door Knock, talented as a 2-year-old. He has the pedigree to be a classic winner, being the full brother to Kentucky Derby winner Mage. And he was not in his typical spot on the front end in the Derby. What does he do in the Belmont? We'll talk more about him after this.
Rock Your World in command. Medina Spirit making no progress. And it's going to be Rock Your World to take them all the way in the Santa Anita Derby. He's undefeated and wins by 4.
Wrigleyville heads into the winner's circle in the 7th at Monmouth Park, taking them gate to wire with Lane Leslie in the saddle. $16 winner for trainer Jack Sisterson, who's standing by with Maggie.
That's right, Acacia and Jack. You had been telling me you had kind of high hopes for Wrigleyville in her second start, been working well with Viv Veuve, and she definitely displayed that pedigree here breaking her maiden.
That was nice to see this afternoon, Maggie. Like you said, she'd been training extremely well up in Saratoga with a filly that was just third in the Wonder again. So we would, weren't too sure about stretch from 5 to a mile and a 16th, but Bethany did a great job. All the credit to her, Mr. Proctor, Craig Bernick at Glen Hill Farm for the opportunity.
Well, you mentioned Saratoga, as you will be sending out Aspen Grove in the Grade 1 New York as well in Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. You also said something about Saratoga for these fillies and mares, Jack. What do they like about it up there?
What do you like up there? What's not to like? I mean, you get to Saratoga, you look forward to Saratoga, you enjoy being there. What we found, Maggie, we've got a lot of fillies up there. They come to the front of the stall, the ears are pricked, the appetite, everything just falls into place. They train better, and they seem to run better up there.
How about Aspen Grove? What can we expect from her? Obviously, she had a big performance at Belmont last year.
Yeah, Maggie, I got to thank Craig at Glen Hill Farm and Mr. Proctor. She had to spend a bit of time there during the winter, which was fantastic for her. The pace didn't really set up in the hills before, and she got squeezed at the start in the modesty. She's a filly, probably looks stronger as a 4-year-old. She's training really well up in Saratoga, and I think, third race off a layoff, you'll see her best performance to date.
Looking forward to it. You've had some pretty special times up there at the spa, multiple Grade 1s.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Jack Sisterson here getting the win with Wrigleyville. Guys, looks as though the future might be bright for this one with that lovely pedigree out of Marketing Mix.
Can't wait to see what the future holds for her, Maggie. Here's a look at the field for the 8th at Monmouth Park. Coming up next, this one sprinting on the main track in this first level allowance, and relatively wide open board right now. Kaya Yamada currently 5-2 on the board at the moment. Now, talking about horses that are training up in Saratoga, before we get to that, want to just let everybody know, don't shoot the messenger at 4 p.m. We will no longer be on Fox. We're moving exclusively over to the Fox Sports app. You can also watch on Naira Bets or Naira YouTube. So hope you will continue watching America's Day at the race as we do go through the final race on the card at Monmouth Park. But as far as the Belmont Stakes is concerned, Richie, a lot of these runners stabled already up in Saratoga, and just as Jack said, a lot of horses really thrive up here. And Dornoch, a contender for Danny Gargan, who is coming out of a tough trip in the Kentucky Derby where he was not in his typical running style of showing the early speed. He really got kind of taken out of it early on in the race.
He did, and he drew that dreaded, one post. It just puts horses at a big disadvantage, even with the new starting gate, so it's not as much, but you're still down in there and you got to wait for all these horses to load. The tendency is for horses to maybe fall asleep a little bit. He broke a step slow, he broke out, and then here comes this wave of horses that fold over you. Think, if you ever been at the beach and this big 6-7 foot wave comes folding over you, knocks you down, throws you around in the sand, rolls you over. Well, that's what happened to Dornoch the first 3/16 of a mile in the Derby.
Very uncomfortable at this point.
Absolutely, and Louis Saez, no fault of his and no choice. He had to ease back out of the spot. You don't have ownership of a spot unless you're fully in there, and he had to ease back at that stage.
Here he is working this morning at Saratoga, as we mentioned. A lot of horses prepping up here. He's inside, going 48-3 for the 4 furlongs. He had a nice working company last week as well with another overmatched mate, and we'll see what he can do. I'm also curious as far as tactics and what we were kind of discussing early as far as how the pace may play out in this race.
Well, it feels to me like there's an ample amount of pace in this Belmont Stakes, and obviously Seize the Grey being so successful wiring the Preakness, I don't think they're going to stray from those tactics. And it looks to me like we could have a legitimate pace here. Dornoch's a fighter. We saw him fight off Sierra Leone in the Remsen, although, maybe Sierra Leone hurt himself a little bit lugging in. But you have to give him credit because he was down inside, in tight, and he fought back. Very talented colt. Put a line through the Derby you saw there. It just basically had no chance with that trip.
With a tough inside post and a tough start with a big field of horses in that Kentucky Derby, we'll see what Dornoch can do and potentially using his best weapon, his speed, in the Belmont Stakes. Now, it's funny, I spoke to Danny Gargan last week after his work, and he said, though he's the full brother to Mage, Derby winner, Looks nothing like him. He said, I think he's going to be a better second half of the year 3-year-old and better 4-year-old as he progresses.
And he possesses more natural speed than Mage. And, you know, listen, I think horse pedigrees and people pedigrees are not dissimilar. I mean, I don't think I'm anything like my brothers, right? So, I mean, obviously we all have our talents.
I'm an only child, so I have nothing to offer that. But you can continue watching America's Day at the Races on the Fox Sports app, the NYRA YouTube channel, or NYRA Bets. We hope you'll stay with us. America's Day at the Races continuing.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga, June 6th through 9th. Admission is just $10 on Thursday as well as on Sunday for this historic event. Visit BelmontStakes.com/tickets today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Monmouth Park's newest featured race day is Haskell Preview Day, Saturday, June 15th. Wager on the NYRA Bets Pegasus for 3-year-olds, plus 3 graded stakes, all on the road to Haskell Day Saturday, July 20th. Play into 6-figure pools all day long, starting with a $12.50 first post. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
And America's horse has opened up. It's American Pharaoh with that majestic stride, pouring it on through the stretch. Keen Ice runs into second. American Pharaoh, the party continues as he rolls home in the Haskell.
American Pharaoh has lost the lead at the top of the stretch. Frosted on the outside is now in front, but American Pharaoh is battling on from the inside. He's showing all this fight with 1 furlong to run. And here on the far outside comes Keen Ice with a late threat. American Pharaoh put away Frosted. He has to deal with Keen Ice. Keen Ice has got him. Keen Ice has won the Travers over American Pharaoh in a dramatic upset.
Hello, YouTube. You can say whatever you want on this show, JK. Just like Keen Ice did whatever he wanted in the Travers, including defeating the Triple Crown winner American Pharaoh in front of 50,000 stunned racing fans, aside from Andy Serling, perhaps. Keen Ice, what a moment that was. People walking around looking, absolute shock.
Andy actually picked American Pharaoh that day. He picked against him all the other time. He picked him that day. I was in shock. I remember a group of us were alive for a pick 6, ending on American Pharaoh. We had done all the tough stuff, and I remember kind of falling to my knees. Not so much that the horse got beat that I was a big fan of, but more about my NYRA Bets account not hitting.
That sounds more like it. And you saw those key races, of course, to American Pharaoh, who was named champion 3-year-old in 2015, Horse of the Year, and now without a Triple Crown on the line, that's what many of these races mean and lead to. The Haskell right here, the Travers, of course, the Belmont Stakes next week in the battle for 3-year-old supremacy.
Yeah, it's important, right? I mean, it's a nice thing to have on your resume, and you got to win some of these big races. You know, I think the Derby, the Preakness, the Belmont, those are the ones that show up on those resumes when you're trying to make a decision on who's going to win one. And with the first 2 legs being kind of shared, with Mystic Dan winning 1 and Seize the Gray, it's still very wide open. Whoever wins this one, still probably not the leader in the clubhouse unless it's Mystic Dan. And then you go on to the summer races like the Naira Betts Haskell and the Travers as well.
And Travers as well. Yeah, those races is always important and prestigious, but taking on that much more in significance when the chase for a 3-year-old title is wide open. I heard you had a 7-1 winner in the 7th race.
I did. You can call it cheating, though, because I'm a huge fan of Glen Hill Farm and familiar with the family and knowing what they're trying to accomplish. They're not looking for sprinters. That horse's last race was sprinting. I had a feeling going longer was going to be exactly what Wrigleyville wanted, and it's exactly what she did want.
That is a long bugle, dog. Look at that. He ain't messing around. And calling the field a post. Marketing mix in that pedigree as well. Glen Hill, right? She was a running son of a gun.
Marketing mix was Mama.
She could flat. I think Rodeo Drive winner out at Santa Anita. I think.
You know, you don't have to know. You don't have to know.
Not on YouTube. Post Parade Brewing for the 8th. Do you like a 7-1 shot in here?
I wish. No. You know what's funny? I'm dead serious. I have the 6 circled, so I like a 31 to 1 shot. I had a little bit of a class jump for this one, but it's what buyer speed figures will tell you. Speed figures will tell you is this horse ran well last time, and at a big price, I think is very interesting.
31 to 1. JK trying to smoke out another long shot. So a good time to get involved with your Naira Betts account. Fire it up if you do not have one. Great time to sign up. NairaBets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Betts app to get started. Good allowance race. 3-year-old fillies, $55,000 purse. And Gaia Amada at 5-2, the current favorite. Why is she the favorite?
Yeah, I guess it was the race 2 back. She ran well last time. She had some trouble. She broke slow and didn't have a great trip. So I think a lot of times people kind of bet off of that. Her race 2 back makes a little bit more sense to me.
We'll revisit her win in the slop at Parks in just a moment. She has Paco in the saddle, who has found the winning touch once again after a couple of days blanked last week. 5 wins last Saturday and 3 so far. Aboard the favorite here. We'll see her in the post parade. And there's Hopes and Dreams. Michael Deeney saddled the winner in the 5th.
Has some speed from the inside. You'd like to try to save that ground and keep that position.
Bella Queen, number 2, 8-length winner in her debut.
Yeah, this is another one I thought was interesting. Cutting back from the 7 furlongs, ran well last time. I would probably use her with my long shot, that 30-1, the 6.
Putting the Spanish spin on this, but I'm not quite sure. Gaia Amada. Paco looking for a 4th.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds about right to me. That sounds about right to me. 2 back, this race makes a lot of sense as well.
Utopia Rose, number 4 at 5-1. Foolish Challenge here, and Chuck Spina trainees will break side by side.
Yeah, this horse won last time, just a little bit light. Actually kind of worked out a nice little trip in there.
Heroes On debuted on grass and then aired on dirt.
Yeah, this is just one that I thought ran well that time. Had some really fast pace figures, got a nice final number. I know it was against Lesser, but I'm hoping that the pace figure and the speed figure didn't lie.
Rhapsody, our new co-host, our new colleague, Frankie Dettori, then Status Seeker with Rajiv's handsome cousin in the saddle, Romero.
Yeah, another one that makes some sense, and I love the draw for this horse, too. Another one that has my interest. Like I said, I like the 6 at 29-1. I'll officially pick the 6 at 29-1, but the 2 and the 9 are more likely winners and horses that I would like to have. So maybe a box situation with the 2, 6, and the 9, or we can even get more creative in ticket construction and maybe do a situation where, you know, you can use the 2 and the 9 on top and use the 6 in second, and then the 2 and the 9 in third in a trifecta, and then you could even flip that 2 and the 9 in first and second, and use the 6 and third. Kind of a nicer way to wager in terms of betting, like to show the 6 is just going to run okay.
You had me at 30-1. Hyros on number 6. There's Hopes and Dreams, and then Gaia Amada. As you 2 starts back in the slot, Parks mid-April, Gaia Amada, and you watch her here from the start. What happens with her leaving the gate? Is she kind of a hop start and sluggish beginning?
Yeah, she didn't break particularly well, but she ended up kind of picking up the pieces there, and this is actually the race at Keeneland. I was confused. This is Keeneland, where she was 4th, beating 9.
By that I drove you into a dead end.
No, it's all right. No. It's hey, look, this is It's time to do it. Look, she broke slow, but I will say this about her is that race 2 back at Parks, the one that you were referring to, if she can find that race, she's going to be tough in here. She ran extremely well that day.
It was one of those kind of stagger fests and like who wants it, and then at the very end she showed some moxie and a killer instinct and went out and nailed the leader. And yeah, that it was solid effort, and for that reason, understandably so, in her 4th career start, the 2-1 favorite here, and of course the presence of Paco.
Yeah, that happens. You know, you'll notice that a lot of these, kind of, I don't want to say regional tracks, but like, not the Saratogas of the world or the Del Mars of the world where it's basically that one core group of riders. There's always a leader like this at every racetrack that they are always going to take money, but it's deserved because they win a lot of races. And I know those at home that are thinking about your racetrack, your local racetrack, there's that rider that is just always overbet, but he deserves or she deserves to be that. And I think Paco is one of those guys.
Win a lot of races. You want to bet them, but you're gonna pay for it. Paco looking for a 4th on the afternoon. We mentioned Chuck Spina trains 2 fillies in this coming up 8th race. Well represented in tomorrow's Smart and Classy. I keep wanting to call it the Smart and Fancy. The Smart and Classy Handicap Sunday feature here at Monmouth Park. Field of 6, and Mia's Crusade, trained by Chuck Spina. This was her latest, the Spruce Fur mid-May. Mia's Crusade, it's her title defense, and she successfully defends her title. Here, JK, and most impressive, the bravery displayed late.
Yeah, she ran well here. My biggest concern with her is that her attempts trying a mile have not gone well. And that's a little bit of a concern stretching out from the 6th furlong.
Battling, finally wearing down the opposition. Chuck Spina loves this mare. He talks about how he's never had a horse win 3 consecutive stakes races and no concerns about wheeling her back on short rest. She'll try to go back-to-back in that one as well. That's tomorrow's Sunday feature. We'll have it for you on America's Day at the races. We check in with Paul.
Yeah, I thought this was a very good race in here in Lafitte for some fillies in here running for a $55,000 purse. And when you look at the 3 in here, call Amanda, it's very hard to ignore her debut. I thought the most impressive winner, besides fierceness, was Ways and Means, obviously, for the Phillies at Saratoga last year. And, Ways and Means ran a good Kentucky Oaks considering how much foundation she had going into it. So Call Amanda is the horse to beat in here for Todd Pletcher, and that's why the horse is... when you look at some of the other fillies in here, the 9 on the outside intrigues me the most, Status Seeker. I did get a look at him in the paddock, and I think he is the better-looking Marat. But at Status Seeker, when you look, this horse is filly that won first time out from a tiny bit off the pace. I think gets a tremendous draw on the outside. Romero can, sort of survey the situation and figure out what's going on. And I think this horse has got some punch coming home, too, as well. And then the 4 is the confusing horse, right? Because it's Chuck Spina. This horse exploded in her last race. Was it the Lasix? I don't know. But was it her 3-year-old debut? I don't know. But it's really hard to ignore. And we've seen some of these horses come back and run well, to be honest with you. So I'm a little bit surprised that Hopes and Dreams, a 4-time winner. The 1 is 7-1. I'd probably use that horse as this starts the late pick 5 here, Lafitte. But I'm going to go with the 9 in here. Status Seeker for Romero Mirage. And I'm kind of hoping the horse wins. I'm kind of not, because I don't want to hear Rajiv.
I want to hear the post-race interview with Romero. And finally, he has the mic, and he can talk about who the ugly cousin is.
Yeah, let's do it. We'll get Paul over there. We got to get Rajiv. I don't know where Rajiv is. He's probably... I don't see him.
Bugging Frankie.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
He's probably hitting the jockey and trying to get someone to let him get a leg up.
Status Seeker, if she's going to be what do you make of her chances representing outside speed?
Yeah, I mean, outside speed's always dangerous to me. I mean, it's to me if I needed a situation in terms of a single in the last leg, or if I owned a horse, or whatever the situation might be, outside speed would be my preferred way of going. I just think that a lot more good can go can happen from out there. I think you have more choices. I think that you get to be in a little bit more of a dominant situation to dictate. And that American Pharoah shirt, that was a free giveaway in 2015. I don't know if it was at Churchill or if it was here, but they gave that shirt away, if I'm not mistaken.
Very popular here, very popular everywhere. Paul LaDuca shaking hands, kissing babies, taking selfies with dudes in American Pharoah T-shirts. Just discussed American Pharoah. 3-year-olds, the title, the chase for a title. Belmont Stakes next Saturday. This 8th race at Monmouth Park right here, right now, kicking off the late pick 5. It's post time. Here's Matt Dinneman.
Two back, Rhapsody, post position 8. Into the outside post, Status Seeker to round out the field. We're ready to go. And they're off. Status Seeker on the far outside, up prominent in the early stages. Kaye Amada has the most early lick, though, and Status Seeker on the outsides, right there, close up. Rhapsody wedges herself between that pair. It's Kaye Amada with the lead a half length. Status Seeker runs in the second spot. Hopes and Dreams moves forward on the inside. Bella Queen moving with her, and Rhapsody is between horses, hard ridden right now, a length off the leader, Kaye Amada, as they approach the far turn run. Arozan in the 6th position, and she's running 5 off the pace into the turn, a length and a half in front of Utopia Rose and Foolish Challenge as they round the far turn. Kaye Amada, the leader a half length. Hopes and Dreams finds the opening on the rails, sent after the front runner. These two get acquainted on the lead, and they put a length and a half on Rhapsody, who's being asked to pick up the pace with Status Seeker, who swings 4 wide off the turn. Battle continues between Kaye Amada outside of Hopes and Dreams. Kaye Amada with a half length edge right now. Hopes and Dreams inside, can't quite match Kaye Amada's strides. Kaye Amada opens up the lead to a length and a tail, a length and a half. Kaye Amada to win it. Kaye Amada gives Paco Lopez 4 today. Hopes and Dreams 2nd, Bella Queen 3rd, and then Rhapsody, who checked in 4th.
Paco doing Paco things at Monmouth Park. As you heard Matt Dinneman, 4 wins on the afternoon. This one for Todd Pletcher. Kaye Amada in the 8th.
Rajiv had a great line. I don't want to steal it from him. He's around here somewhere. But I'm going to. He can do it again later. He basically said that there's Taco Tuesday and then there's Paco Saturday. And I thought that was very good. I'm giving full credit to Rajiv. I'm not. If he was
just
over here,
hijack it like Frankie hijacked the flying dismount from Angel.
There it is.
Cordero.
Simple.
If Frankie can hijack it, if he can steal it, anybody can. Paco Saturday. Kaye Amada, a better break this afternoon.
Absolutely. Still, obviously, trying to figure some things out. Didn't switch leads in the stretch there, but it didn't matter. Was just better than this group, and she had hinted at that a couple of starts back.
Daughter of the 07 Derby winner, Preakness runner-up, Street Sense. Hooley Racing Stable, LLC. Kaye Amada, Todd Pletcher will have 3 in the Belmont. One of them will not be Fierceness. Paco Lopez has a few more races to pad his stats with 4 wins so far. Results forthcoming. And when we return, that man, Kentucky Derby winning trainer, Kenny McPeak. Remember when he shocked the world in the Belmont Stakes? Saraba, 70-1, biggest Belmont upset ever. Mystic Dan will not be 70-1. The Derby winner breezed this morning, 7 days out from the Belmont.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races. Smiling faces. The fans hear it. Monmouth Park. Making their way to the shore's greatest stretch. Once again, Paco Saturday, I like that. Into the winner's circle, JK, for the 4th time this afternoon, and still has several mounts. This one, how was he able to pull it off with Gaye Amada?
I don't know. I mean, we throw around 4 wins like it's easy. Like, it's hard. I couldn't pick 4 winners in a day. Is hard to do, let alone. And I get to pick whoever I want. He won 4 races already so far on this card. Look, she 2 races back, she hinted that she was the best horse in this group, but you just didn't know what to make out of the last race. She did have some excuses there. She came back at 7-2, pays $9.60, and gets it done for Todd Pletcher and Paco Lopez.
Broke today, as JK mentioned, a mechanics thing in the stretch, wrong lead. They'll get that squared away, but a win just the same. Gaye Amada in the 8th race, Monmouth Park. Is that Paco? On his way back. Just another day at the office. We have a glare here, JK. I couldn't quite make out who it was. But yeah, just another day at the office for Paco.
Just another day, just another day. The next race, race 9, I was really interested in the 11, who Frankie was supposed to ride. They scratched, so my eyes are going to go to the 4, Chico Charlie, who I'm hoping will be take advantage of this pace situation and find himself forward.
And that's what happens. Like, Paco is on a horse who was 10-1 in the morning line, and First Click already bet down. It happens quickly. When he starts rolling, the handicappers start swarming.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're gonna always kind of gravitate to whoever's the best rider at the meet. You see it in the summer all the time with when IRAT starts to have his runs and his success. His horses just start getting bet, sometimes blindly, I think. You know, there's a lot of people that come to the racetrack and ask the question, who's the best rider, and they just bet that rider every time. And it happens often, and I think that happens here with Paco.
Creating opportunity elsewhere, perhaps. We'll see coming up here at Monmouth Park. Getting closer to the Jersey Derby, the feature today, the 11th race of 12 on this Saturday afternoon. Also, with an eye on what's happening in 7 days. With the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets, the probables that you are looking at, one glaring omission. Fierceness, defeated Derby favorite, will not run. Haskell bound. However, Preakness winner sees the gray. He'll be there. And the top 2 finishers in the Kentucky Derby. 4 weeks ago, Churchill Downs, Mystic Dan. This was all about trip. Dream trip to the inside. Brilliant ride. Brian Hernandez. Sierra Leone in a wrestling match, but for Mystic Dan, that inside post. And this was executed to perfection by Brian Hernandez from start to finish.
This situation, this race, is one of those races where 2 things happened to Mystic Dan. 1, he got an absolutely perfect trip. 2, he was close up to a fast pace. Now, both of those lead you to feel different things about the race. The fact that he had a perfect trip makes you kind of want to discount the performance and feel like you don't necessarily need him moving forward. But the other one, being close to this pace that absolutely fell apart, makes you want to upgrade this performance to make it look better than it actually was on paper. So you have a negative and a positive. They cancel each other out. I think that this performance is exactly what it looks like it was. It was a good performance. However, it was not great. And I don't think that he got lucky either. I think it's just right there, middle of the road.
So if Mystic Dan runs this race, you see the wrestling match on the outside. Let's say Forever Young runs straight. Let's say Sierra Leone runs straight. Who wins the Kentucky Derby?
I think one of them might have run by him. But my final answer on Mystic Dan is he's a very good racehorse that when things go his way, he'll win. He's just not, I don't know if he's good enough to beat these types if he has any adversity, which he did have in the Preakness.
So what went wrong in the Preakness? You see Mystic Dan there, green cap, and sees the gray, seizing the opportunity with Jaime Torres, his Triple Crown debut. He takes it right to him and assumes the lead, controlling things in a slow pace throughout.
What happened is that old horse player handicapping axiom that pace makes the race. And Sees the Gray got forward, got comfortable, and when it looked like Mystic Dan was going to run by him, I think he was running. It just Sees the Gray wasn't stopping, and that's what led to him not being able to keep this Triple Crown run alive. But he ran well enough. Look, I'm not knocking the horse. He's a very good horse. I just don't think that he is is good enough to overcome any adverse situation, right? American Pharoah, I think that he didn't have a lot of adversity to have to overcome, and his numbers weren't unbelievably fast, but he got faster as the year went on. So it's nothing to knock against Mystic Dan. It just makes me feel that there might be some other opportunities outside of him.
See you about the Belmont Stakes in a week. You're stepping aside. We'll see you back before the featured event, Jersey Derby. Gonna go get a
hot dog.
Hot dog. Too bad it's not Taco Tuesday. Taco Saturday here at Monmouth Park. Acacia Richie, as our coverage continues here, and the countdown continues. 7 days, Belmont Stakes at Fox. What is the vibe like overall? What is the vibe like at the racetrack at Saratoga?
Lafita, I've never seen so many people on the rail of the Oklahoma as I did this morning. Over the last couple of weeks, or the last couple of months, my husband opens a string of horses here May 1st, Richie, and it's been very quiet up here. You can get a dinner reservation anywhere you want. That's not the case this weekend.
No, I mean, I went into town today after watching the horses train. I could not find a parking spot in town, but more so even here at the racetrack. Like Case is talking about, the people at the rail watching these horses prepping for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, whether they're in the Belmont or undercard races. There's a buzz, there's a feeling, there's an energy. Saratoga provides that energy regardless, and you can come up here in the middle of winter and you're keeping company with the ghosts of racing past. So I always feel that in this place. But this week, this is very special. We're a part of history. An American classic race, the Belmont Stakes, at America's classic racetrack. You've got the Racing Museum and Hall of Fame right across the street. The town revolves around thoroughbred racing. And we get to come here every summer, congregate in the foothills of the Adirondacks because of horses. None of us would even come to this place if it wasn't for the horses.
So well said, as always. Though I did learn today that Richie has some experience ghost hunting, as well as you mentioned the ghosts of racing past. But let's take a look at nothing spooky about this. Mystic Dan, all business this morning, training in company with Gould's Gold. Much the best in this workout, pulling away from his competition. And Kenny McPeak saying, as long as everything is good from tonight, tomorrow, the way the horse eats up, how he's acting after this work, it's all systems go onto the Belmont Stakes.
I loved his energy in this workout. I love the efficiency and the mechanics of his stride. And I think it's a question of what do races do to horses? Some horses run hard and it tears them down. To me, watching Mystic Dan this morning, it's built him up. He is taking forward steps. And yes, he did get a great trip in the Derby, but he created that trip. We see Sarava at one of the biggest prices in the race's history.
In 2002, look at that picture of Kenny McPeak hoisting the Belmont Stakes trophy. He'll look for another one with a horse that will be a significantly shorter price than Sarava was. Let's hear from trainer Kenny McPeak on what he saw and what the plans are for Mystic Dan.
He's really thrived up here. This cooler weather, I think, has done him a lot of good, and he seems happy here. He's eating well here, done everything right. And we'll watch how he eats tonight, but he's eating really well up here, and I suspect he will again tonight. And if that happens, all systems go.
Obviously, it's a little bit of a different year this year with the Belmont up at Saratoga. If it was 1.5 miles at Belmont, what do you think the thought process might have been with these horses?
Well, I think he can handle 1.5 miles without any trouble. He showed that on the gallop out this morning. Of course, we don't have to worry about that, but normally Big Sandy at downstate is a track that's a little bit questionable for some horses. It can be deep and heavy, but we don't have that problem here. And all accounts that I've asked is the main track's a little quicker than Oklahoma. So we had to work over Oklahoma today, which is a surface that I love training over and mostly stay over here with all my horses regularly. So this is a good year to be here. I think it's going to benefit us.
And what would be the ultimate goal this summer, you think, for a horse like Mystic Dan over the next couple of months?
I really didn't think I wanted to ship down to New Jersey for the Haskell because of the ship and him being here. And ultimately, I'd like to win another Travers and possibly bring him back in Pennsylvania Derby before the Breeders' Cup. So I think staying here all summer and fall will be ideal, and he seems to be a horse that will handle all that.
And he's handled everything so far. As Richie, you and I actually disagree with Jonathan a bit as far as what Mystic Dan's been able to do. From my eye, I think that he's a very athletic horse that's able to be agile and go into those spots as needed.
He's like Baryshnikov. He's a ballet dancer. He's light on his feet. He can make multiple moves. He can move to a spot and idle. He waits on his rider's cues. So, yes, he does get good trips, but because he creates them for himself. He's completely the opposite of, let's say, Sierra Leone, who's more of a heavy-headed horse, comes with that big, giant, relentless, grinding stride that you're not going to stop and start him, where you can stop and start Mystic Dan. And that's an incredible quality to have. If you think about Sunday Silence and Easy Goer, that was the difference between the two. Both phenomenally talented, but Sunday Silence could make multiple moves.
They haven't quite yet shown that they're Sunday Silence and Easy Goer, but let's see what the likes of Mystic Dan and Sierra Leone can do. That's what you can expect up here at the Spa, a packed house. That's what it'll be next week for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festivals. We get closer and closer to making history with the third and final jewel of the Triple Crown.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming, weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best ride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down Drain the Clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness, race after race after race. You have to be here to take home a memory you'll have forever. This November, when the world's best come to Del Mar, you have to be here.
Time for the late pick 4, Monmouth Park. Fire up that Naira Bets account. As always, coverage on America's Day at the Races. Brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Belmont Stakes next week. Get signed up. Take advantage. Use that promo code Belmont25. You have that $25 bet and $200 deposit match. Changing on the fly like a well-oiled hockey machine now, rejoined by Rajiv Mirage. You go down and say hello to your handsome cousin?
Yeah, the ugly cousin. I am the handsome cousin. But I did say hi to him. I was rooting him on. He came to ride one race today. Didn't go out as planned. But hopefully tomorrow is a better day for him.
See, he lost, so now he's the ugly cousin. Had he wound up in the winner's circle, he would have been the handsome cousin. As we get set here for this upcoming 9th race in the post parade for the 9th, there is the field updated odds. They are on turf, mile and a 16th. Who'd you come up with?
I wanted to get creative in this race. I think there's a lot of ways to go. I came up with a number 10 triple start. I think he's an intriguing long shot. He had a first race off an extended layoff in his last race on April 27th, and he ran a credible 5th, beating only 3 lengths. He had a hopped at the break. He got a wide trip. And I think, with that race under his belt, I'm expecting a forward move. And he doesn't have to improve much to be able to take this race down.
Outside box. We'll see what kind of trip he works out. Post parade, there's Title Shot. Runs often. 5-1, live on the board.
Yeah, he has no early speed. Will be open for early pace meltdown to do his best running late.
Number 2, Food Bank Helper 14-1. A little one-geared, one-paced of late.
Yeah, one pace. Hasn't shown much this year. Hasn't been totally disgraced, but hasn't put in too much of a good run either.
Lipinski Union, Paco seeking a 5th.
Yeah, you get Paco Lopez here. That's always a good thing, and switching back to the turf.
Chico Charlie, the favorite.
Deserving favorite after finishing second at a 25,000 level last time.
Another contender, Bramble Blaze.
Bramble Blaze drops in class, switches from an apprentice to Joe Bravo.
Tepeyu, number 6, off the board in 5 starts this year.
Yeah, hasn't run on the turf in a long time and has a second-place finish over it.
Prince of Caps, 7-year-old debut. Fernando Haro rides a Spanish Note at 5-1. Look out.
Yeah, one that was definitely going to be a part of the early pace factor. It will be trying to take them wire to wire.
KBC Aleda, Nick Juarez.
Yeah, this one would probably be the thorn in the side of Spanish Noble, another one that has a lot of early speed.
Rajiv likes triple start.
I like him. He looks a little bit hot and sweaty. Not usually the kind that I like to pick. I might be looking to jump ship after seeing him out on the track.
It's a warm afternoon. Not uncomfortable, not overly oppressively humid. It's not that, but it's warm.
Yeah, I just don't usually like to see horses when they sweat out like that. It's just not my cup of tea.
Triple start. Well, you have a couple of minutes if you want to make an adjustment. Maybe you lean towards the favorite, Chico Charlie. There he is at 5-2 with Jairo Rendon, second in the jockey standings at Monmouth. This was his last start. Tampa Bay Downs in April. Chico Charlie finding his best stride here, puts in a good effort. Just going to come up a little bit short in the end.
Yeah, it definitely put in a good effort here, closing into this race. However, it was a fast pace that kind of started melting down, and he had a lot of things in his favor and still couldn't polish it off at the end. He was supposed to win this race after getting such a good trip into that fast pace. However, his trainer, Kathleen O'Connell, I love what she did here. She didn't even put him back at the same level even though he finished second. She took a bit of an advantage and dropped him down in class, and I think that's a great recipe for success.
That was a mile. You saw him coming late. You think the added 16th of a mile works in his favor?
Hey, what I like about the added 16 of a mile is this race isn't expected to be as fast of a pace as a flat mile race would be. And that being said, I don't expect him to be too far off this early pace with the extra distance. So yeah, the extra 16 of a mile gives him a little more time to catch up to the leaders, but I expect him to be a touch closer position than he was in his last race.
We're talking about the favorite, Chico Charlie. You're looking at Bramble Blaze and Joe Bravo. What do you make of his chances?
Well, he's getting Joe Bravo, and he drops in class and switching from an apprentice who has been riding well, fair to say, Melissa Iorio. She's been riding really good this meet. However, you cannot hurt going to Joe Bravo. And he did have a tough trip last time. He was bumped. He had a wide. It was forced wide, and that kind of took away from his stretch run.
Bramble Blaze, Polly, what do you think as he emerges now as a co-favorite at 5-2?
I kind of agree with Rajiv. I actually think he's the one to beat. And it's nothing against Melissa, nothing against Marilyn. Roland, too, is a heck of a rider. But Joe Bravo's won the most races in Monmouth turf history, so he makes a difference on the turf. I've learned this. You guys called it Paco Saturday. This is Joe Bravo's turf. It's been Joe Bravo's turf for a long time. So I can understand why the 4 and the 5 are actually the lowest will pays in here. Cinco Charlie's getting a lot of money in here, too, as well. And Jairo Rendon has put on some good rides on the turf. This one for Kathleen O'Connell does have a win over the Monmouth Park. As you can see, I'm going with a long shot like Rajiv. I'm going with the 9. KB, see you later for Hugh McMahon and Nicky Juarez. I just think this horse is the speed of the speed, can be able to control the pace. We've seen speed so far on the turf course be very good. Hugh McMahon's an underrated trainer, too. I'm looking just outside the box. I get it between the 4 and the 5. I actually probably prefer the 5 a little bit more. And then my other horse would be in a long shot would be the 3. Now, Greg Sacco, for a lot of people to know, he's on a suspension. So when you see horses in Alberto Plaza's name, those are horses from Greg Sacco. Now, 2 of those horses from the Greg Sacco barn have won on the turf, and Paco Lopez shows up on the 3. Now, the horse is 11-1. You're getting Paco at 11-1. That never really happens here. But I'll land on the 9 here, and hoping Nicky Juarez can take this horse gate to wire.
Yeah, Raj, you and Paul both like horses drawn towards the outside. Two-turn turf racing, all about trip. With Paul's selection, KBC Aleda, he has an advantage. He's got speed, right? Exiting sprint races, if he breaks sharp, he should be able to get out in front, get over, and be where he likes to be. For triple start, I think for the colt you like going in, that's going to be key going in with his approach, where he normally has tactical speed, 2-3 lengths off the pace. It often, from that outside box, you can lose precious real estate trying to establish position.
Yeah, what I love about his outside post today is that the main speed horse that we talk about, KBC later, is directly to his inside. So that horse is going to be a good guide for him going over into the first turn. Because if KBC later comes out and breaks the way that he's supposed to, he's going to put a lot of speed and kind of spread the race out, which gives Samuel Martin, who's on the number 10 triple start, a good visuals of picking a spot where he can just fan over. It's a perfect horse to guide him into the run in the first turn.
I'm envisioning like a tailback following a fullback.
Exactly what it is. You have the fullback just paving the way, and the tailback being able to pick his spot and then look for the hole. And I think this is what's great about KBC later being drawn directly inside of triple start.
KBC later. Paul says look out. 10-1. Raj going with triple start at 12-1. The favorite, Chico Charlie. Where do you expect Jairo Rendon to situate him early on?
He's definitely going to have a good forward position. He's not going to be on the lead chasing a horse like KBC later or Spanish Noble. So I expect him to be in the second to third tier, second to third flight. Depending on how fast the pace goes, if it's a fast to moderate pace, he'll be about the fourth position early on. If it's a super fast pace, you'll expect him to be a little further back. If something changes and the pace goes slower, Chico Charlie, he's adaptable. He can be closer to the pace. There's no getting around Chico Charlie being the horse to beat in this race. The race revolves around him because he has the tactical speed to be close. He could sit back if he needs to be. Jairo Rendon isn't handcuffed to any one spot, so the ball is in his court to decide where he wants to be. The more I look at the race revolves around Chico Charlie.
2-1 the favorite, right to his outside, Bramble Blaze, and he doesn't, not a win machine. 2 for 20 lifetime, but I've watched him run well under different circumstances. I like his versatility. 2 starts back, he comes from far back. His last win, he was forcing the issue early when there wasn't a lot of pace. So in a bigger field, depending on how things unfold for Joe Bravo, he has multiple options.
And we talk about the fullback and the tailback analogy. Chico Charlie, the favorite, is drawn just inside of Bramble Bays. So I know Joe Bravo, he's going to be having a keen eye on him, looking at him to use him to pave the way and as his target. I expect Joe to be eyeing Rendon the whole entire way, tracking him, having that, using him as his target.
It's a good race. 1 1/16 on this firm turf course. Chico Charlie, 2-1 at post time. Start of the late pick 4, Monmouth Park. Matt Ditterman standing by.
Triple start. We're ready to go to kick off the late pick 4. Lipinski Union throwing his head around. They settle down and they're off. Good beginning from Chico Charlie, who was out alertly. He's going to take back here, it appears, from the inside. KBC later, it's quickest coming out of the chute. Spanish Noble on the inside, a neck off. KBC later with the lead from Spanish Noble to the inside. 1.5 lengths to triple start off the speed in third. Chico Charlie inside of him, another length. 2, Tipu, who's running in the 6th position, racing with Prince of Caps going into the turn. They're about 4 clear of Bramble Blaze, who gets a tap on the shoulder as they go into the turn. Title shot at the back of the pack. He's alongside of Food Bank Helper, and there's actually one way out of it, Lipinski Union, as they approach the backstretch run. The top 2 square off, and they are matching their motors on the lead here. Spanish Noble inside of KBC later. Stride for stride with Spanish Noble having a head lead on KBC later. They've opened up 2. Chico Charlie in the 3rd position gets a good stalking trip. Triple start to the outside of him. Tepu is next, still racing down on the rail. He's 5 off the pace, a half length to Prince of Caps on the outside. Then Bramble Blaze, Title Shot, the gray Food Bank Helper now races in the third last position, needs to improve. And at the back is still Lipinski Union as they round the far turn. Spanish Noble in charge by a neck. KBC later, hard sent to keep pace. And here comes Chico Charlie. Chico Charlie let loose by Jairo Rendon on the outside, and there he goes to the front. Chico Charlie pushing past the early leader Spanish Noble, who's very game today from the inside. Chico Charlie with the edge. Spanish Noble right there. He is tenacious, but Chico Charlie still has the deck lead. Spanish Noble fighting. Chico Charlie got it. Chico Charlie had to work for it. He got it done. Spanish Noble did everything but win the race. Ran huge in defeat. Then Food Bank Helper, photo for fourth.
Really had to work for it. Chico Charlie finally wearing down a stubborn Spanish Noble in the stretch of the ninth at Monmouth Park to kick off the late pick 4.
There was only one person that didn't have to sweat out this finish. It's trainer Kathleen O'Connell, because she had the 1-2 finishers. But Jairo Rendon making a perfectly timed ride on Chico Charlie, just as we talked about it being mapped out. Just saving ground, sitting third or fourth, and just tipping out in deep stretch and going by the front runner, who was so resilient in defeat.
Yeah.
Had KBC later not been in the race to soften up Spanish Noble, Melissa Arroyo might have been able to steal it on the front end.
Stablemates locking up in deep stretch. Exciting stretch duel. Kathleen O'Connell, who saddled more winners than any other female trainer in North America. 1-2 in this ninth race at Monmouth. Chico Charlie, and I think everybody was expecting him to just put away Spanish Noble, and Spanish Noble just kept digging and fighting, making a real race out of it.
Yeah, what a gutsy effort from Spanish Noble, and just battling back on the inside. But Chico Charlie just delivered like a 3-2 shot would expect to.
3-2 in the end, indeed. Chico Charlie, 4-8-2-6-1, Monmouth Park. When we come back, Todd Pletcher, Hall of Famer, multiple Belmont Stakes wins on his resume, looking to pad his stats next week, likely running 3. Among them, Mindframe, light in experience, lots of ability. Stay tuned.
Down to the wire, Verstappen. Here's the finish, Ancient Roll.
War Bomber's won the King Edward.
SEAL Team has won the Twilight Derby.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Exciting 9th race here at Monmouth Park. Jairo Rendon, the part-time jockey, Raj.
Yeah, cow farmer half the year. Jockey half the year. Can I say cowboy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cowboy half the year.
And he makes it work.
Colombian cowboy and Jersey jockey.
Yeah, hanging out in Medellin, 6 months. Hanging out in the Monmouth Winter Circle for the other 6 months. And here with Chico Charlie responding in deep stretch, but so is his stablemate Kathleen O'Connell. Trainees running 1-2.
Yeah, what a dogfight between these two, and a nice finish.
You said the race went through him, and in the end, the betting public wagered accordingly.
Yeah, he was tough to beat on paper, but give credit to Jairo Rendon. He just executed perfectly, and I've been enjoying watching him ride. He's really been a consistent jockey who gives a top shot every time.
Rendon aboard Denying in this 10th race. This may have been the most challenging handicapping endeavor on the program. You get Kentucky Derby favorites at 9-2. Just Call Ray at number 10, the current favorite at 9-2. Wide open 10th race here at Monmouth.
Yeah, and this card has been great. Movement.
Can you sense that right away? You ride a first-time starter, and the second time you get a leg up, it's like, oh, he's picked up on a few things.
Yeah, if you ride a first-time starter that's out there and he's very curious, looking around, kind of off the bridle, then you feel like, oh, this horse doesn't really quite know what's going on yet. Then the next time you ride him, you get on, he perks up right away. He's just focused and composed. You feel like there's been improvement.
See how it all unfolds here. Anti-Gravity pictured, contender drawn inside at 5-1.
Yeah, 5-length winner last time steps up to the allowance ranks.
Number 2 with Frankie Dettori. What a blast.
Number 3, Real Sensation, 13-length winner. I guess they get a saddle on finally.
Yeah, they had the saddle on. Step 1 complete. Reddington representing speed.
Yeah, all you Blacklist fans, Reddington, another one of the speed factor here.
Whiskey and Soda Team Mind Frame.
Beautiful looking horse. You can see why they paid $360,000 for this guy.
Denying, Jairo Rendon looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, won at a much lower level last time, but was first win on the dirt.
Mr. Swagger, that's a name for a handsome cousin.
Yeah, I think they named that one after me, Mr. Swagger.
Not your cousin. There's Aztec out there, as Maggie mentioned, a little washed out, sweating up a little bit here.
Yeah, too much for my liking.
Pricing, power, strong connections.
Always been on the lead in his last 3 starts, expect him to be a part of a hot early pace.
Just Call Ray at 4-1, live on the board. It's Paco, and it's first after the claim, Rob Atras.
Yeah, getting bet heavily first off the claim. I don't see it on the form, but he's getting bet like they know something.
Carolo Rapido, the other Todd Pletcher trainee, not the other one, the 5-2 favorite now.
The one that I picked.
Well, they're listening to you.
Look at this. Look at the start of
what
this
happens?
race. He had a tough run going into the first turn after braking a little slowly and getting squeezed between. The thing about this race is it was a much higher level. This was a state competition, and he got caught up pretty wide going into this first turn. You can see him get jostled between horses here as the number 4 was bearing out a bit, and he was sandwiched, being bounced around. That kind of took him out of his game. One thing about him, the jockey has to constantly ride him to keep his position. I think they learned a lot about Carolo Rapido in this last race. You have to be aggressive leaving the gate. I expect Joe Bravo to take the initiative and really hustle him to get his feet under him, because if not, he's going to get disconnected and almost be spinning his wheels.
Those horses you keep having to encourage. How exhausting is that for a rider?
When you're fit, you're accustomed to it, but the one thing about horses like that, well, there's 2 things. The first thing is you have to warm them up good before the race, kind of get their blood flowing, get them into the bridle, and you can see Joe Bravo is taking him away from the pony, giving him a nice gallop. But secondly, and most importantly, when the gate opens, you have to ride aggressively to let them establish that position before you can kind of put your hand down and get them into a rhythm. If you don't do that, what's going to happen is you're going to get left behind par, and you're going to always be having to play catch-up, and that's when you get to having to ride too hard too early. So I expect Joe Bravo to really hustle him out of the gate. Once he gets in gear, then he can start to ration out his speed and kind of get into a rhythm.
Carolo Rapido, and there's Just Call Ray, pro, taking it all in. Paco Lopez looking for a 5th win in the afternoon, live on the board, 5-1. Maggie, is this Is this the day Just Call Ray revisits the winner's circle? It's been a while.
Right. He's a horse that likes to fill out the exact and the trifecta a little more than he likes to find it here in the winner's circle. Though I will say this, there's some intangibles that I think we need to discuss as, well, the connections are driving the price down a bit in here, being Paco Lopez and Rob Atras, who does reclaim this horse. And this horse has been a reclaim by several trainers in the past. Now, he is one that is so unassuming in the paddock. He never stands out. He's just a small horse, he never grabs your attention. But I will say this, now that he's gotten out on track, he is moving beautifully. And on top of that, I think it says a bit about, the cards that Rob Atras is holding, and that I'm sure he's gone in for this horse more times than he's gotten him. So, he probably went in for him, 3 back and 2 back, if you will. The fact that he takes his time, gives him a couple months off, and brings him back in an allowance race, those are usually positive signs. Now, again, he's not a horse I'm ever going to be, attracted to when picking horses out physically, but I will say he is moving really nicely on track. His number 9, Pricing Power, opposite. So handsome, so appealing to the eye, but I don't trust him. He is coming out of a very good race, though, very live race in which we saw, 4 next time out winners. Ben Duke, I think the world of. Cascade came back with a 101 buyer in his subsequent start. Mystical Curlin with an 88. The thing for me, though, is that Pricing Power was with the racetrack. It was a day you wanted to be inside there at Aqueduct, and he rode the rail and just had nothing left in the stretch. We'll see if he can rebound against a not as tough looking field. A horse that is definitely stepping up in class, and will get that quote-unquote class test here, but has races to go back on, is number 1, Anti-Gravity. Mario Saray having a great meet so far early on in the infancy stages of this Monmouth Park 2024 meet, coming off of a blowout win against far lesser and inferior company. But when I saw him going back to October, this isn't the Anti-Gravity I'm seeing today. He's gotten a little hot out on the track. Again, it's a bit warm in the sunshine. But back in the paddock, he looks sensational. Much better than what he did back at Aqueduct. So maybe he's a horse, Lafitte, that could be trending back in the right direction because he has those back races to fall upon.
On the ascend, finding his best form. Again, Anti-Gravity, the inside post. Raj, you look at his last race, where he flashed speed, he made the lead, he drew off and won by 5. All right, well, maybe we'll see that again. There's a problem. He's really not that fast. Others are clearly quicker than he is.
And he's taken a massive step up in class as well. And there's a lot of speed in this race.
Yep.
And this is what the stars are aligning for Carolo Rapido. There's a lot of speed in the race, which is going to enhance his closing kick. He has a perfect pose to get to break out from the outside and then pick his spot with Joe Bravo on. I think this horse lays over. He's dropping in class from a stake to allowance. I think he lays over his competition. And, watching his replays and watching him run, I think this horse might also want the grass, a surface that he can get a better hold of. But today, on this dirt track, everything is in his favor.
Stablemate moves in. Whiskey and Soda. Matt Ditterman with the call. 10th live from Monmouth.
To the outside. Carolo Rapido to the outside post to round out the field.
Somebody's there, Mikey. Somebody's there. All right, coming in. One out, Mike.
We're ready to go. And they're off. Anti-Gravity from the inside, bounced into the bridle right away. He takes back in the early stages. Reddington has speed and is quickest. What a blast. Quarter horsed out of the gate by Frankie Dettori to take second. But Reddington a little bit quicker into that turn from What a Blast, who keeps the pressure on from the inside. They're moving right along here in the first quarter mile or so. In the off the pace for the first time in his career today. He's stalking a pace setter, taking second. What a blast third now to the inside, taken back as well. A gap of 2 to the gray, Just Call Ray. Another 3 to Anti-Gravity, setting off the pace. Aztec alongside of him, then Real Sensation inside of Mr. Swagger, and a deep Carol Rapido down the back stretch. Whiskey and Soda at the back with Denying as they head down the back stretch, and the leader is still Reddington in the white blinkers, 3/4 of a length ahead. Pricing Power there to the outside to press the pace with a half mile to go. What a blast, tucked in third to the inside. Just Call Ray joins him outside on the 2-path, charging into the turn. Then a clump of runners. Anti-Gravity, 5th, now sent along going into the turn. Carolo Rapido is following his move on the outside. Around the forward turn they go. And then comes Real Sensation, plotting in place with Mr. Swagger. Aztec well out of it as they come to the top of the lane. Here's the gray, Just Call Ray. And Just Call Ray, Paco Lopez took a confident peek back, and Just Call Ray kicks away. Just Call Ray by 5 in a blink of an eye here. Anti-Gravity second, Carolo Rapido third. There's a 16th to go. Just Call Ray for the Rob Atras barn, drifting to the center of the track. And having a day is Paco Lopez, wrapped up late. Just Call Ray wins it, 5 for Paco. Anti-Gravity second. Real Sensation battled out for the minor awards in the photo with Reddington.
Not a mathematician or anything, Raj, but I believe that's a combined 10 wins for Paco the last 2 Saturdays.
Deja vu.
If my math is
Paco
correct.
Saturdays, 5 wins today, 5 wins last Saturday.
Taco Tuesday, Paco Saturday.
I want to have what
that's
Paco.
a t-shirt. That
I want
is
to
a
have what
t-shirt waiting
Paco
to be made.
eats on a Friday night. I want to know what his dinner was.
Just guiding Just Call Ray. Maggie touched on all the positive angles working for Just Call Ray. First after the claim, Rob Atras here and protecting him, running in an allowance race and crushing this field. He could have easier than it even appeared.
I did not see this coming. I mean, just sat a perfect trip, always traveling like the horse that had the most run in him. Paco just guided him to the clear in the stretch, and even I could have probably rode him today with my cheeseburger belly.
Just Call Ray. Taco Tuesday, cheeseburger belly. Just Call Ray.
I think it's the time of the day when we start getting a little hungry. Dinner bells are ringing.
We have 27 races. Hang in there, man. Hang in there. At 5-1. Just Call Ray. And just in control, looking like a winner every step.
Yeah, Anti-Gravity ran good to finish second, stepping up in class. A horse that you mentioned, that was a good pick there.
Just Call Ray. Results forthcoming here at Monmouth Park. Just Call Ray. Making it look all too easy. 5 wins. Another big Saturday at Monmouth Park for Paco Lopez. Meantime, with the Belmont in a week, Chad Brown has those 2 Preakness wins, seeking a first ever Belmont Stakes. Will he capture it with Sierra Leone? Runner-up in the Kentucky Derby. New equipment, new jockey. Maybe the favorite in the 156 Belmont Stakes.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the races. And as Rajiv Mirage coined, it is Paco Saturday. As Paco Lopez gets his 5th win on this card, winning 50% of the races, Paco. Talk a little bit about Just Call Ray. I saw you warming him up. He looked to be moving beautifully before heading into the gate.
Yes, he told me the assistance. He told me, Paco, in the box, he said, let it go along. It's no problem at all. I was very comfortable with the horse, very confident with the horse. And then after that, put on the race, and he told me, when you're ready, take it out with one move. I think they moved a little quickly, but she responded, she finished very well.
He did. He was out in the middle of the track, and it looked as though he was just much the best. Paco, we see you winning this meet so far. It's very young, but you have 16 wins. Talk a little bit about your history here at Monmouth.
Well, I come into Monmouth Park like home, and then everybody give me the opportunity, and then I'm looking today. My horse is running very well today.
Talk a little bit about riding this track, though. What are some of the key things to do on this track? Do you have to have speed? Do you have to save ground? What are some of the tools that you have in your toolbox?
The best horse in the race. No.
Just tell your agent, find the best horse, right?
No, it's very, very funny track. This year, the track is not very fast like it used to be. You have to play in the break, where it's comfortable with the horse. Always I be comfortable with the horse. And I find out in the race. Every race is different.
Well, you've certainly figured out every single one of them today. Well, nearly 50% of them. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Maggie.
All right, Paco Lopez, 5 winners today, getting this one with Just Call Ray. Another very easy winner, guys.
Just a canter, a stroll in the park. Just Call Ray.
Yeah, turned out easier than expected. This looked like it was going to be a race with a lot of close horses in close proximity, but Just Call Ray separated himself quite convincingly from the rest of the field in the stretch.
Paco looking for a 6th. Nope, that horse scratched for Zante, so somebody else has a chance to win.
I think Paco is done for the day.
Really?
5 wins and go. It's
That's
5 a day.
disappointing. He's in his zone. So yeah, an opportunity for others to win. Early wagering. Look at that. Frankie Dettori on twirling 0.3 to 5 in the early stages of the wagering for this Jersey Derby. My favorite Jersey Derby. I'm a little biased. 1985, a Jersey Derby with a multi-million-dollar purse. Watch 300 times. It never gets old. My father, Spend a Buck, he was beat at the top of the stretch. I can say that objectively. And my father would tell you he is most proud of that ride. One of his favorite all-time rides during the course of his career.
What I loved about that ride, when you talk about how he made the difference bringing that horse home, what he did that made the biggest difference was switching to that left-hand stick and getting a little extra, because it seemed like the horse on the outside had momentum and was going to get him, and the one on the inside was battling back. And that little extra that he went for with switching the stakes and, made that horse come back and win.
Again, never gets old. The former Kentucky Derby winner, Spend the Buck, in the Jersey Derby back in 1985. What about the Belmont Stakes in 2024? That's what the probables look like. The draw Monday night. Acacia, Richie, as we get closer and closer, excitement building for the first ever Belmont Stakes at the Spa.
That's right, Lafitte. I'm excited to be hosting the draw on Monday at Universal Preservation Hall downtown here in Saratoga. It's going to be a lot of fun as we'll be drawing the field for the Belmont Stakes and the Hillendale Met Mile on Monday. all of the other races on the card will actually be drawn Sunday, Richie. So just kind of filling in those two on Monday. So you'll have plenty of time to do the homework ahead of Belmont Stakes Racing Festival.
No, it's exciting to have two major races like this in the Met Mile, which will be out of the Wilson Chute, which, by the way, I think they did a fabulous job with. It's been a very fair race. I don't think you're seeing overwhelming advantage to anybody. And then, of course, the Belmont Stakes, an American classic race at America's Classic Track. And I know the way everybody's responded to it here in town. The excitement is palpable. You can just feel it as you're walking around.
Racing so important to downtown Saratoga as well. And a horse that we think will be favored, Sierra Leone, second in the Kentucky Derby. Got a chance to see him work in company with Domestic Product, who's pointing to the Woody Stevens, his typical workmate. He's down on the inside in those blinkers that he always trains with, and that cage bit that Chad Brown has been training him in to give the rider more control, a stronger bit than what he's been wearing.
I think it's going to be a big asset to Sierra Leone to have that bridle, to give the rider more control. He gets Fabian Pratt this time. Tyler Gaffleone did nothing wrong, rode him well. Just had a difficult time controlling him with that straight snaffle. Now he gets a little more bridle. Fabian Pratt is a tremendous rider. And I love this work. And you can just see the head carrots, the difference between the two horses, how he runs with his head lower, out, and down, and that relentless stride on him.
Now, Sierra Leone is not the only Chad Brown Belmont contender that's going to be getting an equipment change. We got a chance to see Tuscan Gold work this morning on the main track. Still not 100% committed into the Belmont Stakes, but Chad Brown pleased with what he saw and working in shortcut blinkers as he seemed to not handle the wet track at Pimlico last time out in the Preakness. And Chad telling me this morning, I'm going off of what I saw from him before the Preakness and how much I liked him leading into that big race.
Yeah, you could see early on he was not comfortable with that Pimlico surface, the wet going. He was climbing from kickback off the bridle. He was having to be urged on severely in the first turn by Tyler Gaffleone. I don't know how much blinker cup he has here. It almost looked to me, though, like he was almost looking around the blinker cup a little bit.
I thought the same, too. Almost kind of trying to see, like, hey, what's over there on the other side?
Yeah, and, a lot of people think, well, you put blinkers immediately, it's going to get their focus going forward. Some horses have a curious nature, and they're more concerned about what they can't see with the blinkers. So it'll be interesting to see ultimately what Chad does, but another talented colt. And listen, it feels like, Chad's already put the Preakness on his resume a few times. It feels like it's just a matter of time before these other races wind up on that resume as well.
Got very close to the Derby this year with Sierra Leone, and that will be just his fourth time running in the Belmont Stakes. First time since Gronkowski finished second in 2018, and he could have two contenders this year. And we talk about racing being important in Saratoga. Chad Brown from nearby Mechanicville, and he said, my whole family and friends will be here, and never thought I'd be talking about the Belmont Stakes up here in Saratoga.
I mean, you just think about that. Someone that grew up, basically in the same area, and to have this opportunity to shine on the major stage in your hometown, basically. I'm still waiting for some trainer to say they're using the Belmont as a prep for the Travers.
Kenny McPeak did kind of say that today. Yeah. He said, I really want to win the Travers. And, as far as grade 1 opportunities for 3-year-olds, you've got Belmont, Haskell, and then the Travers is kind of the peak, or Pennsylvania Derby onto the Breeders' Cup. And he said, I really want to win another Travers.
Well, I think with any big race, when you get a taste of them, you want the opportunity to go back and get a second, third, fourth, fifth taste if you can.
Well, Chad Brown hoping that one day soon he will win a Kentucky Derby. How about in the immediate future, a Jersey Derby? Horses in the paddock for the feature at Monmouth coming up. We'll hear more about it from our Monmouth team as move to gold for Chad Brown, currently 8-5 on the board.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming, weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a $12.50 post on weekends, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and six-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Gorgeous afternoon in Oceanport, New Jersey. Welcome back to the Shore's Greatest Stretch. Riders up for the America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. Jersey Derby, 3-year-olds taking center stage on turf. And now rejoined by Jonathan Kinchin on set. JK, it's been this kind of afternoon at Monmouth Park. These challenging handicapping endeavors, wide open races. What do you think is the key to the Jersey Derby going in?
Well, where's Paco?
Home.
Okay.
Home for the afternoon.
Dinner time. We're actually going to have to work now.
Uh-huh.
Look, I mean, I think the difference is what's going to happen with Move to Gold for Chad Brown and Twirling Point for Jonathan Thomas. They seem like very similar horses to me. And if you watch the show enough, you know I'm always going to kind of side with the horse that's a little bit more forward. Twirling Point, to me, has a tactical advantage in this spot.
For those just joining us, Frankie Dettori on set here with us earlier today, his first day riding at Monmouth Park since 2007, and just kind of a treat for the fans here to see him riding up close and personal and maybe take down the Saturday feature with Twirling Point, who is heavily backed.
Yeah, I mean, after what happened to the Jersey people, how the Breeders' Cup got rained out in 2007, I think they at least deserve some compensation with a flying dismount. A Frankie Dettori flying dismount. Might not be a Breeders' Cup, but at least for the Jersey Derby.
Fans all over the country that have never had a chance to see him before. He swept the stakes races last night at Penn National.
Yeah, look, there's a handful of legends in this game, right? You got the Johnnies, you got the Mike Smiths, and there's the Frankies, right? And Frankie just happened to spend a majority of his career on the other side of the world, but it's a lot of fun for fans over here in the U.S. to be able to digest Frankie and his personality and his charisma and all the things that make him who he is.
Single name only, rock star status. LeBron, Kobe, Tiger, Frankie. Riding Twirling Point, his most recent on synthetic, the rush away. The key here, Raj, was the start. Twirling Point doesn't get out of the blocks clean, kind of a stumble, and then has to try and win from far, far back.
Yeah, and especially because he's a horse that's notorious for being up close to the pace in his previous races. When this happens to a horse that has speed, this usually throws them completely out the back door.
More trouble.
And he had more trouble going into the turn because now he's trying to get to the spot where he was originally supposed to be. For him to overcome that adversity and still put in somewhat of almost a winning performance, he narrowly loses this race against some top-class horses like Trickery, who came back and won the American Derby. I mean, this race is way more impressive than the half-length defeat makes it look like.
Stock elevated even in a losing cause.
Yeah, and I think he's probably better on turf anyways. I think the reason you see him in here is because the Derby is a big race and people want to try to get on the path that will lead them there. And then often they get back on the path of where they should be, whether it's the Woody Stevens we'll see next weekend, cutting back, whether it's getting onto the turf for American turf races, or even these types of situations. So I think that sometimes you just get sucked into the old fever.
It happens. Once that fever breaks, a little more realistic, spotting horses and where they can thrive and be their best. Such is the case for these 3-year-olds, perhaps in the Jersey Derby. Post-parade, you start with Rose Collector. Impressive debut and not much since.
Yeah, this horse started to show some bad habits in terms of breaking slowly. Not ideal with an inside draw.
Mission ready number 3, 7th in the opening day Long Branch.
Yeah, switching back to the turf after running poorly on the dirt in the Long Branch.
K Crown, turf debut.
Yeah, trying turf for the first time, but has had some nice races on the synthetic.
Move to Gold, Powerhouse Connections, now the 7-5 favorite.
Yeah, third in the stake last time behind Full Nelson.
Move to Gold, there he is in the Klarovich White, trained by Chad Brown, Vincent Chamonix aboard, then a long shot in Travesso, 25-1 outsider.
I mean, look, there's worse bets you can make than a Kitten's Joy trying the grass for the first time.
The 7 horse at 5-1 here, a win in his most recent at Tampa.
Yeah, nice 2-length win in Tampa in an allowance race. Steps up to the stakes ranks today.
Twirling Point and Frankie.
Absolutely. This horse should find the front end, and I should be dangerous from there.
And on the outside, Evening News and Joe Bravo, 8-1.
Yeah, the speed of the speed will be looking to try to take them gate to wire with Joe Bravo.
The field, the 3-year-olds in the Saturday feature, this Jersey Derby sophomores running a mile, $100,000 purse. You saw him move to Gold, and this was his most recent. Speaking of coming from far, far back, this is 2 starts back, his lone win in a stakes race, the Awad. Look at how much ground he has to make up here, Raj, how far back he was, and still emerges victorious.
Yeah, he made up a lot of ground, albeit against horses that went really fast early and a collapsing late. So this race set up for him, the dynamics was just very fruitful for him to be able to capitalize on a pace meltdown. It's something that happened in all 3 of his starts. He's been fortunate to have some strong early pace to run into. Today, I don't know if he gets that same kind of setup.
Raj, I've always thought, and I've never sat on one of their backs outside of that one time in Puerto Vallarta, I've always thought it'd be a lot harder when they stretch out like that for you guys in the back to try to judge the pace. It's probably a little bit easier when they're a little tighter, but when you get that kind of runoff leader, is it harder to judge the pace?
Well, the way I used to judge a pace is I first have to understand what the horse's capabilities are. So if I know my horse is capable of a certain pace, and then there's a horse that's giving me 15 lengths in front of me, then if I know I'm going 48 and they're going 15 lengths in front of me, they're going 45, because every 5 lengths is about a second. So it was easier to judge pace when you know what your horse's capabilities are.
Move to Gold, 8-5, 4 minutes out. 2024 Jersey Derby. Over to Maggie and Paul.
Lafitte, we see horses vying for favoritism here. Now, I am team twirling, and Paul is team gold in here. As Paulie, you do like Move to Gold. Yeah. His kind of second start, if you will, as a 3-year-old. The start and being so far back last time at Tampa, I think really hurt him.
Yeah, it definitely did hurt him. What I do like about the horse, he's run over 3 different surfaces, Kentucky Downs as well, and he's run well in both of those, all 3 of those starts. He could be 2 for 3, but I'm with you. He's got to be more engaged today. This is a little tougher field.
And he was beaten by Fulmineo, who did come back. He ran second, in that Columbia, and he came back and won the Jimmy Murphy at Pimlico. I will say, though, while we see Vincent Chamonix giving him a big warm-up, so probably hoping he gets away cleanly, he hasn't changed much from 2 to 3. You know, I'm a little bit of a stickler about that.
Well, you would know better, so I listened to you on that. Now, I know you like the 8 a little bit, and you were saying that this horse looks tremendous on the racetrack. And like what Jonathan said, you're kind of splitting hairs between the 5 and 8.
Absolutely. You really are. And as JK said, though, it looks like Twirling Point could be more forward. Frankie saying, we missed the break. We're not going to let that happen, as the guys caught up with him on set a little bit earlier in the show. But look, he's a horse that has shown at least some versatility. Yeah. He is going to make up ground if he's not on the lead. He was sharp today. He was full of beans back in the paddock.
Yeah, he looked good looking, and Jonathan Thomas was just right behind us. He seems like he was in a good mood. Let's get to your outside horse, Evening News. This is the horse that's perplexing both of us.
Exactly. I can't tell if he's a horse that needs Lasix because his 3 races with that are decidedly better, or maybe a return to the turf is what he needs because, Paul, he looks like a turf horse, but his one try on it wasn't that good, but it was as a 2-year-old.
He's just one of those horses, like he wakes up out of bed and goes, you know what, I'm going to run today. And when he runs, he's very tough. Now, he's not done it, like you said, over a turf course, but he's done it over synthetic. he's a dangerous horse because he's got some races in him if he takes to this turf course at all. That can, be a factor in this race because he has some early pace.
I thought one trying the turf for the first time, a big price right now at 16-1. Number 4, K Crown, son of Caraconti. The dam, she didn't particularly like the turf, but there have been 5 siblings to try the turf, and 4 of them have won on it. And last time, I think just second best in that race, taken off the turf at Gulfstream Park, and Echo Lane returned to win on the turf with an 81 buyer. And he looks like a turf horse to me. I think he's kind of a bit of a price that is a little intriguing.
Well, it's 16-1, yeah, and you know that he's going to be forwardly placed. He goes into the Dan Ward barn, comes in here with some bullet drills coming in. Dan's kind of the guy that usually goes the old school with that 3 furlong bullet drill. So you're wondering, I'm with you with the 4. Isaac Castillo, very good rider. We've seen him up at an Aqueduct in New York. He'll come down here and ride. At 16-1, you're getting a nice little overlay on the 4.
He's had a couple good summers here at Monmouth Lafitte, so definitely getting paid if you like K Crown.
Sire shocked us in the Breeders' Cup Mile. Caraconti. Can K Crown surprise us in the Jersey Derby? About to find out. What'll Evening News do? This was 3 starts back. On the strength of this win, Raj, we saw Evening News in the Wood Memorial at Aqueduct. Here at Turfway on synthetic, running away and hiding.
Yeah, I mean, if he can translate this synthetic race to this turf today, he'll be trying to take them gate to wire. And he does have a tactical advantage. He's expected to get a easy to moderate early lead. And sometimes the horses get brave out there like that.
I'm never going to knock anyone for taking a chance to try to get on the Derby trail. I understand. And I've never really owned a horse. I did own 0.5% of one time, and he was a Grade 1 winner, but that's not a big deal. But I think if you own a horse and you want to try for the Derby, I'm not going to knock you for that. I understand it, but I do think that there is some consequences at times. I think you can discourage a horse. And if you look at the last 2 races, this horse has not run well. And you have to then figure out if he can kind of get his mind back right on a surface he might have preferred.
There is enough data. We've seen enough wackiness recently in the Derby to lead connections to believe that, look, if we have a horse that qualifies, we're taking a shot. When Mind That Bird wins the Derby, when Giacomo wins the Derby, when Rich Strike gets in the day before and wins the Derby at 80-1, it doesn't take much convincing to understand why connections get ambitious.
It's why Derby horses aren't 75-1 anymore. Those 3 horses are the reason in modern times, because people are always going to find a way to find something they can latch onto, whether it's a name or whatever it might be.
I know 75-1, they beat you.
I know it sounds cliche, but you gotta be in it to win it. And then some people, they use that. It's cliche, but it's true.
Rajiv, I thought you were gonna win it with Mucho Macho Man. I gotta be honest.
I thought I was gonna win it with Irish War Cry, and I gotta be honest.
Rajiv already won the day with Paco Saturday.
But if I could ride any horse in this race, I'd ride Turling Point. I think this horse will take a lot of beating. I'm surprised that there's such a close margin in odds between Move to Gold and him, because I think he's a way more likely winner.
Number 8, Twirling Point with Frankie. Matt Ditterman with the call. Post time for the Jersey Derby.
The Jersey Derby. Evening News on the far outside gets the first call of the race, strides to the front. Fidel Light Cayute matching him, now takes back to second as Evening News leads the way from Fidel Light Cayute. Doesn't want to get this leader too far away. And these 2 are a half length apart approaching the turn. They've streaked 4 ahead of Twirling Point, content to track from the 3rd position. Rose Collector rides the rail into the turn. K Crown outside of him. Travesso next, the gray horse, and then Mission Ready second to last. Move to Gold will have to pass them all, but he's got a decent and contentious pace to chase as the top pair do battle on the lead. Evening News outside of Fidel Light Cayute, who's a half length back to the inside second. A space of 4 still. The Twirling Point, a length and a half to K Crown. Rose Collector to the inside. 3 back to Travesso. 3rd last between rivals now. Move to Gold draws level with him. And Mission Ready is the caboose of the field with a half mile to go. They went 23-2 for the first quarter, 46-4. That's swift time on the lead on this turf course. Into the turn they dash. It's Fidel Light Cayute inside of Evening News. K-Crown getting closer with Twirling Point. They're third and fourth. Rose Collector retreats to fifth while under pressure on the rail, and Move to Gold's getting into the race. Move to Gold let loose behind horses now, gets outside, and he's ready to roll at the top of the lane. Fidel Light Cayute being swarmed on both sides. Outside, Twirling Point's trying to get there. Move to Gold moving quickly grandstand side. It's Twirling Point. Fidel Light Cayute has run a massive race. He's got the ears pinned back. He's determined. Here's Move to Gold. 3-horse photo, very tight. I think Twirling Point between horses got it. Move to Gold was right there. Fidel Light Cayute battled hard, but third ho.
Fireworks in the stretch. The Jersey Derby. Driving finish. In between horses. Twirling Point. Frankie. Urging. Encouraging. Gentlemen, did he get there?
I think Frankie got there. I know it's a head bob's going up and down, but I think he just got there in the middle.
Live, I thought it was Frankie. Slow-mo, I think the outside horse got his nose down. It's going to be very close.
What a good bob that was.
We're looking at the mirror, right? If we're looking at the mirror and the angle can be misleading, it looked like Twirling Point got headed by the horse on the outside, Moved to Gold, and maybe had his nose down at just the right time. Raj, take us through deep stretch.
Yeah, well, Twirling Point was in between. He had Moved to Gold on his outside, and Fidel looked like Cayute in between on the inside. But what's funny is Twirling Point looked like he didn't want to pass Fidel Light Cayute in the stretch. And then when he felt the pressure coming from Moves to Gold, it kind of spurred him forward a little bit. When he felt that pressure coming on the outside, it's almost like a horse in the wild and a lion coming up on his outside, and he just jumps away from him, just approaching the wire. And I think Twirling Point got there. I shouldn't be calling this.
It's
this is too
very
close.
Very close.
I would not rip up a ticket if I had either horse on it. At that angle, it looked like the 8 got his nose down. It's tricky. Without that, the shutter cam,
and
some
posted.
racetracks have those. That's the one you can tell for sure.
It's
the rest of
posted.
them,
It is posted. Twirling Point and Frankie. A stake sweep last night at Penn National. And today at Monmouth, his first ride since finishing third behind English Channel in the 2007 Breeders' Cup Turf. First day riding at Monmouth Park. Wins the Jersey Derby in thrilling fashion.
You better get the jock's room. They better get the ice ready for his knees because hopefully he's going to jump off this horse.
You might be too tired for the flying dismount. He had to work.
He said last night when he did the flying dismount the second time in Penn National, he ended up landing on his hands because his knees gave in. So we're hoping that he can get the flying dismount here and not like bump his head or anything.
What a brave run from Fidel Light Cayute on the inside, carving out those early fractions with pressure from Evening News. The 5 Moved to Gold, a bold late run in the stretch, but Twirling Point digging, and just able to claw his way to victory in this Jersey Derby. George Strawbridge's Augustin Stable, winning owner, trainer Jonathan Thomas, and Frankie. Just Frankie. Now a Jersey Derby winning jockey, Twirling Point by a flared nostril in the Saturday feature at Monmouth. All smiles from Frankie.
Gunrunner is the sire of 11 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gun Pilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyber Knight, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, Track Record Setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and Classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Yeah, money burner. The 70 run better than them. He run head to head.
Fans here. Fans here. Seeing Frankie Dettori and the winner twirling point of this Jersey Derby. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by Fasig Tipton Digital. Visit digital.fasig-tipton.com to learn more. To Maggie in the Winner Circle.
Here with Frankie Dettori, and you treated the fans to the flying dismount. As we were just joking with the crowd, his first win here, you're like, I've only been here twice.
Once, yeah, twice with today, yeah. Yeah, it was, look, this horse is nice. He fluffed the star last time, and he's still learning because when he got there, he wasn't so sure. And I guess the outside horse helped me a little bit, but then on the line, I wasn't sure myself.
Is this a horse that you think, he wears blinkers already? Do you almost want more coverage or less coverage?
I think we do to keep him focused. He's just a big baby. I think he'll get better with racing. But you know what? He's never run a bad race for me. So I think Jonathan's got some racing mapped out in Saratoga. And yeah, look, he's won a Derby, so I can't complain.
Jersey Derby, that is. Frankie, where are we going to see you next?
I'm going to Churchill tomorrow. And then Saratoga for the Belmont. And then I'm going home for my daughter's wedding. And I'll see you in the summer.
I just want to know what your skincare routine is because you look tremendous, Frankie Dettori here.
Because I love my job.
He does, that's for sure, and we love watching him, Lafitte.
Fans love watching him. He's just good for the sport, regardless of where he's riding. A global icon, a global sensation. Frankie Dettori, his daughter's wedding? That doesn't seem possible. I mean, I know it is, but it just, I don't know. That caught me off guard.
It's that fountain of youth, that skincare routine that Maggie's talking about. We need to get, Frankie needs his own skincare line. I'll use it, keep my looks looking young. But his energy is so intoxicating. Just watching that interview, I feel like I want to go out there and ride the last race. I mean, it's just so much energy.
It's infectious.
It's infectious.
The flying dismount that they saw and in his coast-to-coast U.S. Tour continues. And the idea that we thought at this point, this time last year, we thought that Frankie Dettori would be retired. Yeah. That was the plan. So it was a couple of days, missed it. He came back and just embracing these moments and the opportunity to see one of the very best and certainly one of the most popular do his thing a little bit longer.
Yeah, we hope he can ride as long as the days let him ride because, especially at the level he's riding, it doesn't look like he's missed a beat. The age hasn't taken any toll on him. It's got to be the skincare routine. It's got to be the food, something. We need to know the secrets, Frankie.
And what about twirling point? As he said, still leads us to believe more upside because he said he's still kind of a baby, still figuring things out.
Yeah, we have not seen the ceiling of him because what Frankie says is the same thing that it looks like to us visually. He's almost stalling, waiting on his competition, almost as if he wasn't going to get by the leader. And then when he felt the other horse push him on his outside, he gave a little bit more. So it makes you think you're not at the ceiling. He's not pedal to the metal as yet.
And in terms of maximizing potential, we give all the love to Frankie Dettori, and rightfully so, but this colt in very good hands of Jonathan Thomas to put everything together, maximize his potential and how good he will be moving forward.
Yeah, he's in the right barn, the people that will give him the best opportunity to reach his optimal true self. And they're young horses. This horse is just a 3-year-old. I mean, a lot of horses don't even hit their peak until 5 or 6 years old. So, look, the sky's the limit. He has not reached his ceiling as yet.
Gelding, I should say. I wonder, I don't know, maybe Hall of Fame? Saratoga, maybe?
Yeah, that looks like a next logical step, the Hall of Fame there. And I think he'll be a legitimate contender in that race.
Exciting stuff. Frankie back at Monmouth and his first win ever at Monmouth Park. As he said, he's only ridden here twice. The other was the Breeders' Cup back in 2007 as they posed for pictures in that Augustin white and green and the flying dismount. As he told us on set earlier, he hijacked it from Angel Cordero, took it to a new level, wins today with twirling point in the Jersey Derby.
Stop the land.
Game winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs. And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming, weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
And Torpedo Anna tries to take him all the way. Just FYI has moved up on the outside. Ways and Means has started to give way. Regulatory Risk has run a big one and is down the center of the track. Torpedo Anna still going strong at the 16th pole. Oh, she's got plenty left. And Brian Hernandez and Torpedo Anna dominate the 150th Kentucky Oaks.
Torpedo Anna, who was an absolute beast in this year's Kentucky Oaks, as she kicked off an exceptional weekend for trainer Kenny McPeak and jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. with the Oaks Derby double. Of course, the next day, Mystic Dan would come back to take the run for the Roses, but she is a true talent, Richie, and she's very powerful on the track.
She is, and she's also versatile. She possesses a lot of natural speed, but she can raid if necessary. We saw her go gate to wire in the Oaks, but she doesn't need the lead either, and she trains with a focus and intensity. I love her demeanor. She's a very serious filly.
We got a chance to see that in her training this morning when she worked one of the first horses on the track in company with her stablemate Midnight Concerto, more of a turf horse, but company to just keep her focused, to be able to keep her fit, to train with, not do too much. She's training outside and does have a nice gallop out from here, Richie, but this is more of maintenance at this point.
Absolutely, and a lot of trainers are doing this now, working their good horses in company, because as you see, it keeps them in the bridle, right? They get a hold of the bit and they stay in a very steady, comfortable rhythm that way instead of maybe coming off the bridle, stops and starts. There's continuity. Nice gallop out. This was just a really nice, settled kind of maintenance work.
And Kenny McPeak saying this morning, Mystic Dan, her stablemate, to go to the Belmont Stakes, whereas Torpedo Anna will go to the DK horse Acorn. She drew the outside post of 9 and will have the opportunity to rematch with Regulatory Risk and Just FYI, top finishers out of that Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, horses she handled well at Churchill Downs, but she also has run her best races at Churchill Downs in my estimation. She's shown an affinity for that racetrack. I'm sure she'll be fine here. She doesn't look like the kind of horse that needs to carry a racetrack with her.
And looks like her weight is doing great, like she's certainly thriving in her preparations up here in Saratoga, as she's a horse that has been going out very early, as Kenny is certainly traditionally doing with his best horses, putting them in the first set. And she is one, along with Mystic Dan, that just had that good energy that you want to see at that point. Kenny pointing some of the cooler weather, the cooler mornings that we've had up here in Saratoga. You can see everybody bundled up at 5:30, whereas very hot out now, but that's one of the beauty of training in Saratoga.
Well, we are in the foothills of the Adirondacks, and the temperatures drop down at night. And, you know, when I was driving up, I got up at 2:45 this morning to get here in time to watch those works. It was 43 degrees.
Yeah.
And then by the time, you know, they worked, it was probably about 47, 48. So horses sleep better. It's like people. You like to sleep when it's a cool evening, when your window's open. You just sleep better. I think horses get energized with this atmosphere. And you see why trainers love to go that early, because the track is pristine. There are no hoof prints on it. Nobody's chewed it up. There's no ruts. There's no divots. It's absolutely immaculate.
Friday will be quite a day, of course, headlined by the Acorn. And here's a look at the NYRA Friday Stakes. Plenty to look forward to. 3 Grade 1s, along with the Intercontinental for the turf sprinting fillies.
Yeah, I think there's something for everybody. You're a racing fan. We've got you covered. Be here for this Belmont Racing Festival.
With me and Raj, so much excitement. It all kicks off on Thursday, but Friday, really, we're going to get a chance to see some of those big name stars that we've been talking about, particularly those 3-year-old fillies.
It's amazing. You see that rundown of races, like that's the day before the day. All those Grade 1 races and a chance to see some of the very best, including Torpedo Anna, the leading 3-year-old filly in the country in the DK Horse Acorn.
Yeah, that card is like a premier Saturday card that we get to see on Friday. Really looking for the Torpedo Anna. That Kentucky Oaks race in its whole was just such a good race. So many great fillies going in, and anyone that would have won that race would get some big credentials, and she just dominated. So
she was never looked like a loser in that Kentucky Oaks, coming off the fantasy win. A fantasy of which she was eager pre-race and then didn't want to load and hadn't raced since last November. Won the fantasy like a house of fire and then does that to the finest 3-year-old fillies in North America on a sloppy track at Churchill Downs.
yeah, she tipped her cap in the fantasy to say, this is what I can do, and I can even do it better. And this day in the Kentucky Oaks, man, she put this race together. This is such an amazing performance. I actually think that Torpedo Anna might be the best 3-year-old in the country.
Either sex.
Either sex. If she was running in the Belmont Stakes, she would potentially be my pick.
1.25 miles instead of 1.5 miles, probably too late for that. Kenny McPeak also pretty well represented.
Well, it's already well represented.
Kentucky Derby. How surprised were you when she made the lead in the Kentucky Oaks in terms of the talent and everything else, the versatility that she has?
I was a bit surprised because I thought that there was enough speed to not have to take it to them. But Brian Hernandez, he knows her better than I do, and he just threw out the gauntlet and said, go ahead, do your thing. He rode her with so much confidence, knowing the horse that he had and just not getting in her way.
She is an absolute superstar. You mentioned Brian Hernandez, who was able to pull off that rare Oaks Kentucky Derby sweep, and now trying to do the same in New York here with the Acorn and the Belmont Stakes sweep, and in a pretty good position to do so with the same 2 horses.
Yes, I mean, there's going to take a lot of beating to beat Torpedo Ann. And Brian Hernandez, he's just such a difference maker. We talk about him sweeping those races, but he did everything optimally. Torpedo Ann, in the Oaks, he let her run a race and just took it to them, super confident and knowing his horse. And he was the difference maker that won that Kentucky Derby. If it wasn't for the exact ride that he got, I don't think Mystic Dan would have been the winner.
Picture perfect trip. Again, the day before the day with the DK horse Acorn, Torpedo Anna. Just FYI, trying to turn the tables on Torpedo Anna. We'll have it all for you on the Fox Sports platforms. Live coverage all leading up to the 156 Belmont Stakes. Here in the 12th at Monmouth, just $7,500 claimers. 1 and 2 are out. There's Ballantine, the odds-on favorite.
Yeah, deserving favorite. Might even be closer to 1 to 5 by post time.
Dr. Schuster, an outsider.
Yeah, this one is going to show speed and try to take them all away.
Prinz Fire, forwardly placed in his last pair.
Yeah, not a speed type in here. That's probably going to set up for a hot early pace.
Rensur, 1 for 18 lifetime.
A horse that does his best running up on the lead or at least close to the pace.
Scoto, 1 for 34 lifetime.
Yeah, hasn't shown much, but has been running against tougher at New York.
8 horse, Code Enforcer, could be a factor.
Yeah, and it does its best running late, which might complement this race flow.
Succeed, an outsider, 1 for 35.
Yeah, 1 win out of 35 starts and 9 seconds settles for a lot of minor awards.
Quincy Market, contender towards the outside.
Yeah, definite contender, goes off for a good trainer and Dan Ward and drops in class, adds blinkers.
McMagic, good news, second in his most recent. Bad news, blasted by 13 lengths.
Yeah, it was no match for Real Sensation, who ran a good 4th in the allowance earlier, a tough race. A consistent horse who always runs a decent race.
That is the field. The $7,500 claimers, they're all 1 for something. all for sale. Why is Ballantine such a heavy favorite at 4-5, Raj?
You know, if you look at all this competition, they've been just toggling around this $7,500 level, kind of what where they belong. He's plummeting on the class ladder. I mean, he raced in a $50,000 claimer in his most recent start at Churchill Downs. Today he's in a $7,500 claimer. That's about a 10 class level drop. Now, he was no factor in that race. He got beat 21 lengths, but he was a 5-1 shot. He was bet in that. So there's a thing called back class in horse racing. He back class being that he's raced against way better class than he faces today. But he has to show up with one of those performances because his recent form leaves a bit to be desired.
The fillies we were just discussing in the DK horse Acorn, they have back class, they have current class, they're just class E. Talking about some of the very best 3-year-old fillies in North America, and the draw has been completed. Our first look, the draw for the DK horse Acorn, very different Acorn, 2 turns, mile and an eighth, a 1-turn race forever, essentially, and Torpedo Anna draws the far outside. Your instant reaction?
Yeah, because usually the Acorn is only a flat mile 1 turn, so horses that were optimal going 2 turns in the Kentucky Oaks, they'll be turning back in distance. Now it's the same distance, so there's not much change for the Kentucky Oaks horses. It's right in their wheelhouse. Torpedo Anna, just FYI, they're the 2 top horses in here.
What does just FYI have to do to turn the tables on Torpedo Anna and the DK horse Acorn?
Just FYI has to run her race and hope Torpedo Anna runs a subpar race. Because if both horses run their A race, there's not much he can do but accept finishing second, I think.
From that post, do you think Brian Hernandez tries to do the exact same thing and beat everyone to the first turn?
What I love about how Brian Hernandez rides is he rides to the situation. So while we might say, I expect him to put her on the lead and do the same thing, he's gonna play it as it comes up. And if there Gun Song, who showed speed last time, and if there's any other speed that potentially will make the pace too fast, I can easily see Brian just saying, okay, we'll chill right off this speed and go from there.
The chase for a championship for 3-year-old fillies, I'm not going to say if Torpedo Anna wins like it's over. We've seen much stranger in the past. Fillies that have won the Oaks, and fillies that have won the Acorn, and fillies that have won the Alabama, and still in the end didn't show up for the Breeders' Cup Distaff and were denied. My question is, though, should she win, how much separation does she create from everyone else going into the summer in terms of the 3-year-old filly ranks?
If she wins this Acorn, she just create a big separation from the just FYIs and all the other ones. It would almost, it wouldn't clinch her the championship, but it would put her in a close position to clinch a championship. If just FYI was to beat her, or Gun Song, who just won the Black Eyed Susan, then it becomes a bit more competitive, that division.
DK horse Acorn. Very different Belmont Stakes this year, very different Acorn. The Belmont at 1.25 miles, it's shorter. The Acorn at 1 1/8 miles, it's longer. It's completely different, the 1 turn versus the 2 turn, and the distance, the longer distance.
Yeah, it changes the dynamics, but it's the hand that's dealt, and I think it's really good to see the Kentucky Oaks fillies and it going 2 turns. It makes the race intriguing, the Acorn this year, being that it's at 1 1/8 miles, because it's not too much of a change for the top Kentucky Oaks performance.
Think about the races for sophomore fillies that'll take place at Saratoga in the next 3 months, from the DK horse Acorn on Friday to the Coaching Club American Oaks towards the beginning of Saratoga, all culminating with the Alabama at 1.25 miles, all grade 1 races for 3-year-old fillies.
And what's funny about this talk is, in the past, the Acorn fillies usually stay on the path to the test because of the 1 turn and the 7/8. Now this might be impact the horses that are going to the test. But yeah, the Coaching Club and the Alabama, now the Acorn is becoming a part of that pathway or that funnel towards the Alabama.
Very exciting. It all goes down next weekend, all leading up to the 156 Belmont Stakes for the first time ever at Saratoga. Here on this terrific Saturday afternoon of thoroughbred racing in Monmouth Park. The Shore's greatest stretch is so cool. We just saw Frankie Dettori win the Jersey Derby. And for the fans here, a chance to see it in person, a flying dismount they'll never forget.
Yeah, for the ones that have seen it for the first time in person, they'll never forget it. And for the ones that have seen it before, it never gets old.
Well said.
I've never seen a flying dismount that I didn't like. And I was really happy for Frankie because he stuck the landing like a proper gymnast. He didn't have to use his hands to stay up after.
Frankie, the stakes sweep last night, Penn National, the Jersey Derby today, now off to Louisville, and Churchill Downs to ride tomorrow afternoon. All right, Raj. 12th and final. We know why Ballantine is a standout. If it's not his day, if he doesn't show up for whatever reasons, who's poised for an upset?
It has to be a horse that's coming off the pace. This is going to be a fast early pace, and there's going to be a bit of a meltdown. We're going to see a slow finish. And
so who's the best finisher? I know that's hard to ask because you're dealing with a bunch of one-fers.
The best finisher is number 8, Code Enforcer. Because strong finish last time from well off the pace, and also gets a big weight break, racing with 9 pounds less than most of the rivals.
Abnel Boca Chica, the apprentice, Code Enforcer. Odds-on favorite, though. Ballantine at 3-5, 12th and final on this Jersey Derby Saturday from Monmouth Park. One final time. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Ransard to post 6. Here's Succeed in the purple jacket. Two back, Quincy Market. And to the outside, Mick Magic to round out the field. Looks like Quincy Market actually decided to do a little bit of a U-turn there and trotted about 50 yards behind the gate, so they're going to bring him back over towards the gate. The others waiting patiently. Live racing resumes tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. First post will be 12:50. Another 12-race card for you. And again, Quincy Market actually unseated the jockey there, and now he is running the other direction. Looks like they're going to try to corral him here. So stand by. We're going to have a delay regardless here. And the horse is running loose on the course. So we're going to have a delay. Stand by.
All right, so a loose horse, Quincy Market, who is a contender.
He's well loose. There's no one in close proximity to catch him, and he's running the wrong way.
He was the 7-2 second choice.
Yeah, there's a high expectation, almost surely, that he will be scratched after running off for such a long distance. Seems to be fine. He's got a lot of energy.
I was going to say.
If he was running as fast as he is going the wrong way in the race, he probably would have been a contender to win.
Going the wrong way, Jim Marshall. There he is. Quincy Market, and Matt Dinnerman just announcing he is out. A late scratch, Quincy Market, so the price on Ballantine will be that much lower.
You remember the deer running across the track last week?
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of Quincy Market.
That deer, yeah, but that deer was versatile. That deer wasn't 1 for 50. He could run on grass. He could run on dirt. He could hurdle. That deer could do it all. Don't insult the deer.
Quincy Market has been corralled safely by the outrider.
Okay, see, now we can complain. The horse is fine. Yeah. Now we can complain about a delay and how this always goes down in the last race. The horse is fine.
Man.
You and I can complain all we want.
I hope we don't lose our dinner reservations. We might have to go eat at Quincy's Market tonight. On Quincy.
Yeah,
but this also a big time affects the odds on the number 3.
Yes.
Ballantine.
He's 1-5 now.
Quincy Market was the second choice and was making the odds somewhat palatable for Ballantine. Now, if its odds was already low at even money, it cuts in half to 1-2. So
really wasn't a strong second choice. Now it was Quincy Market. Now the gelding you were just discussing, a Code Enforcer, second, facing similar at Parks in his most recent, and he's 6-1, a a second choice, not a strong second choice, but a second choice.
Yeah, and Ballantine, if he was to throw a clunker, because he threw a clunker last time, if he runs the same race that he did last time, he probably won't win this race. He could get beat. Code Enforcer is a likely winner. If you can handicap this race and just ignore that Ballantine is not in the race, Code Enforcer would be a standout against the rest of the horses. A lot of speed. He's the only closer. He just ran second, closing into a pace.
And look, Ballantine could run up the score and win by double digits. That's fine, but it's just to concede that price at this level. Horses that have never won 2 races, lower level claiming races. That's tough to swallow.
And when someone pays, they paid $165,000 for Ballantine, and now they're risking him for $7,500. It's not even a risk. It's almost like you're saying, please do me a favor and take this one off my hands. I've given up all my $165,000 worth of hope.
To the horses, please do us a favor and behave yourselves and load quietly and break clean and on time. One final time. 12th, Nightcap, Monmouth to Matt Dinneman. Take 2.
2 back, Succeed. And the last one to go in will be McMagic. Here's McMagic. We're ready to go in the finale. And they're off in the Nightcap. Prince Fire gets the first call. Rancer shaken up by Fernando Jara to get out there. Dr. Schuster on a hold, a little bit keen here, but he's taken back. Hard to settle in the early stages. Third approaching the turn. Prince Fire is first from Rancer, who's clearly happy to track from second. Dr. Schuster third, now settled down around the clubhouse turn. 1.5 lengths back to Code Enforcer. Ballantine, the favorite, inside of him. 6 lengths off the lead as they're pretty strung out here. Another 2.5 to Scotto, who's third last. Succeed, McMagic. Those two trail together as the runners swing up the backstretch where Prince Fire is the pacemaker in the Nightcap. Leads by about 3/4 of a length. Rancer on restraint running in second. Dr. Schuster third. Ballantine getting closer, the big favorite, taking the third spot away from Dr. Schuster, who's to the outside of him. Code Enforcer is next. Scotto inside of that rival in a gap of 6 now to the 2 at the back, McMagic and Succeed. As they approach the 4-turn run, Prince Fire into the turn, a 1/2 length in front. Rancer right there, a lot closer on the throat latch of that leader. Rancer comes looking for the lead. Prince Fire sticking to him. Ballantine has come under a ride. He's 2.5 behind. All in now with Vincent Cheminade as they hit the quarter pole. And then comes Dr. Schuster. Code Enforcer passing him, but has 6 lengths to gain at the top of the lane. Match race continues on the lead between Rancer and Prince Fire. Prince Fire on the inside finding more. Rancer trying to get by, but begins to struggle second. Ballantine third. Furlong left. Prince Fire is shaken away to a 2.5 length lead. Ballantine into second. Code Enforcer's coming late, tries to go through between horses, but it's Prince Fire. Prince Fire steals it at 10-1 in the finale. Ballantine outfinishes Code Enforcer for second, and Rancer was fourth in the Nightcap at Monmouth.
Steals it is right. Brave on the lead. Prince Fire in the 12th second lifetime win. 1 for 21 coming into this one. He doesn't like the crop very much, does he, Raj?
No, but he responded. He was flashing his tail, but he was propelling forward onto the crop. Young 10-pound apprentice, meaning that this jockey has won less than 5 races in his life. Rode a perfect race by slowing down the second quarter. Went from 23 first quarter to a 48 half, which is a 25 second quarter. That's where he got that breather. It's a surprising race because, you know, Sammy Camacho has been so unpredictable this meet. He rode the number 4 who had a lot of early speed, and we expected a 3 or 4 prong battle early. This horse was able to get away with a mild pace, and that's where the race was won.
Couple of things. How much of a difference do you think the weight made? The 10-pound break.
At this level of competition with horses that don't have that much in the tank, that 10-pound made a huge difference today, because you can tell that being able to get out there with that lightweight on, it's almost like a feather on his back, as opposed to, you know, a full 121 pounds that was slated for the number 3 Ballantine.
Ballantine did not have it. He was being encouraged to pick up his feet. He made a moderate run at the leader, but no serious threat as Prinz Fire, wire to wire, essentially in the 12th at 10-1, and an upset to close the show at Monmouth Park. In 7 days, well, the festival begins on Thursday, but the 156th Belmont Stakes at Saratoga with those fans in a packed house expected, winding down the 2024 Triple Crown, the Belmont at Saratoga next Saturday on Fox.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We'll be there soon. Raj, downtown Saratoga. Belmont Stakes signs everywhere. We're used to seeing the Travers stuff and everything associated with the summer meet. It's just, it's an odd, it's different, and yet a completely different feel, a level of excitement heading into this third and final jewel of the Triple Crown.
Pinch me. Sometimes I feel like I'm in a dream. The Belmont at Saratoga. You take two of my favorite things and combine them. I love the Belmont Stakes, and Saratoga is my favorite racetrack to be at. And I think they did that for me.
How long did it take you to put up all those banners and flags?
I need some extra pay for that guy.
You're the rookie, man.
You said it. You said it.
You're the rookie. It's rookie hazing.
The hazing.
And after the party, you get to go collect them all.
Oh, yeah.
On Thursday,
Looking forward
Belmont
to it.
Stakes Festival. Look at that with the Belmont Gold Cup, and the trophy for the Melbourne Cup is being flown first class to Saratoga. Astoria, strong connection with the opening day Schuylerville at the spot. 2-year-old fillies, the Jersey Girl, and the Tremont wall-to-wall stakes activity, as you'd expect. The New York, presented by Rivers Casino, Group 1. Yes, Chad Brown will be represented in that, and the Grade 1 Just a Game. DK Horse Acorn, you just saw the field. All eyes on Torpedo Anna, just FYI. Intercontinental, winner of a Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf at Belmont back in 2005. A stakes race, not graded, but a good race, usually a big field. The Friday lineup, 3 Grade 1 events. And then Saturday, Raj, it feels like in June Breeders' Cup, essentially, except this one ends with the final jewel of the Triple Crown and the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, you take the word right out of my mouth. These are championship implication races. Many of the horses that we'll see run on this card, even in what we consider the undercard races, are horses that would be competing for the championship throughout the year.
There's 4 or 5 eventual champions that ran on last year's Belmont Stakes program. You just look at the Met Mile, the 1-3 finishers with Cody's Wish, champion older horse, horse of the year. Oh yeah, by the way, White Barrio finished 3rd, went on to capture the Whitney and the Breeders' Cup Classic. If not for Cody's Wish, he's the champion older horse. He's the horse of the year. And White Barrio, a big question mark. Of course, his Breeders' Cup Classic and his summer-fall campaign last year was awesome, but not much since. He's only run since. Kind of a statement race for him in the Met Mile.
Yeah, this is going to be the race that is going to tell the true story of where he's at now. We know what he's capable of. It's the White Barrio best, wins Breeders' Cup Classics, but he needs to kind of showcase and revitalize his form to set the stage for the rest of the year.
As we close the show here and get your results for the 12th and final, have you decided yet? Do you know who your Belmont horse is just yet? Not that we're going to hold you to it. I'm just curious if you're leaning in one direction or the other.
Sierra Leone is going to be real tough to beat. And my Antiquarian is my main contender.
Your sleeper?
My sleeper is Antiquarian.
We didn't have Prince Fire as a sleeper. We should have. 2380. And you could see Cesar Gonzalez kind of fighting him a little bit along the backstretch.
I did not expect him to get such an easy lead with so much pace being signed on. And I guess you can see Sammy Camacho was snatching up the number 4 to take him out off the pace. Snuck that one by me.
They're hard to predict, right? You know who can be hard to predict in the Belmont Stakes? Mystic Dan and trainer Kenny McPeak. Sarava, 2002, 70-1, massive upset. Mystic Dan will not be that kind of price or anything close to it. But I love the angle. I love the Triple Crown grudge match with Mystic Dan and Seize the Gray going head-to-head once more in another Triple Crown event.
Yeah, it's Seize the Gray, man. He has done nothing wrong.
Are we sleeping on him? Like collectively as an industry, are we sleeping on him?
He is not getting the respect that is due. Seize the Gray is underrated. He ran super fast in the Pat Day Mile, absorbed all the pressure and won. And he showed that was no fluke. This was a massive performance in the Preakness.
Tell me how he can pull it off again. And just what a great story with Jaime Torres, young rider, Triple Crown debut, a Preakness win, and to do so for 88-year-old legendary trainer D. Wayne Lucas, a 7th in the Preakness.
His natural speed is his weapon. He's able to run a fast pace and sustain it. You can't take that away from him. They're going to go with a very similar, if not the same style as the last race. Go to the lead, just let him utilize his weapon, his speed, and put everyone else in chase mode. Jaime will have to be a little bit more conservative than he was last time, because if he squeezes that too early, he might run out of gas late.
Playing devil's advocate, they're not, I get the sense the others aren't going to let him sneak in the back door like they did in the Preakness Stakes. He kind of caught everyone off guard in the Preakness Stakes. We'll see what happens next with the 3rd and final jewel of the Triple Crown next Saturday. Thanks so much for joining us on America's Day at the Races. Right back at it tomorrow from Monmouth. Another exciting program, and you'll see those crowds before long. Belmont Stakes Festival underway on Thursday. On Saturday, who takes home the August Belmont Trophy and the 156th Belmont Stakes. Have a great night, everyone.
New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
Warsaichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
Warsaichi has scampered well clear. Warsaichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.